What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are here with Absolute Batman and DC's new Absolute Universe, which is just DC's version of the Ultimate Universe in Marvel Comics. But Scott Snyder killed this story. It's amazing. So what this does is this opens up with Gotham City. And initially we follow this guy on a motorcycle, and he has this really cool monologue, right? Where he says, "Hello again, Gotham. It's been a long time. So who are you these days? Who have you become while I was gone? You're prettier, I'll give you that, taller and brighter. My third lap around and I still cannot find it. Where's your heart? You used to have a center, hot and beating, but something's hollowed you out. In fact, I barely recognize you anymore. I'm not sure I like this new you, Gotham, but that's okay. I don't think you're going to like me much either. My name is Alfred Pennyworth, and I'm here to do some bad things." This is so cool because I'll tell you guys right now, yes, this is a Batman story. Alfred Pennyworth is amazing in this story. I don't think he's ever been better in DC Comics than he is in this story, and it's solid. And so what he does is he basically makes his way back to his house, which isn't really much of an apartment at all because he's not part of the Wayne family. At least he's not the kindly butler that we're traditionally used to. Scott Snyder leans very heavily into Alfred's military history, which is to say that in DC Comics, Alfred has a history largely associated with the military. Sometimes he was a soldier, sometimes he was a medic. It depends on what era of DC Comics we're talking about. In this instance, he has not left it behind, and in fact, he's really more a soldier of fortune than anything else. Of course, he is still estranged from his daughter Julia, just like he is in a lot of the other stories that exist out there. The difference here is that unlike Batman Eternal and the main DC universe, where she ultimately seemed to reconcile with Alfred, here, none of that happens, right? She's just like, don't ever contact me again. And so for Alfred himself, he signs into a secure connection to basically his handler, the folks that pay him in order to do whatever it is that he needs to do. And so what he does is he asks, what's the assignment? And they say, in the past 3 months, a gang known as the Party Animals has been sowing chaos, butchering citizens at random, raising the murder rate by 700% almost single-handedly. A daycare was torched yesterday. They danced outside while 32 people died. And so Alfred's just kind of like, I read the docket, right? But like, why did you pull me out of Singapore? I was this close to the target. I've been chasing him for like 5 years. And that's where they say, you're needed here. Now, the cool thing is they also give him another piece of information. And they say, there might be another player in town. We've only caught glimpses, but he seems to be circling the gang as well. Now, of course, based on the little image they give him, clearly it's Batman. And I'll tell you guys right now, Absolute Batman is amazing. Dude, oh my God, I love the way that Bruce Wayne is handled in this story. It's phenomenal. And so what they do is they send him coordinates to do two things. The first is to monitor the Party Animal gang, and the second is to seemingly keep tabs on Batman. And that's when you switch over to Bruce Wayne himself. Now, this is also another big difference between the main DC universe and this Absolute Universe, in the sense that you pick up in Croc's gym when Bruce Wayne basically starts practicing with a punching bag, and you get a little bit of a throwback to his childhood, where he's spending time with his father. Now, there is a kind of lesson that goes back and forth, where after studying the lions and everything, his father's like, what did we learn? And the response of really Batman is, it says that he sleeps 20 hours a day. Plus, he gets fed prime rib 3 times a day and never has to be afraid of anything. This kid's living the life. Now, what's interesting here is he addresses his father as Mr. Wayne. There's a reason for that, and it's actually a really cool reason. But at the end of the day, Thomas Wayne asks him, are you excited for the movie later on tonight? Of course, Bruce Wayne says, well, I'm more excited for a nap than anything else. And so ultimately, it's just kind of like, cool, right? Let's get going, class. And so that's when you realize Thomas Wayne in the Absolute Universe is a teacher, right? He teaches elementary school kids. He's not the ultra wealthy industrialite guy that we're familiar with in the main DC universe. but then shots start ringing out in the zoo. Now, of course, this leads to kind of flashing back to the moment, Bruce Wayne punching the bag, basically breaking it, and then meeting with what you and I know is Killer Croc. Now, he's not really the villain that we're familiar with. In fact, one of the other cool things as a development here is that there is a kind of conversation back and forth where they talk about how like Ozzy or Oswald Cobblepot effectively hooked up Killer Croc with an exotic pet license, so that's why he walks around with crocodiles and snakes and all kinds of cool reptiles. But the other thing is they aren't really criminals. In fact, Killer Croc seems very, very active within the city of Gotham as somebody trying to improve the city, which is really, really cool. And again, we'll see how far reaching that goes here in a minute. But you end up learning that like Selina Kyle, Killer Croc, seemingly Oswald Cobblepot, and most likely the Riddler, just the redheaded kid in the glasses, they all go back to being childhood friends. Right? So, like, it's not as though they just kind of met each other indiscriminately along the way as Batman was being a villain, or at least being a superhero fighting villains, and that they just kind of did their villainous thing and that was it. It's cool that you get this history here. And so after that, you switch over to this just giant yacht out there in the water, where you basically have a meeting between the Falcone-Maroni crime families and the head of the party animal gang. And what's interesting here is that this party animal leader is absolutely insane. I mean, this dude is really, really dark because, of course, with the Falcone and Maroni crime families, they've ran Gotham for years. And so some third party suddenly showing up here out of nowhere and quote unquote upsetting the apple cart, that makes a lot of enemies out of people. And so they ultimately tell him like, go away or we're going to kill everybody in your gang. That's just what's going to happen. And so what happens is that this guy tells them that he's a huge fan of what are basically death masks. And in fact, he says, friends, I'm afraid you have me all wrong. History is what I'm all about. That's what we're celebrating here. And so when more masks are shown to the Falcone and Maroni crime families, that this guy says, not just any masks, death masks. I collect them. That one is rumored to be Socrates himself. This, of course, is Martin Luther. Of course, those of you guys who know your history know that Martin Luther is best known for the Protestant Reformation, but then the head of the Maroni crime family is shown that it's not actually Sal Maroni who's leading it. Instead, it's the brother of Sal Maroni, who, as far as I'm aware, doesn't exist in any of DC Comics outside of this. But one of these masks, essentially the head of Sal Maroni, is held by this leader of the party animal gang, along with the cousin of Mr. Falcone. And he's like, and all the rest. So in essence, this guy came into town before the Falcone and Maroni crime families even understood what was going on and started killing everybody, like killing all the other heads of the crime families in Gotham. So by the time these guys come to the seat of the table and say, you need to stop all your criminal activities, it's too late. The demons are at the door. There's no way to stop what's happening. And so these guys are immediately killed on the spot, and their heads are going to be mounted up just like everybody else. I told you, this story is amazing. Like, it's so phenomenal. And so again, following that, you pick up with Bruce Wayne officially donning the Batman mantle. Now, one of the things that had happened during the conversation between Killer Croc and Bruce Wayne is Croc had told him, hey, like Mayor Gordon is calling a kind of town hall meeting later on tonight to address the concerns of the citizenry in relation to the party animal gang and all the things that are going on. And so again, this demonstrates the fact that Croc is very, very much active in the community. And where one of the citizens speak up and really just kind of chastise Jim Gordon as mayor about how ineffective he is, the fact that he ran on his position as a cop, but he really hasn't shown any of the backbone he traditionally showed as a cop, meaning he's not willing to do whatever needs to be done to protect the city of Gotham from the party animal gang, that this guy says at least Mayor Hill did something. And so where Killer Croc stands up and says like Hamilton Hill was a crook, the response this guy gives is, yeah, but at least he was tough. And it kind of makes sense, right? The citizens of Gotham are desperate, and in times of desperation, people will believe what they want to believe. It doesn't have to be rational and it doesn't have to be reasonable. It's just what they choose to think. And so in turn, you have this other guy who tells a story and he says, I run Finger Tailors on 27th Street. Every single weekday for 71 years, I've walked to my shop, except the day my son was born, and the day my wife died. 18,302 times I've walked there, but I don't walk there anymore. I don't walk anywhere because I'm scared. And that's really what it is when it comes to the citizens of Gotham. Here's the kicker about all of this. While this entire town hall meeting is being conducted by Mayor Jim Gordon, Alfred Pennyworth is staking the whole thing out, and he's watching all of this. And that's when he's basically in contact with his handler and kind of filling them in, and they're giving him information, different things like that. The party animal gang is surrounding Town Hall, and there's dozens of them, because their intention with all these people in one place is to go in here and shoot the place up, kill everybody in one fell swoop. Now, where you transition back to Mayor Jim Gordon, who talks about how he's going to bring these guys to justice and that he's working around the clock with the police, people call him out, right? And they're like, the cops, man, the party animals just torched a police station 2 hours ago, right? The cops can't do anything because these guys are not afraid of cops. Whenever cops meet someone with an equally capable force, the only real ally that police have on their side is fear. The fact that that person is just either too afraid of authority or has too much respect for authority to challenge cops. But when they have the means to challenge police officers and then they have no fear, that's when cops serve no useful purpose in society. And so that's why a lot of these folks are so terrified. Now, at that point, seemingly Selina Kyle stands up. Of course, most of you guys know her as Catwoman. And she says, look at us, all of us, right? This is what they want. All of us fighting, scared, blaming each other. But Jim Gordon served this city honorably for a long time. I work with his office and I trust him. I also trust us to be better than this, because it's not just up to him or Commissioner Bullock. It's up to all of us to stop these killers. This is our city. And before she can finish her sentence, a grenade comes flying in, really more of a flashbang, and just everybody's blinded by this thing. The party animals come busting in, and they're just like, so does anybody want to beg? Right? Like, does anybody want to talk about how they have a family, or, you know, they have kids to take care of, or like a sick old grandma? Because we love that kind of stuff. Right? Like, we absolutely love those things. Not only that, they fire off a shot at Jim Gordon. They don't kill him, but they do injure him. Of course, you also find out that his daughter Barbara Gordon is very much here and is basically just a beat cop. But after all this is done, suddenly these guys are yanked back out the door slams shut, and like Barbara Gordon walks up, cracks the door open, and Batman's just waiting there, and he says, whatever you hear, do not open this door. And son. Do you guys remember that scene in Hellraiser 2 when like everybody was locked in the nightclub and you were on the outside and you could hear them all screaming for their lives as they died? That's basically what happens here, man. Son. Batman lets loose, and it's amazing. So like Alfred Pennyworth is watching all this unfold, and he's told, like, if this third party disrupts the intelligence you're supposed to be gathering, you are to engage. And so Pennyworth is like, okay. Then he shuts his eyes, right? Because he can't stop what he can't see. Plausible deniability. And so all these guys, right, these party animal dudes just start firing it up at Batman, who's just like hanging from the rafters. And then like it turns out his entire outfit is bulletproof. And this guy descends on them like a demon. And without saying one word, starts taking out every single one of these guys. Now, while all this is going on, Alfred Pennyworth, who's really more listening to everything than physically watching everything, gives this really cool monologue and this amazing insight into the nature of this version of Batman. And he says, look at you go. Whoever you are, you've got flair. I'll give you that. So let's see what you can really do. And so in watching Batman fight, he says you're fast, you're steady. Above all, you're focused. You've been waiting for this, haven't you? You have. You've trained too. Mixed martial arts, which is your own blend. Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but you're a striker above all else. Brutal, yet precise. You're putting on a show. A leg stomped on so everyone hears the crack. An arm snapped over your knee, sending a message to every single person. You're enjoying it too. And the knife work, my God, so bloody, yet so precise. Each artery is missed by just enough. No fatalities at all, not one. So, that means you're an idealist. Now, this leads to this guy called the Hand, or at least seemingly he just addresses himself and saying, this hand has killed more people than you can count. Now I'm going to give you one chance to get out of our way. Now, it's kind of a cool thing because I'd like to think this guy is just called the Hand. Of course, this guy breaks out the biggest meat cleaver I've ever seen. So what does Batman do? He returns in kind, and he brings out the Batman battle axe, which is dope, and just cuts this guy's hand clean off, right? Just like that. And he just tells him, even kind of taunting him, he's like, there's a hospital around here somewhere, but I can't remember which direction it is. So you better start running unless you want to bleed to death. And then he tells the rest of them, which really kind of reveals more, that the party animals kind of rely on numbers and really threat of danger for their schemes than any actual backbone. Batman tells them, like, get out of my way. And like, they all just take off running. Now, Alfred watching this, he says, well done. But if you were a true tactician, you'd have set up a trap for those that were fleeing the scene, only to find out that he did, right? Batman seemingly activates this whole thing and blows this place to pieces. Now, it's not enough to kill everybody here, but it is enough to get the job done. And so Alfred is told by his contact, right? They're said, what's going on there? The satellite makes no sense. Whoever the player is, you are to engage. And Alfred says, okay. So Alfred moves up on Batman, and then he says, this is the sound of a DC-34 automatic shotgun, son. There are only 3 of them in the world. It could blow your brains all over the sidewalk before you even blink. What does Batman say? Man, son, you better come strong. Kicks Alfred, knocks the gun out of his hand, and then takes off with the gun, right? He's just like, it sounds dangerous. And he just leaves. And so after that, you have Alfred, who basically does this huge deep down investigation on who this Batman guy is. And in effect, he gives us the modern day origin of absolute Batman in the absolute universe. And he says, the next day, everyone's talking about it. Who is the Batman? So, who are you really? Bruce Wayne, you hide your tracks well, but it's easy when you're no one. Just some guy, 24 years old. Your mom is a social worker, your dad is a teacher. You grow up in crime alley, high friends in low places, a tight group. You're smart, excel in school, your parents have you tested, and you score near genius level. Then, in the 5th grade, you win a student engineering competition, creating a mobile collapsible bridge that can be used to bring aid to locations hit by catastrophic damage from war and cataclysm. The design is origami-like, based on the anatomy of a bat wing, and the prize is a trophy and a trip for your whole class to the Gotham Zoo, where it all starts, because somebody starts firing into the crowd. People are literally perishing here. And so Thomas Wayne grabs all the kids and takes them into the bat house, where he tells them all to stay safe. But in the midst of it, he's seemingly shot. And so what happens is Alfred says after that, you lose yourself for a while. You lash out, you rage at the world, but then you find yourself again. Something inspires you. You straighten out, you go back to school and get a scholarship to the best university in the state. But when you get there, you get injured in the first week, a soft tissue tear. And he says, I've seen the x-rays though, and I've been in command of men who faked injury to escape duty. And I suspect that's exactly what you did. But why? You were good enough to be a star, even go pro, because you were saving your body for last night, for all of this, whatever it is that you've built. You studied applied mechanics, chemistry, criminal psychology, military theory, socio-cultural history, everything to prepare you for when you came home. And then you did. You set up in Gotham and worked in the power grid, then the water department. After that, you interned at City Hall, studying public policy, macro and micro policy, learning your city, the body, the brain, every single part of Gotham, until finally you come full circle, ever the engineer, creating, building, you even fix what you break, repairing the stairs that you blew up last night. You've built something here, Bruce. I see it now. and it's truly impressive. But it's really awesome because what it does is it removes Batman from the traditional plot device type character where he's like, I know the city inside and out because I've been in it for a very long time. And instead, it provides a more practical explanation for why Batman knows the city so well, which is why I say the Absolute Universe is DC's version of Marvel's Ultimate Universe, because the Ultimate Universe was kind of the answer to the question, what if superheroes were more grounded and existed in the modern day? What would it look like? And that's what the Absolute Universe is, right? It's really cool the way it's done. And so what ends up happening is Alfred says, I've taken men down like you before, in cities and jungles and deserts all over the world, because you're crusaders. And crusaders always have a weakness because they always have something that they care about. And yours is sitting right there, which is his mom, that Martha Wayne seemingly never died. It was just his father. So you can kind of draw these almost Peter Parker parallels between this version of Batman and the one that you traditionally see in DC Comics where he lost both parents. And so it's essentially them just kind of talking and Bruce saying, I love you and that kind of thing. And the way you would relate to your parent, essentially. And so Alfred kind of continues on and he says, I could kill you right here in front of her. It would be that easy. It's what I should do, but you're just a kid. And so at the end of the day, you have Alfred who shows up to Batman in what's effectively his hideout. But it's not really down in the Batcave under Wayne Manor because there is no Wayne Manor. It's hard to have a Wayne Manor when your mom's just a social worker and doesn't make billions and billions of dollars. And so where Bruce Wayne resides here is actually on top of these old abandoned buildings almost up in the sky. And so it allows him to operate with no one batting an eye on what he's doing because the buildings are designed to just kind of be like tax fronts, right? That they're really more write-offs than anything else. So the buildings are unoccupied. Nobody actually uses them. And so Alfred showing up here with his pistol is like, I'm shutting you down, right? That's the end of it. And so Batman draws the very gun that he took from Alfred, right? That DC-34 shotgun. And Alfred's like, I thought you were better than this, right? You're non-lethal. You don't kill people, right? And so he's like, give me the gun. And Batman opens fire on Alfred, right? Seemingly blows this guy away. And then he takes his motorcycle and he rides off. Now, here's the cool thing, right? Again, Alfred provides commentary here. He's like, a few things happened very fast. First, I realized that he modified my prize shotgun to be non-lethal. Basically, he ruined it. Second, I hear my very gun clatter by my side as though he's saying, keep it. And third, I hear this roar, the roar of my own motorcycle. And four, his voice says, you're not the only one who follows people. So seemingly, from the first time that Alfred Pennyworth arrived in the city of Gotham, Bruce Wayne's been following him. He's been learning about him, gaining information in the same way that Alfred's been gaining information about him. And so the question that really Alfred asks here is, what does all this mean and where are you going, right? Like when you ride off like this, are you going to get the lay of the land? Is that what this is for? What happens when you basically become the person that you really are intending to be? Not only that, you pick up with this epilogue, which is really, really cool, where Alfred, speaking with his contact, says, I'll take care of Batman the next time he interferes. And his contact says, okay, deal. But for what it's worth, the target that you were previously following in the Philippines before we yanked you out and brought you here, he's in the wind. Nobody knows where he is. We thought you should know. Here's the thing. It's amazing because what happens is Alfred says, 5 years I tracked him while he studied with Henry Ducard in France. Then he killed the guy while he trained with the League of Assassins, and then he killed them. Now this guy's in the wind. And so you pick up in Manila and basically you have these two pilots, right? One of them says, or really asks here to be honest, is there nothing else that we call him besides Sir? Like there's no name or anything like that? And the other pilot says, nope, like all the names are fake anyway. Jack Arthur, even I don't know his real name. When you're one of the 30 richest men on the planet, you can be whoever you want to be. And so this other guy says, you think he'd want to be my rich, generous best friend? And this guy says, no, right? Don't do that. Do not joke. And when the guy asks why, the second pilot says, didn't you hear? The guy never laughs, not at anything ever. That's why they call him the Joker. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Absolute Batman, and this is issue number 2. So there's still a lot of world building that's going on here, but the ending of this is amazing. It's one of the coolest things that you're going to see. So what we do here is we pick up yet again with the monologue of Alfred. Now, as always, if you need to get caught up, you will find a link to the playlist at the end of this video. But Alfred is not your traditional butler. Alfred's actually a military guy, really kind of like a spy type dude, like a mercenary, who's on assignment in Gotham when he happened to come across Batman. And so what he says is that over the next 2 weeks following the events of the first issue, the party animals escalate their offensive on Gotham, and in return, Batman escalates his offensive on them. Now, of course, the party animals are kind of like this rogue faction that's risen to prominence in Gotham, but nobody really quite knows what they want. But we'll get some answers to those questions as we get further through this. When we come across like Absolute Riddler and Absolute, Harvey Dent, Two-Face, before they become the villains they will inevitably become. But Alfred says he isn't everywhere, but he seems to know where their biggest attacks will be, and he meets them head on, like tonight at the aquarium. Now, one of the coolest things about this is that Absolute Batman is very similar to like Matt Reeves' Batman, right? He's unrefined, he's unpolished, he's not this prodigious fighter, he's not the greatest detective to ever live. He's literally a guy who's just kind of figuring it out and is just turned to vigilantism. So it's very much seemingly in the early days of his whole career. And truthfully, I love that, right? As much as I love the refined Batman who's like capable of 100 different fighting styles at one time and who can like solve every mystery like that, I do love having a Batman that is unrefined and is unpolished and doesn't really know exactly what he's doing. But Alfred also says he is incredibly capable and intelligent, because one of the things that goes on here is that in this fight, he talks about how Batman's clearly studied things like the art of war, right? That if you understand a battlefield, then you use the terrain to your advantage. And so as he's going against the party animals in this aquarium, that initially they seem to have the upper hand on him, right? That like, he has to come down eventually from the ceiling and they're in the water waiting on him. And so he takes a concentrated vinegar tablet, throws it into the water and turns it into hydrochloric acid, which basically sends the party animals running out of the aquarium. And of course, they're arrested by the cops. But what Alfred also says is that Batman has these stash houses all over the city. So clearly he's not operating in the same Batman capacity that we're familiar with, right? Just a giant cave under Wayne Manor with like all kinds of crazy tech gadgets, right? These $50,000 Facebook machines and so on, right? Just like these crazy devices. Instead, he really is almost kind of like a bootleg Batman, right? Because what Alfred says is he has not been able to pinpoint every single stash house Batman has, but he has been able to find most of them. And he says from his movement, he's plotted a line where the others might likely be located. And if anything, he's certainly committed to the bit, because what Alfred realizes is that in analyzing Gotham City and in analyzing these safe houses, they form a bat. So Batman's nothing else if not consistent and committed to this whole thing. But Alfred in turn gives us a little more perspective about what Bruce Wayne kind of gets up to outside of just like facing off against these criminals, the party animals and so on. He says when he's not the Bat, his routine is monastically tight. He goes to work, then vanishes into the shadows. There's a rumor he meets with the Red Hood, a suspected resistance group, but the truth is, he's a man alone. He even steers clear of his mother these days. He breaks from routine only once during these weeks to make a stop that catches me off guard, to visit Joe Chill, his father's killer. Now again, one of the things that was kind of covered in the first issue, but I imagine it'll probably be explored either in the next issue or the issue after, is the zoo, right? Because the idea was that Bruce Wayne, as most of you guys have noticed, is not like the super rich billionaire who comes from like a wildly capable family and all that kind of stuff. His mom was a social worker, his dad was a teacher, right? That he comes from like very modest means. And so he doesn't have all the money in the world to spend on all the most crazy advanced, technology and so on. But at the end of the day, the very core of Batman still remains the same. That while his father and mother were not killed in Crime Alley, his father was killed in a zoo. That his father was killed trying to protect kids, which is basically kind of falling in line with the philanthropic nature of Thomas Wayne as he's usually depicted within DC Comics. So a lot of these elements, right, a lot of the familiarity of Batman is still there. It's just reimagined. And one of the best ways ever, right? It's just, oh God, I love Absolute Batman. One of you guys made a really good point in saying that what makes Absolute Batman so good is that it's the perfect way to reimagine Batman in the modern era. But getting back into the story, one of the things Alfred talks about is the nature of Batman and his limitations, because seemingly Batman is just one long advance forward, and it can't necessarily work that way, not with any real measure of longevity. He says, another week in, my handler tells me I have to drop protections from Batman. They say he's become too volatile a factor, right? Because while Alfred is monitoring Batman and while he was sent on a mission to really deal more with like the party animals than anything else, but Batman's kind of beating him to the punch. He's almost kind of like this hidden benefactor, right? He's just sort of like, I put little things in place that basically help keep Batman safe, even though he doesn't fully know it. And that's what he talks about here. He says, his provocations have helped me form a new theory on who Sionis is, what he's a part of. I think about making my case, Sionis, of course, being the leader of the party animals. And Alfred says, instead, I remove the protections. Soon after, the party animals find his caves in the empty high-rise, just like I did. And that's what he kind of muses here, right? That when it comes to sort of any kind of military campaign, advance forward, rest and relaxation, because people need to rest, right? People cannot do a forward advance forever, right? I mean, eventually they will get tired, they'll be worn out, they won't be able to fight effectively. But what ends up happening is that when Alfred removes these things and when the party animals go after Batman, at the end of the day, it makes no difference. Batman keeps going anyway. And that's when Alfred realizes maybe that's all Batman really is, right? Just one gigantic advance forward, right? He never stops fighting no matter what, which means this guy's will is beyond anything that Alfred has ever seen in his life. And so at that point, you switch over to Jim Gordon. Now, we don't get a whole lot here, but we do get some pretty cool little tidbits that are absolutely worth covering within this story. And what ends up happening is that when Jim Gordon meets with Harvey Bullock and when he meets with like his daughter, right, Barbara, then initially they're just kind of having this little bit of a conversation where they're talking about actually like going after Batman. Now, at the moment, Jim Gordon is mayor of Gotham City, but the reality here is that the arrival of the party animals really seems to be what's disrupting his mayorship. Now, we'll talk about how that's not necessarily the case. That'll come from Harvey Dent here in a little while. But the reality is that the arrival of the party animals haven't done him any favors. Crime's higher than it's ever been. And it's one of the things that former Mayor Hill talks about here, right? That in the rise in crime, people have lost faith in the police. And so instead, they turn to a criminal to deal with crime, right? Of course, referring to Batman here. And that's why the Gotham City Police Department is putting their efforts in trying to capture Batman, right? Now, that's not new. Gotham City Police Department has been after Batman for years and years and years, no matter what universe you're in DC Comics. They're almost always trying to capture that guy. But what ends up happening is actually Martha Wayne shows up here. Now, this is one of the cool things, because remember, Martha was never killed, right? And that's one of the conversations that goes on between her and Jim Gordon, where they're just really old friends. They've known each other for an incredibly long time. And truth to tell, man, I dig this. I don't really know why. I don't know why it just hits me in this amazing way. But the idea that like Jim Gordon and Martha Wayne were really old friends and kind of like it's just what seems to be this gigantic, quote unquote, Bat family is all connected in some capacity, right? Traditional Batman villains actually started off as the friends of Bruce Wayne when he was a kid. They're friends still, despite not having actually become the villains that we're familiar with. Martha Wayne never died. She's the friend of Jim Gordon, right? Barbara Gordon, the daughter of Jim, is just a beat cop. I love this whole thing, right? It's amazing the way that this is done. It's incredible. And so they kind of talk about this, how the world has changed over the years since they were younger, right? The Jim Gordon sort of commiserates for a moment about when he found Bruce Wayne, that Bruce was actually in the Bat Sanctuary, right? When everything went down at the zoo, the bats almost seemed to attack him, and then that led to Jim Gordon finding him, hence Batman, basically bringing in the idea of a bat in order to instill fear in people. But the other part is they talk about like how much the world has changed, right? They're like, I mean, there was a time when, yeah, we were crazy. Like we thought we could change the world, failing to realize that if the world could be changed by a bunch of 20-year-olds, it already would have been changed, right? So again, kind of realizing the fact that the world is a very difficult place to change, right? To move around in any meaningful way. But more so than that, Martha talks about Bruce, because Jim asks, like, how's Bruce doing? And she's like, I don't really know, right? When he was a little kid, he would tell me everything, right? He would tell me everything that was going on in his life. I knew everything that was happening with him. Now, I don't. And what's so ironic about this is that this kind of stance of Bruce being very standoffish from his mom, keeping things hidden, is not that dissimilar from just general adolescence, right? I mean, all of you guys know that we've all been through it, right? That we're not our mama's boy or daddy's boy anymore, or our mama's daughter or daddy's daughter anymore, or anything like that. Like, we're becoming adults and we want all the benefits of adults with none of the drawbacks. And life doesn't work that way. But because we're coming into our own and because we're trying to figure ourselves out, we don't know who we are. We don't know what we want, and we certainly don't know where we're going in the world. It's all a gigantic, confusing mess, hormones and so on and so forth. It's literally emotional chaos in its most pure form. And so as we go through this phase in our lives, like, we really kind of isolate ourselves from our parents in a lot of different ways. Not in bad ways, but we just don't open up to them the way that we used to, because some things we just want to keep close to the vest. It helps us feel in control. And so following that, right, initially, like, Bruce Wayne's friends, they were sitting outside, they were waiting on him, and he just kind of yelled at his mom and said, just tell him I don't want to see him, that kind of thing, right? These, again, are all kind of flashbacks to what was going on in his youth, but it's really designed to sort of illustrate the fact that even after his adolescence, after the death of his father, going into the modern era where he's much, much older, it's all still very much the same. He's still very much closed off. And so following this, what you do is you pick up with a poker game. Now, there isn't really much of a hidden meaning behind this poker game other than the fact that it's all these different guys playing together. I would imagine the hidden meaning behind this is to show the close connection among all these friends, which will make it even more tragic when they start becoming villains. God, it's gonna be like the ending of Fox and the Hound, right? Like, we'll always be friends forever, right? Like, it's gonna be crushingly devastating. But as you guys can imagine, Edward Nygma is the tech guy, right? This guy is incredibly good with technology. Harvey Dent, right, an aspiring lawyer and really an existing lawyer, is very well put in with, like, the whole criminal sphere, or really the legal sphere, the whole legal system and everything. And the list goes on and on and on. The only person that's not here is Catwoman, right? Selina Kyle. The last they heard from her, there was a postcard sent from Cairo. But at the end of the day, what Bruce does is he brings in one of the helmets of the party animals. And this is cool because he talks about how he's basically helping to clean up, City Hall and that kind of thing. And so that's how he was able to access this, right? Lying to his friends about being Batman, essentially, which really begs the question, will he tell them? And if he does, is it possible they never become the villains that we're familiar with? Instead, they all join the Bat family, right? There is no Dick Grayson, there is no Jason Todd, there is no, Barbara Gordon becoming Oracle or anything like that. Then instead, like, Edward Nygma is Oracle, right? And, like, Wayland becomes the Red Hood. I mean, how dope would that be? Oh my God, dude, now that I think about it, man, how dope would that be? Oh God, I really hope that happens. Son, I really hope that happens. But in effect, right, like, what we end up learning, at least from Bruce Wayne's perspective, is that this is how the party animals know where everybody is. And it's why they don't hit the same place twice. Because what ends up happening is that it creates a kind of communication network between each member of the party animals, but more so than that, it creates a kind of line, right? He says, a geographical information system. It maps shared targets into a private GPS network, assigns different values, meaning if one knew how to decode it, one could possibly get a bead on where the party animals were going to show up next. Now, this is why I say it can kind of go either way with regards to these guys joining the Bat family and being aides or becoming villains. Because as time has progressed, they've all gotten involved in Gotham in different capacities. So with someone like Oswald, right, who's here, that Batman asked the question, right? He's like, high-tech, heavily armored, the party animals must be moving in on everyone's territory. Ozzy, do you know anything about this? And ultimately, like, Oswald kind of feels like Batman's asking, like, I'm in an atypical line of work, right? I mean, why would I be involved in that kind of thing, And it's kind of like, but I mean, if I was, I would probably tell you that they're not really moving in on anything in particular. But as far as I can tell, these guys are just out to wreck the city. The word is that Roman, right, that he kills everyone who meets and tries to make a deal. And that's it, which is the reason why the head of the party animals took out the Maroni and Falcone crime families, right? Like, they were dead and gone, right? They're out of the picture. And so at that point, the question kind of shifts over to Harvey Dent. What do you think's going on, right? Do you think this is potentially political, right? That is some kind of an attempt by way of like Jim Gordon or even like Mayor Hill to try to retake control or something along those lines? And the response of Harvey is he says that Jim Gordon was hurting before all of this chaos. It would basically be overkill to do all of this just to discredit Jim Gordon, literally and figuratively. And so he's like, my 2 cents, if this is political, it's about more than simply just power. There's something bigger going on here. And that's where Bruce asks, right? What's a bigger motivator than power? And that's where Harvey chimes in with this amazing statement where he's like, spoken like a true crime alley boy. Money, brother, the source, the chicken and the egg, both, right? If you have power, you have money, or if you have money, you have power. Which one comes first and which one matters more? It's really, really cool. And truth to tell, it's almost a little Edward Nygma, right? It's almost a little Riddler in terms of the ideology. And so that's where you continue with Harvey Dent's monologue, right? Where Batman throws down like 3 aces to beat Harvey Dent's 2 pair. And he's like, I mean, unless we're playing with jokers. And that's where Harvey says, jokers are never welcome here, Bruce. And he says, I never should have let you in on the pot. And look, I don't know if it has anything to do with the party animals, but from what I hear in the halls, Mayor Hill has been taking in a lot of capital, like a lot. This guy I know who works in his office, a young guy named Shady, he says Hill is riding high on the new purse that he calls, quote unquote, his golden chest, right? Where's this money coming from? No one seems to know, and no one wants to rock the boat. Nobody wants to flip that coin over and see what's on the other side. And so Batman does, right? He literally goes into Mayor Hill's office and then basically accesses a file, right, that says Arkham. And Ark is what a golden chest is also known as, hence Arkham. And so when he opens the folder, he's immediately met by a video that comes directly from seemingly, right, the head of the party animals. And he's just like, so here's the thing, man, we need to sit down and have a conversation. But there's a little bit of a catch. I notified the entirety of the Gotham City Police Department, and all my guys are surrounding this building. So if you want to talk, that's great. I'm 100% down for it. The only thing you have to do is survive long enough to do it. And it's dope because Batman, this is the ending I was telling you guys about. And so Batman slides all the way down to the bottom just to be met by the arrival of Alfred. Now, he doesn't really take Alfred overly serious. We know that from the ending of the last video, or at least part of the last video, when he literally just snatched the gun out of Alfred's hands after overpowering him and then took it, right? And then turned it into like a non-lethal weapon. Which was kind of dope. But he does give Alfred a moment to speak, right? He's like, I've come to believe that we can actually help each other here. Give me 30 seconds, right? And so ultimately, Batman does. But he's like, we need to get out of here, man. Like, we have someplace safe. I've got a car out back unless you have a car that we can use. And Batman's like, you're standing in it. They're in the Batmobile, ladies and gents, but it's not just any Batmobile. The Batmobile is a bulldozer. It's amazing because he just goes plowing through the cops. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Absolute Batman. Now, for those of you guys who are joining us for the very first time, as always, there will be a playlist at the end of the video that will help you get caught up on the last 2 videos that we've done because we're on issue number 3. And at the end of the last video, we essentially had Batman and Alfred Pennyworth momentarily working together. Because remember, in the Absolute universe, totally different from the main DC universe, Alfred Pennyworth is actually a mercenary, as opposed to like the kindly butler that takes care of Batman. And Alfred Pennyworth was introduced to this just gigantic bulldozer, dump truck, whatever. People in the comments of the last video were just like, nope, actually, it's a dump truck. Who cares? So like there's this giant thing, this gigantic vehicle that they're all riding in order to like get away from the cops as well as the party animals, because the party animals are kind of like the main bad guys here, so to speak. And we're actually going to learn a lot more about them over the course of this, which is going to be one of the coolest elements. But we're actually going to find out that Batman is in way over his head. And in fact, he's going to have to make this really shady deal. But once they essentially escape, right, and bust out, that Alfred Pennyworth makes this pitch to Batman. And it's really, really cool the way that he talks to me, because what he says is Black Mask, who's basically the leader of the party animals at this point, he offered you a deal. that means that he's ready to compromise because people don't offer deals when they're not ready to compromise. And he says, my guess is whatever he's been trying to achieve with these attacks in Gotham, it's almost done. And he says, I'm saying that you should meet him, agree to step down your fight, and I'll bet he'll lower the attacks on Gotham to almost nothing, maybe even stop them. You get to be the hero. And initially, Batman rejects this because in his mind, it's effectively quitting. But then Alfred kind of goes to explain the bigger idea that he has here, which is really a stroke of genius, but it is morally questionable on behalf of Batman. And he says, you would effectively save Gotham by saving lives through diplomacy, by being a grown-up. And if that's not enough, Black Mask serves some of the richest global plutocrats. This offer, it's probably for $100 million or more. So you take it and you can set Batman up as something real, something with impact. Now, here's the big thing about Absolute Batman in DC Comics. He's very reminiscent of Flashpoint Batman in the sense that while Absolute Batman has a few more resources at his disposal, it's very much a kind of bootstrap operation, right? I mean, it's not the grandiose, huge bat cave when, Bruce Wayne having billions of dollars to spend on all the stuff that he needs for gadgets and everything, right? It really is just Bruce Wayne flying by the seat of his pants. It's true vigilantism in every sense of the word. And so where Batman asks the question, what's in this for you? Alfred says, for Sionis to make the deal, he'll need to make transactions that will likely give my people all that they need on him. So me, I get to leave this city and you get to build Batman into something big. And that's where Bruce asks, so like Sionis just gets away with all of this? And the response of Alfred is, no, right? We'll use the intel that we have to bring him down. I can't promise that it'll be today or tomorrow or the day after, but we will be building a case and we will get him eventually. And so at the end of the day, it's just kind of one of these questions of, is Batman willing to momentarily step down his war against the party animals in Gotham, knowing party animals are going after political leaders, knowing that the party animals are sowing chaos and slowly sending Gotham down this descent into madness? If what he gains later on is a greater accomplishment than what he has now, right? Do the means justify the ends? And so at the end of this whole conversation, Alfred's just kind of like, okay, like we make a pretty decent team, find us some way out of here and we'll keep it going. And Batman just says the lever in front of you. When Alfred pulls it, he's ejected from the vehicle and Batman just goes down into the water and takes off back to what's essentially the Batcave. So in essence, it seems like he's rejecting Alfred's offer, right? And just kind of like, no, that's never going to happen. And morally, it makes sense, right? From a moral perspective, Batman's not the guy to abandon his war on crime, even for a moment. And even if it means that at some future point in time, the city could be better off. Now, you could argue that that's dogmatic. You could argue that it's short-sighted. However it is that you want to look at it, it's the stance that he takes. But at the end of this, there's this kind of huge revelation that's pretty phenomenal. And so what you end up doing here is you kind of jump back to Batman's past. Now, again, one of the things that Snyder's done up to this point with 3 issues is that he's just kind of like intermittently thrown these small little moments in with regards to the zoo shooting that took place at Gotham. And for those of you guys who didn't see the first video that we did, instead of Bruce Wayne's parents being killed in Crime Alley, as you're traditionally used to, that his father was killed in Gotham Zoo trying to protect Bruce and the class because his father was a school teacher. His mother's still alive and his mother is a social worker. Of course, she'll have a little bit of a bigger role in this story, but a lot of the traditional villains that you know for Batman, Killer Croc, the Riddler, people like that, they were actually friends when they were younger. And that's where Batman picks up with Selina Kyle here. And the story of Selina is not overly detailed, but what details we get are super tragic because one of the things you find out is that she had left her most recent foster home. In fact, this is her 4th home. And the question's asked by Bruce, like, what, why did you leave? Like, what happened? And initially she doesn't answer. And he's like, but it's important though, right? Because you're my friend, you matter to me, that kind of thing. And she's like, some people like the idea of a foster kid, but that's not the real thing. That's in a good case. This was a bad case. And so literally Bruce is just kind of like, what is that, like 3 homes in the last year? And she's like 4, and so ultimately Bruce kind of makes this offer, right? He's like, come stay with us, right? Like, I mean, my mom loves you, right? You could just kind of crash here for a little while, stay with our family. And Selina shoots it down. Now, here's the thing to understand, and I'm really kind of pulling this more from Nick Dragotta's art than anything else in the context. But in reality here, when you talk about people that have past traumas in that way, past struggles in that way, when something great comes their direction, they oftentimes reject it. And they don't reject it because they're mentally ill or anything like that. It's fear. Right? Fear is the most powerful emotion that exists in the world because people do terrible things out of fear and people can do great things out of fear. But it is an incredibly powerful motivator when it comes to people doing the things they do. And for someone like Selina in this situation, where time after time, being in a foster home, being rejected from that foster home, likely being abused in that foster home in some capacity, the offer given to her by Bruce, well, come stay with us, it feels too good to be true. And because it seems too good to be true, I just suddenly just be thrust into this impossible circumstance where everything she could ever need to worry about is suddenly gone. She rejects it because there's no way that can be a reality. Her historical reality denies that. It defies that, right? And so we as people are creatures of habit. We trust the past more than we trust the future. And so ultimately it's just kind of like, okay, right? She just kind of like sidesteps the whole thing. And it's like, let's go talk about something happy, right? Let's go do something. And Bruce kind of figures out that she's been leading him to a particular location. And ultimately they end up in a movie theater, right? And like they start playing Zorro. Now at that point, you switch back over to the present day with Edward Nygma, right? The Riddler. Again, a childhood friend of Bruce. They've been friends ever since. And what Nygma's done here is he's essentially built a robot of sorts, kind of an information database. Now, the cool thing about this, and depending on how it is that Scott Snyder chooses to handle this could be the early framework for Brainiac. It's very reminiscent of Brainiac, but seemingly Brainiac is a character that may or may not already exist because we've kind of seen glimpses of him in the Absolute Superman comics. And we don't really know the chronology of which comic takes place at what point in time. So we don't know if Absolute Batman predates Absolute Superman, if they're happening concurrently. We don't know where Wonder Woman fits in. It's all kind of I wouldn't say mess, but a mystery at this point, which I'm kind of digging. And so seemingly when Nygma is talking to Bruce about all of this, Bruce tells him like, I came to talk to you, but Nygma's like, he is me and you and everyone. He contains about 4/5 of all human knowledge and counting. So ask him questions. And literally Batman's just kind of like, I mean, does he have a name? And that's where Nygma's like, I mean, I was thinking Al after Alan Turing, the Library of Alexandria, and as a visual play on AI. But now I'm just thinking something with riddles. Riddle Man, because the great riddle of humanity is how to live forever. And we all exist inside this dude. But nonetheless, ask your questions. And so what ends up happening is Batman asks him, how do the helmets of the party animals work? Now, that's one of the caveats of the party animals in Gotham, this organization where no one seems to know the identity of the people who were involved, that they all wear these helmets, that no one really knows how the helmets themselves work, but it seems to create a kind of information database that all the members of the party animals use. It's how they're so incredibly organized and structured. It's how they pull off their campaigns with seemingly the greatest of ease, either that or incredibly high-level planning or a combination of all of the above. And that's where the robot says the mask has 3 functions. 1, it completely obfuscates the wearer's identity from all global or local deciphering means. 2, it creates a wallet for the wearer connected to a highly protected private network of cryptocurrency called the Black Coin. And 3, as you know, it provides objectives and targets for the wearer with different valuations. And the question here is, what do you mean by valuations? And this robot says arson, robbery, murder, each has a different value in Blackcoin, but we're talking tens and hundreds of thousands. Members can get quite wealthy quite fast. Now, what we don't know here is how the hierarchy is determined, which is to say, only these individuals are allowed to commit high-value crimes. These individuals here commit low-value crimes. If it's based on seniority, right? So like the new guys, they commit robberies, right? The guys who have been established, they get the money because they get to commit the murders, like that kind of stuff. We don't know if it works or if it's like a volunteer system, right? If they're just like, yeah, I mean, we'll all do it. And the more people you have committed to an act, the more likely it is that act is to occur. And so Batman's question is like, how would somebody disrupt this network? And ultimately, he gets the answer he doesn't want to hear, right? The network is far too expansive for anyone to bring down. You could take out a local server, but the network is satellite based. There are deposits of these masks all over the world. Hundreds, maybe thousands of members. So the only way to take it down is to take out that satellite itself. And where Bruce is like, I mean, there has to be a way to do this. But ultimately the robot's like, there's not. There is no single way to do this. And we're assuming it's a singular satellite, right? We're not assuming that there's dozens, if not potentially hundreds of these satellites out there, all organized and structured. So if you were to destroy one, that because of redundancies built into the software or what have you, all of them can just continue operating as normal. And so that's where Enigma's like, man, just destroy the mask and forget about it. But one of the things that I hope you guys are starting to notice about all this is seemingly the walls are closing in on Bruce. There's only so much that he can do here, and he's starting to figure that out. Because at that point, he gets a phone call from Harvey Dent. And he's like, I looked into what you asked me to look into, right? The Arkham fund, though it could get me fired for doing that. But he says, a lot of the funding comes from a company called JK Holdings, highly diversified subsidiaries across the globe. But one specialty is building secure facilities, private prisons. And not just ordinary ones either. These are black sites off the books that no one knows about. And these sites, they've got investments from biotech pharmacies, even genomic firms. Whatever's happening at these places, it is not good. So we're talking what is essentially individuals being locked up, likely biological experiments on people being given powers. And so I would go so far as to argue that somebody like Killer Croc will become Killer Croc because he'll be tossed in one of these prisons and experimented on. But there's also going to be another character that's going to be teased here that I'm really excited to see how they would appear in Absolute Batman, assuming they appear at all, because we don't definitively know. But what you end up doing here is switching over to the former Mayor Hill, because this is an election year in the city of Gotham. So former Mayor Hill is running for election, and then Jim Gordon is, I believe, running for re-election. I could have those two things switched, but effectively, they're running against each other. And so Hill meeting up with Commissioner Harvey Bullock, this is initially believed by Bullock to be basically Hill trying to get his endorsement, right? You know, with that nickel slick smile and the politicians' manipulations, right? And basically saying like, I need you to go out in front of the city of Gotham and tell them that like, I'm the guy they should vote for, right? That kind of thing. But ultimately Hill's like, actually, no, that's not really what this is. I mean, I wouldn't mind having your endorsement, but I want you to meet somebody. And so what happens is Hill brings Harvey into the ship itself, and Harvey comes face to face with Roman Sionis. Now, here's another really cool thing, and this isn't really the big character that I was talking about, but it is kind of a nice little throwback from Scott Snyder. So Sionis is actually kind of engaged in, I guess, a practice wrestling match of sorts with a guy named Bibbo Babowski. Now, Babowski back in the day was actually the biggest fan of Superman in DC Comics. At least he was post-Crisis. I don't know if that's the case right now with like New 52 and DC Rebirth, but like it's a nice little throwback, right? It's a nice little bit of a thing there. I mean, it's not an overly huge deal, but Sionis is able to kind of like hold his own against this guy and clearly outmatch this guy. But the discussion is really, really cool, because what happens is Harvey's just kind of like, okay, like, what's the deal with all of this? And that's where Sionis is like, make yourself at home, right? And where the question's asked, like, what's with the mask? The response of Sionis is like, well, it's just for anonymity. I have a lot of enemies in my line of work. And he says, I'm a professional pacifist. And by pacifist, I mean, I help bring peace to troubled areas around the world. Good places being taken advantage of by bad people. And your city, it could use some peace these days. Under your boss, Jim Gordon, some very bad people, they're tearing Gotham apart. And where Harvey takes offense to this and like initially goes to leave, the response of Black Mask is, no, I'm not disrespecting the memory of Jim Gordon, or Jim Gordon's not dead, but I'm not disrespecting the legacy of Gordon in his time as mayor. Jim Gordon's a good man. We can all agree on that. And you two were cops together. I get that. That's a very, very close bond. But the fact is, the party animals are degenerates, young, godless, believing in nothing. They're filth. And they're growing in number. Between them and this Batman, the city of Gotham is quite literally falling apart at the seams. You have to get things under control now, or it'll all fall apart fast. Hearts and minds, soft laws, you know what all that leads to. And that's where Harvey's just like, war. right? Like it all leads to war. And that's where Sionis is like bingo, right? I've seen it happen in cities all over the world. I grew up in one. Now I hear you requested 4 RVs and 1 air. My people can get you 10 and plenty of choppers, all through state channels, all above board. So how about it? What do you say? And seemingly they strike a deal together. And so that's when you switch over to Bruce kind of learning this dark secret of Gotham and learning the reality of the world in which he lives, where essentially Alfred Pennyworth gives this narration that kind of provides the answers and the context to what Bruce is looking at. Because Alfred just kind of asks, like, are your eyes open yet, Bruce? Again, a kind of monologue here where he's not talking to Bruce directly, but he's like, are you starting to see the pieces? They call them arcs, these black sites, secret, unregulated prisons run in conjunction with other governments around the world. Arc A was the first, the prototype in Santa Prisca. Clearly Bane, or hopefully Bane, is going to become a part of the Absolute Batman mythos. And I'm excited to see what Absolute Bane would look like. I don't know. I have no idea what that would be like, but like I really want to see it, right? Arc B is in Russia, which seemingly indicates KG Beast. Arc C is in China. And where Bruce is kind of looking at this, he's just sort of like, what in the world? And that's where Alfred's like, wherever you are, I hope it's finally coming into focus. Arc M, the biggest yet, is planned for Gotham. Look at it, Bruce. Look at what you're up against and all that you could lose. And again, you kind of switch back to this moment when they were in the movie theater, right? When they were watching Zorro as kids. And initially Bruce wants to leave, but like all of his friends show up and they're like, no. We're watching this movie from beginning to end, right? And his mother's sitting all the way back in the theater, just kind of watching them all, hang out and socialize with each other. But it's designed to illustrate the closeness that Bruce has with everybody, right? With his friends that care so much about him, with his mother, who of course loves him. You switch over to this moment where he has a conversation with his mom after seemingly observing everything that he saw with Arc M. And in turn, like his mom's of course kind of like, okay, like, I mean, I'm glad you're here, but like there's a look of worry on your face, like what's going on? And you actually find out that she's stepping in as Jim Gordon's deputy mayor, which terrifies Bruce Wayne because of the fact that there are so many people that would be coming after her, right? Like the party animals will try to kill her if she doesn't step aside and allow the party animals to do their thing. And because Jim Gordon stands in the way of the party animals and they went after him, they're definitely gonna go after her. So Bruce is worried about that. But the stance of his mom is really kind of the Alfred Pennyworth type thing that you would expect, right? Where she's like, I mean, I could like not do this. And I could stay safe and I could leave the city and I could go somewhere else. But what kind of person would I be if I did? Right? It's not just about the city of Gotham. It's also about me, what I stand for, what I value. And what I value is truth and honesty and doing the right thing. I would be betraying those values if I didn't do any of those things. So sure, I know that I'm putting myself in the crosshairs, but in order to make something better, sometimes you're gonna have to put yourself in the crosshairs, right? Nothing ever comes easy in this world if it's worth it. And so ultimately Bruce is kind of like, okay, like there's nothing I can do to convince her that this is a bad idea. So that's when you switch back to Alfred, right? And Alfred says you cannot protect them, Bruce. It doesn't matter how brave you are or how skilled you are or even how right you are. There's only one thing you can do to keep them safe, and that's accept the reality of the world that you are in. Look around past your fists at all the people who get hurt. Look up past the towers, the satellites, at the forces at work, a whole sky tilted against you, and then look down past your feet and at how far you could fall and do the only good thing that you can. And so that's when you switch over to a kind of televised program where Hill running for mayor is just kind of like, Gordon's vision has failed the city of Gotham, right? And it's failed you as a citizen of Gotham. Like I have the endorsement of Commissioner Harvey Bullock and the Gotham City Police Department. It's time for us to take Gotham back together. Now, this is where you start to realize how shady he is, because the shooting at Gotham City Zoo, right, in the same way that the deaths of Thomas and Martha in the main DC universe were like this kind of huge event, right? Like, oh my God, like ultra wealthy people were killed. That's a massive thing, right? As opposed to the any number of just regular Joes who die every day, that it receives special attention. Because as the Joker said in The Dark Knight, It's not supposed to happen that way. And so there's this kind of vigil that happens every year, right? Where they basically have this kind of memorial light that gets turned on to commemorate and remind everybody of the fact that it happened. And it kind of brings everybody together, if only momentarily, right? What Hill says is tomorrow marks the anniversary of one of the most violent days in city history, the Gotham Zoo shooting. I propose that this year, for the first time since that tragedy, we do not turn on the memorial light. It would be a mockery to see it right in the sky with blood running in our streets. And while he's talking, you have like these reporters, right? And they're like, and amidst all of this, people are wondering, where's Batman? How will he respond? Now, this is a very particularly, I wouldn't say intriguing, but political move by Hill in this campaign. The reason being because that light represents unification. It represents a terrible thing happened to our city. And we are remembering that that thing happened because as long as we remember it, we can do what we can to make sure that it never happens again. But once you stop remembering a thing, it fades into the background, right? In political speak, people's memory is only ever one election long. And so in this instance, people don't remember what happened way back when enough time passes and the beacon stops being lit. And so it's just kind of a way for Hill to kind of remove that unification that the citizens of Gotham would have. And as Napoleon Bonaparte learned and taught the entirety of human history, a divided country is an easily conquerable country. And so in this instance, a divided Gotham is an easy to conquer Gotham. Now, I imagine Mayor Hill, or potentially Mayor Hill, is putting himself in a position where he hopes that he can capitalize on this and become a kind of like ruler of Gotham. I could imagine, like most any politician, he's a means to an end. And when the campaign of the party animal succeeds, if it does, they're going to clip this guy, right? Like he's going to sleep with the fishes. Be curtains for Hill, which I couldn't be sad about the fact that it would happen. And so ultimately you have Batman communicating with Sionis using one of his masks. Now, of course, he's not showing his face, but Sionis is like, that's right, man, $200 million to stand down as Batman for 1 week. And I'll make sure we go a little bit easier on Gotham City than we normally would. Now, I can't see you, but I hope you're smiling just thinking about it, thinking about all the good that Batman can do with that kind of money. The cars, the weapons, the tech. He'll be something larger than life, something epic. And where Sionis keeps talking, Bruce Wayne just simply says, enough, I'll take the deal. I know, you guys have been wondering where Absolute Batman is. Well, we are here with issue number 4, and I will say ahead of time, the art in this comic is a little janky. And because of how it's written, it can be a little difficult to follow. But what this does, being the, I guess, new origin of Absolute Batman, is this picks up in the aftermath of the death of Bruce Wayne's father. And of course, being here in court, he actually gets the opportunity to address Joe Chill directly. Now, it's an interesting choice because while the circumstances of really only his father dying is different than what we're traditionally used to. He was killed in a zoo as a school teacher, Joe Chill was on hard times, and so on and so forth. We still don't know fully why it was Joe Chill did it in the first place. And so what ends up going on is that where the judge tells Bruce, this isn't something that I normally do, I'll give you the opportunity to do it anyway due to the extreme nature of this crime. So what is it that you have to say? And that's when you jump over to Gotham City itself. And this is where kind of the jankiness of the artwork comes into play. And that's what this comic is going to do. It's actually going to bounce around a lot. And that's where some of the difficulty in following it really comes into play, but it's not too terrible. And you kind of get into a rhythm as time goes on. And so what goes on in the city of Gotham at this point in time is there's this gang, right, of like, 9 or 10 guys who end up approaching some of the local citizens. The reason why is because while Gotham City itself is ran by the Maroni and Falcone crime family, what this story does is it takes place before any of the stuff that's happening in the present day. So again, effectively a flashback. And so the Maroni and Falcone crime families still run things. They're not dead yet, but Gotham is kind of sliced up, right? You have small little gangs that run these little areas here and there. In this instance, this gang is running the section where the people, or at least this woman, one of the tenants, won't pay up. And they kind of try to guilt her into it, right? Why don't you care about the neighborhood? Doesn't the neighborhood matter to you? That sort of thing. Because obviously, if it did matter to you, you would pay up. Now, of course, she goes so far as to say that, of course, the neighborhood matters, that her mother grew up here, she has 3 girls in school here, that sort of thing. But what this guy says is that, in essence, it's protection money, right? If you're not willing to pay up, well, I mean, there won't really be anybody to keep this area safe. And any number of tragedies could befall you guys if you just don't pay the money. And as an example, they push her over the edge of the building. And they're like, this could be any one of you. This could happen to any one of you at any point in time, walking home, that sort of thing. So just something to think about when you guys decide that you don't want to pay up. Fear is a very powerful motivator. The problem with this is that when she gets pushed over, Batman rescues her. Now, what ends up going on is while Batman does that, these guys don't really fully understand what's happening, but Bruce Wayne shows up here in a pretty brutal way. Now, this is where you kind of get this flashback to the early days, because again, this is Bruce Wayne, but it's him first becoming Batman, or at least that seems to be the case. Again, it can be a little difficult to kind of follow through with here. But one of the cool things about this is that unlike the main DC universe, when Bruce Wayne first becomes Batman, and he's very primitive in terms of his appearance, wearing some measure of like a head wrap bandana, something along those lines, not really the most polished fighter that we've ever seen. In the absolute universe, he really leans way more into fear than he normally does in the main DC universe. So much so that he attacks these guys wearing prosthetic teeth. Of course, he has little claws on his arms and hands and things like that, but by all standards of measurement, he's like a physical bat. And so again, it's really cool to see him in this pretty wild way, because he gets the upper hand on these guys quite readily. Now, of course, there is the fear element to this, and we'll talk about that here actually right now, because what it does is it sort of flashes back to before the death of Bruce Wayne's dad. And there was kind of an assignment that they were working on, which is really what got them into the zoo in the first place. And again, we'll sort of, circle back around to that towards the end, because it all sort of wraps together. But the Young Engineers competition is a competition that's held at the zoo this year, right? And he says a lot of their animals come from distressed areas. So we have to build a bridge for a place like that, but it has to be themed around some kind of an animal. Now, the bridge itself, of course, is not really for the animals, as you can imagine. It's more for the people, but it's providing resources to people that otherwise simply don't have them. And so at the end of the day, Bruce is kind of like, okay, I mean, what do you initially think? And his dad's like, it's big. And Bruce says, that's the idea. Bats are intimidating. I made the piers super high, reinforce them. They're gates all along. And his dad's just kind of like, right? And that's where Bruce is like, I mean, what do you mean? And his dad's response is, well, we're not really aiming for intimidating here. This is a resource to be provided to people. We're not necessarily giving it to them to instill fear in other people. We're giving it to them as a tool to use in order to achieve a goal. In the same way that a fork or a spoon is not designed to be intimidating. But what Bruce says is it'll make people inside feel safe, protected, and it's strong. I tested it, it's up to 30 pounds. And so his dad's like, okay, I'm kind of proud of you here, that sort of thing. Good luck with this, right? And so again, that's when you switch back over to Batman. In this instance, he's got a gun pointed at one of these guys. Now, of course, when the other henchmen show up, Batman essentially takes off. But that's when he goes into kind of a personal monologue, right? In his early days as Batman, he says, this is all wrong. What are you doing, Bruce? Right, kind of talking to himself. And he's like, it's all just theatrics. The face paint, the voice disorienter, silicone fangs loaded with paralytic, and this handgun, they're street criminals. The most desperate scare off 10 thieves. Others will take their place. It's not enough. Batman needs to do more. He needs to think bigger. So build him bigger, Bruce. It's really interesting here because, again, that's kind of the fundamental cornerstone of Batman as a character in DC Comics, that regardless of which iteration you're talking about, if we're talking about speeding bullets when Superman becomes Batman, right? Like Bruce Wayne doesn't exist, that Superman's adopted by the Waynes instead of the Kents and so on and so forth, or we're just talking about good old-fashioned Bruce Wayne. The root of all of this is that fear is the motivator for preventing people from committing crimes, that the fear that Batman instills outweighs their motivation for committing the crime in the first place. But it's also one of those really interesting caveats too, because in times of desperation, people will believe what they want to believe, and whatever justification they need to engage in their illicit activities, they will engage in. They'll find that justification. And so for a lot of these people out there, as Bruce Wayne illustrates here, being so incredibly desperate, they're willing to take the risk of getting caught or invoking the wrath of Batman because the possibility of succeeding means they can eat another day, or it means that they can pay money to whoever it is they owe money to in order to get those individuals off their backs. Now, of course, that takes into account personal responsibility and accountability and different things along those lines, but the fact remains, it is still a cornerstone that fear is the root of Bruce. And so what he does is he kind of addresses how it is that Gotham is able to achieve a lot of the criminal activity that it does. And he says, the pipeline comes up from Florida, where guns and farm laws are loosened. They call it Orange Blossom Special. 80% of illegal weapons ride into Gotham. The gangs in the row get almost all their guns and pills on the Orange Blossom Special. The material comes up in produce trucks because weight records are less exact. Citrus mostly. They say the guns smell like oranges when they fire. All of it comes to Gotham through checkpoints run by the Maronis and Falcones. The families shift the hot point each month to avoid raids. Raids they know are coming anyway. And that's where he's just kind of like, look at these guys, right? I mean, they do it all in plain sight, and why not? They've got cops and judges and politicians all in their pockets. So even if they get caught, none of it matters. They're just too large to simply take down. And so that's where, again, tying into the primitive nature of Bruce, we do see this depiction of the Batmobile, but it's just a little mini RC car style Batmobile. But do not let that fool you, because as most of you guys know, Batman's toys are incredibly deadly. And so what you end up getting are these guys driving this truck. Batman's just like standing there in front of them in the middle of the tunnel, and they're just kind of like, what in the world? And then they actually go to run him over. He pulls the trigger on the remote control device, and it basically implements a kind of hydraulic press from the bottom that sends the truck flying up through the ceiling of the tunnel, right? And he's like a bottle jack, an RC Roadster loaded with 4,600 kV, some black paint, all for under $1,000. Now this feels better, because that's kind of what he shoots for. And you guys know that, right? I mean, The Dark Knight Rises really kind of highlighted that perfectly. Theatricality and deception, powerful agents to the uninitiated. These guys don't really know what Batman is. They don't fully understand what Batman is. And so to the less educated and to the less experienced, and those who really see Batman as almost something of a myth, at least they will in the future, for right now, it's just a crazy guy running around, that it almost kind of takes on an identity of its own, right? So it all appears to be this grandiose thing. He's wildly capable, incredibly dangerous. Let's not mess with that guy. This is exacerbated by the fact when one of the guys gets out of the truck, Batman beats the crap out of him in the most brutal fashion imaginable. Now, he doesn't necessarily kill the guy, but this guy will certainly be drinking his food through a straw for the rest of his life. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things. Sure, Batman doesn't kill you, but you wish he did by the time he gets done. It's that sort of thing. But that's when you switch back over to the flashback with his father. And Bruce says, I think I figured it out. And his dad's like, really? And Bruce says, yeah. And he says, bats adapt. Besides rodents, there are actually more bat species than any other mammal on Earth. Why? Because they use echolocation to map an area. They learn it and they adjust to succeed there. This version, the pilings are adjustable. The deck is on rotators. The girders can extend. And his dad's just kind of flabbergasted by this, right? Just the level of thought that Bruce put into this sort of bridge device. And where Bruce asks, like, do you think it'll win? His dad says, I don't really know. But all that matters is that you feel it's the best that you can do, that it shows what's special about a bat at its core. And that's where Bruce responds with this incredibly prolific statement. He's like, how do you know what anything is at its core? And his dad responds and says, sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's trial and error. And he says, before you were born, I wanted to become a doctor, a heart surgeon. Obviously, this is a call out to the main DC Universe Thomas Wayne, who became a surgeon, right? He was a doctor, essentially. And when Bruce asks why, he says, when I was a kid, my dad, your grandpa, he drove the G39 bus route 6 days a week. On his day off, the two of us would go down to the amusement mile, walk out on the pier and sort of enjoy it. But he says one day my dad just fell over and died. And that was it, right? Now, he knew his dad had died just by looking at his face. Of course, there was a part of him that didn't necessarily want to believe that, but it was the fear of being left alone. And that's a true statement, right? You know, whether we are 5 years old or we're 35 years old, our parents are by and large our kind of support system, right? So when we lose them prematurely, it's like the bottom falls out of life. That support system's gone. And you're literally just kind of flying by the seat of your pants. You have to sort of catch yourself and get yourself back out there. But that sense of safety never, ever really comes back. And so the idea that Thomas Wayne's father had died from a massive coronary, that Thomas sort of just kind of did some sitting down, and his initial inclination to be a doctor was actually a byproduct of a much deeper desire, which was to ensure that no other children out there would experience the same kind of thing he did. And this is a fantastic juxtaposition between the road that Thomas took and the road that Bruce took. Because as you guys know, Bruce Wayne ends up losing his father in the exact same way that Thomas Wayne did. I mean, not necessarily by way of a heart attack, but as a sudden loss. And that as a result of that, instead of going on to become an individual who engages in what is in effect a philanthropic profession, right? Doing nothing more than helping other people's lives become better, what Bruce does is he beats the crap out of people. He lashes out at the world, disguised as a bat, all under the auspices of not wanting anybody else to suffer that way. And while the motivations are the same, the paths are entirely different. And so it really kind of raises the question, would Thomas be proud of his son, right? Would he be proud of the person that Bruce Wayne became? And I would argue, probably not. You know, I don't know if he'd go so far as to say, I'm ashamed of you, boy, but he would certainly sort of look at him with a little bit of a skewed look. And it's just like, really? This is what you made of our deaths? This is the road you took? So again, you know, what he says is that I realized that my desire to be a doctor was really just about wanting to prevent other kids from feeling what I felt that morning. So again, as a teacher, it allows him to give children the feeling of safety by preparing them for how to make it in the world. And that kind of gives Bruce Wayne reason to sort of rethink, you know, what his motivation was. But that's when you flash back, or at least kind of jump to the trial, right, where he has the chance to speak to Joe Chill. And he says, I know that Mr. Chill gets to make a statement today, but before that, I wanted to say that I've had a moment to think about everything that happened that day. And I just wanted to say what it was that I realized. Now, this is incredibly tragic. And I would say, honestly, what he says here perfectly encapsulates everything that makes Batman, Batman. Because he says that morning, it was so perfect. I'd won the engineering trip for our class, and I was walking into the zoo with my friends, and we were laughing about how weird the giraffes were, their tongues all long and black. But the best part was my dad. I was playing it like I didn't notice, but behind me, I caught glimpses that he was so proud of me. And I knew in that moment, I knew that this was as happy as it ever gets. I wanted it to stay that way. I never wanted to leave that moment. And that's when you kind of, again, do this sort of jump back and forth, where he's talking to his dad about the bridge that he built. And he says, I think maybe I was still coming at it wrong, Dad. I was thinking about the bridge, not the people. That's where you start. The people, they just want to live, to flourish. But this place, like the assignment says, it's been hit by disaster, maybe natural, but more likely man-made. In any event, it's all in trouble. The people, brave face or not, they've got to be worried about what's going to happen. They look around and they see things falling apart. They're hurting. They're feeling like no one sees them, like they're at the mercy of all these forces that seem beyond their control. Powerless. Some are angry at everyone who let them down, and some are scared and hunkering. And again, this is kind of a comparison that Gotham City is a third world country with first world paint slapped all over it. But at the end of the day, Gotham's not much better off than a lot of these war-torn territories that are out there. People are struggling, trying to make ends meet every single day. People get killed every single day, that every day is a fight for survival. And so again, you kind of get this momentary jump back where he says, you killed that happiness, Mr. Chill, forever, right? That moment that he had with his father. I'm not staying for anything that you have to say. I don't care what made you do what you did. I just need you to know that I hate you. I absolutely despise you. And so that's where the motivation for Bruce Wayne becoming Batman comes from. Because while he's out there in the world on this kind of journey following the death of his father, he sees bats, and he kind of harkens back to the tragedy of his own life, that he created a bridge modeled after the adaptability of bats, that bridge won them the engineering contest, they got a trip to the zoo, his father died at the zoo, it all kind of ties together. And so that's when you kind of get this moment talking to his dad where he rebuilt everything, and he says, what I'm saying with this bridge is that maybe in another place and time, something else would be enough. But here, in this place, at this moment, their bat needs to be all of it, plus more. And he says it should be intimidating, but even more so like scary. And it should be more adaptable than ever. It should map further than before, roosting in all sorts of new places, just taking spots over. And whereas dad's like, show me what you've built, he's a little sketchy about it, but ultimately he reveals it to him. This really, really cool flexible bat design, right? The bridge that he designed. He says, it's got everything the other designs had, but this one, it's got one extra feature. It flies. And that's important because it's lightweight, it's foldable, so we can be dropped from a plane and parachute down. So the people can just set up the bridge themselves. There's instructions that are even written on it. So they don't have to rely on the powers that be. We don't take this bridge that we've designed, hand it to their governments, and then in turn, the government decides what to do with it. And most likely, figure out a way to weaponize it or turn it into some sort of a military product. Instead, it goes directly to the people who need it. And in turn, it'd be a tool to use however they need. They don't have to rely on the powers that be to set it up. It makes the bridge theirs. They can use it for aid, for defense, even for offense. And so what you end up doing is switching over to this moment when Batman is watching all these citizens of Gotham, specifically the ultra wealthy, these individuals who feed off of those poor people in Gotham, the individuals struggling, right? And you have all these instances of politicians who speak publicly about wanting to make sure that Gotham City is a better place, that the citizens of Gotham have all the resources they need, while in these private kind of wine and dine type situations, the truth of what they really stand for comes out, which is they care more about the ultra wealthy that can give them money. And even with the police being on the take, it really kind of drills home this idea that the police that exist out there in the city of Gotham do not exist to protect the citizens. They exist to protect the wealthy and the powerful from the citizens. So again, it's really fascinating, right? When you see how Gotham City is really, really dark, but still matches a lot of what we know about the city of Gotham from DC Comics. I would go so far as to argue there isn't much differentiation between these two versions of Gotham, the main DC universe and the one that you see here, which really I think speaks to how crazy Gotham City is and all the kinds of banana stuff that goes on there. But what you end up doing is picking up with Bruce Wayne when he goes to visit Joe Chill at the ending of this story. And seemingly Joe Chill had maybe some kind of piece of information or something along those lines, but Bruce arrives here and the only thing he says is, you had something that you wanted to say. So I'm fascinated to see what the conversation between Bruce and Joe Chill looks like. But again, this issue was a little janky in terms of the art style and the ability to follow. It kind of took me by surprise when I cracked it open. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Absolute Batman, and holy cow. Dude, this Absolute Batman is phenomenal. This is the best Batman's been for quite some time in DC Comics. So what this does here is this initially picks up seemingly in the aftermath of everything with Bruce's dad being killed. right? And of course, he's basically there with Leslie Tompkins, which is kind of cool to see that Leslie's such a long-standing figure in Bruce's life. Now, she's not really the behind the scenes helping the, superheroes deal with their injuries type of nurse, because again, we don't really know if absolute Superman, absolute Wonder Woman, absolute Batman, if they all share the same reality. I'm curious to see when that crossover happens, and I'll be excited when it does, if it ever does. But still, she's still there as just kind of a support figure in Bruce's life, right? So she basically, inoculates him, right, in order to make sure that he's not infected by any rabies or anything like that when it comes to bats. And, at the end of the day, it kind of switches over momentarily to this funeral for his dad. And that's one of the things that kind of goes on with Absolute Batman, right? It bounces back and forth between the death of his father and how Bruce, kind of copes and all that kind of stuff. But at that point, we jump to the present day. Now, at the end of the last video, what Bruce had essentially done was taken a bribe, a $200 million bribe. The idea is that he would stand down temporarily and he would do nothing to stop the party animals, right? This rogue group that basically took up residence in Gotham and is, causing all kinds of pandemonium and mayhem. And that during that time, they would just be allowed to operate essentially with impunity, because as it stands right now, the cops can't really do anything to stop him. And even if the cops could stop them, most of the cops in Gotham seem to be on the take. So they have no real reason to stop them. As long as the coffers stay full, there's no reason to act. And so you get this really cool monologue from Alfred, because remember, he's a mercenary who's really here kind of monitoring Batman more than anything. And he says, Batman revs the engine as he rounds 27th, revs it louder at 39th, taunting them to try him. But they all just watch and they let him pass. Because remember, it's kind of a ceasefire, right? Batman stays away, they stay away from Batman, and they do their own thing. And he says, look at him. He's daring them to blow up the deal. Some part of him wants them to, I'm sure. But the bike has a tracker. Watching that dot, I half expect him to do it himself, drive right past the meeting spot, but he doesn't. Instead, he stops right where he's supposed to and goes into the building. Now, the crazy thing about this, and this is what's kind of wild here, is that Alfred supports the decision that Batman's making. Even though, again, the two of them rarely ever have any contact and Alfred's monitoring him, Alfred's handlers hit him up and say, we have everything that we need. It's time for you to bail out. And the idea behind Alfred's mentality here is that Bruce taking the money and standing down will momentarily put Gotham in jeopardy. But what it will also allow is for the handlers of Alfred to gather information, essentially building a case. And that when that happens, they can take all that information, round up the party animals, and then ideally bring them to justice. But as we're going to see, things kind of take a bit of a different turn, because at that point you switch back over to Jim Gordon, right, as he's having a conversation with Bruce Wayne's mom. Now, of course, again, Bruce Wayne's mom is very politically active. She did survive, right? She wasn't there when Bruce's dad was killed at the zoo and all that kind of stuff. And again, we'll do a bit of a refresher here in a second for those of you guys who need it, in case you're a little forgetful about what happened. But ultimately, where Gordon was running for mayor, he essentially lost against Mayor Hill. And Mayor Hill, as he's shown here, is essentially a very corrupt guy, right? He is working with the party animals. And one of the big things that he had done is they had shut off the light, a kind of memorial that goes on every year on the anniversary of the massacre at the zoo, which cost Bruce Wayne's father his life. But this time it's not being done. And it's one of these small little instances where it's almost an Animal Farm type thing, right? Well, we're gonna make this change, we're gonna make that change, but the changes are in the benefit of everybody, right? And before you know it, the pigs are dressed like animals and the horses sent off to the glue farm. If you never read Animal Farm, it's one of the most phenomenal books of all time. But the bigger point and the message that it sends out here is that little by little, small things that kind of create a unified society in Gotham are being removed. So you can have a divided society, because a divided society is much easier to conquer and control than a united one. And so with this whole thing unfolding and seemingly Gotham falling apart at the seams, even if only on a political level, Jim Gordon tells, Martha that he's sorry, right? That this thing kind of stinks. And Martha sort of hits him up and is like, hey, look, sometimes these things are unfavorable, right? Sometimes it just works out that way. And they have a little bit of a conversation back and forth about the first time that they met, that Martha was basically protesting. Jim Gordon had actually arrested her, and then when he was supposed to book her, he let her go and then gave her money for a new sign. And she says, my point to telling you all of this and going down memory lane is that yes, most times in Gotham, people surprise you in awful ways, but sometimes, once in a blue moon, they surprise you in good ones too. Now get up. because we still have a battle to fight. Just because he's the mayor doesn't mean that we still can't have some measure of an impact on Gotham. And Jim Gordon's response here is a really interesting one. He's like, I get what you're saying and I appreciate that, but you misunderstand. I was talking about the zoo, the memorial light that happens every year. I'm sorry they're not lighting it this year because honestly, I told Bruce that we would. I'm essentially breaking a promise. And that's when you jump back, right, to Bruce having a conversation with Jim Gordon when Bruce is a little kid. And it's kind of interesting because Jim sits down with Bruce and he's like, I'm not really good at this kind of thing, right? I'm not good at the emotional stuff and the lovey-dovey type thing, right? Being vulnerable and exposing his feelings, but he says, I wanted to say, I've seen a lot of brave acts in my life, but I haven't known very many brave people. Your dad, he was one of them. He's sort of shone with it, right? I see that when I look at you too. And he's like, I'll let you go, but I also wanted you to know that they're going to tear down the zoo. And Bruce asks, like, what are they going to put here? And he's like, I don't know, maybe something practical, but you won't have to look at it ever again. It'll be gone for good. And it's interesting, right? Because it makes sense to some degree, right? And again, kind of a refresher here with the death of Bruce's dad. The way that played out is that instead of Bruce Wayne's parents being killed in Crime Alley and a mugging gone wrong, there was basically a shooting at a zoo. Now, again, we still don't have a lot of the details. We don't really even know why it happened. A lot of it kind of seems to be Snyder building up the idea that it was a senseless act, but it may not be, right? There may be a whole plot device behind why this incident happened. But the long and short of it is that where Bruce's dad was a teacher and Bruce was in class with his dad, the trip to the zoo came as a reward for winning an engineering contest. So it was, by all standards of measurement, this incredibly happy moment. But the shooting takes place, Bruce's dad gets all the kids to safety, and he dies trying to keep them protected. Bruce's mom was a social worker. And so, of course, she wasn't there at the time. But again, the whole thing impacted them both. And Bruce has carried it with him this entire time. And so what you do is you kind of jump back to the present moment, right? And again, Alfred is narrating this and he says, here we go. A few more moments and this fever dream will be over and Batman will be something lasting, something applicable. For a moment, his back tenses, almost imperceptible, but I catch it. Now, what Alfred's talking about here is actually something that you wouldn't necessarily expect, but makes perfect sense. In a city like Gotham, people don't solve their own problems. People wait for someone to come along and rescue them from their problems. And while that can be beneficial in a way, right? I mean, people oftentimes are not necessarily equipped, at least individually, to solve incredibly complex problems on a societal level. It also becomes a problem because you're always waiting for someone to save you. And when there's no one there to save you, then you're just kind of left to your own devices, and unprepared and ill-equipped, you fall prey to whatever your circumstances may be. And in this instance, with Batman basically vacating, right, walking away, it's going to turn Gotham into a terrible place with the party animals running rampant. But what Alfred's betting on here, and what he's talking about, right, that Batman will be applicable in something lasting, is that the citizens of Gotham will become more and more desperate. And in becoming more and more desperate, they will cry out for virtually anyone to save them. And with no cops doing it, Batman, at the end of this whole ceasefire, will finally be able to act again. And the people will welcome him with open arms. They'll do it out of desperation, but they'll do it nonetheless. And they'll praise his name as the savior of the city. It's very game theory-esque, right? What do you do when the success of your decisions depend on the decisions of others? And if you know that if you let a terrible thing happen, that it'll either unite people or it'll give people pause to look at you in a favorable light when you come along and save them, why not let it happen? Right? I mean, at the end of the day, you win and they will ultimately win. They just don't have the foresight to see it. But it is also a very manipulative tactic to take. And so again, kind of focusing on all of this, Alfred says, look around. Do you feel that? They're all jealous of you because you did it. You won. You don't know that you've won, but you won. And that's when Black Mask comes out, right? The leader of the party animals, and just kind of tells them, man, like, you're going to be rich, right? Like, we transferred the money to this account, right? One anonymous account to another anonymous account. You're $200 million richer. But also keep in mind, this is Batman, right? Batman's not going to just abandon the city of Gotham, no matter how hopeless this city may be to somebody like you or I. And he says, I know. I already used it on something. And Roman's just kind of like, wow, I mean, okay, cool. Like, what'd you use it on, man? Like, you buy cars, planes, bat computers, or like, what'd you use it for? And he's like, how much of it did you use? And Bruce is like, I used it all. I used every single cent of it, every single dollar. And what he did is he took all the money that he was given and he put it in the form of a bat. And then he put it on the memorial spotlight at Gotham Zoo. And then he turns it on. Now, it is cool the way this thing transpires because there's this moment, right, where it's kind of a flashback to when he was younger and he stops Gordon and he says, no, I don't want them to knock down the zoo and I don't want them to turn it into something practical. I want something there that makes everyone look, like you said, something that shines. And so again, that's where the memorial came from. But when Batman turns this thing on, it's a giant bat signal in the sky, right? In the shape of his, absolute Batman insignia. Now, I do love this because again, Batman in the absolute universe, this is Batman running on a shoestring budget, right? This is Walmart Batman. Right? This is Batman from the threshold aisle in Target. This guy doesn't have all the money in the world. He doesn't have all of Wayne Enterprises and, $1 billion at his disposal. He's running on a very, very tight string here, yet he still manages to make it work. And that's why when he fires the light up, it's basically his way of saying, I'm not going to go through with this, right? Like, I am going to stay Batman. And that's when Roman says the deal's off, right? And he says, see, Roman, I don't need cars or planes or computers. I don't need anything that you have. All I need is Batman. And he immediately takes it to all of Roman's guys. And when I say takes it to him, I mean, it's brutal. Sure, he doesn't necessarily kill, but he makes these guys regret everything, right? Some dude comes running at him with a missing hand and a meat cleaver. Batman takes this guy apart. And the crazy thing is when he goes to attack him, right? Batman's armor activates and it creates these giant spikes that impale this guy, right? So he's like, literally Batman's got this dude on his back, just kind of like flailing around, begging for his life while Batman's beating the crap out of all these other guys. It's amazing. Right? It's phenomenal. And things like this really make me feel like this is incredibly similar to like Flashpoint Batman, right? Thomas Wayne as Batman, who's incredibly brutal. He doesn't really take prisoners. He doesn't really ask questions. He uses a gun and he's got no qualms against killing. It's a very hardcore thing. Now, again, Batman has his no-kill rule, which is still maintained here. And ultimately, that becomes his weakness. Right? And it's usually something that's exploited by some of Batman's most capable villains. And one of the things he says here, as he's essentially taken out all these guys, he says, all the crime the party animals committed, all the arson, the robbery, the murders, it was manufactured by you, so you and your boss could profit. You don't care how many people die. And this is a phenomenal thing here. Instead of some grandiose speech, right, by Black Mask. And it's like, actually, Batman, and here's my whole plan. And he's like, nope. But fortunately, though, you do. Open fire. And like all his guards, right, that are on these rooftops, these snipers start shooting all the other guys who are here because Black Mask was taking this precaution. There was some part of him that believed that Batman would betray the deal in some capacity, and to have some measure of a safety plan here, right? To essentially put his own guys in the line of fire, Batman's just like, no, you can't do this, and starts going after and trying to save these guys. While he's doing that, Black Mask fires off a net and captures Batman. Batman's kindness and his no-kill rule become his weakness. And this is when you get to probably one of the greatest statements in a Batman comic that I've read in quite some time, right? That Black Mask sits down with Batman, right? Like he just kind of sits down and has this conversation and he says, man, you had it too, right? Like all right there, that ticket to the big party, all you had to do was reach out and grab it. And where Batman goes to grab Black Mask breaks his arm. And he's like, now what do you have? And Bruce's response is like, I have just what I wanted. Everything that you said here, everything that you confessed to, it's already at every news station in Gotham. And the response of Black Mask is like, my God, you actually believed you achieved something here, don't you? Like you really do believe you've done that, right? And even like the woman he's with is just kind of like, I think he really does. I think he really does believe he's achieved something. And the response of Black Mask is like, me too. Like that's crazy. He believes that burning the cash, exposing the truth, that it's going to inspire people, right? He thinks that he's the hero in all of this. He's like, I hate to tell you, pal, you're not even the main character. Like no one cares, because the reality is that the people of the city of Gotham wanted the city to be better. You wouldn't be necessary, right? They don't necessarily want it to be bad. They just don't care enough to make it good. And he says the only hero of this story is money, Batman. That's it. That's the only hero here. It's the only thing that really matters. So they literally beat the crap out of him and kick him off the side of the building. And he's like, now I'm going to prove it to you. I'm going to prove to you that these people in Gotham really don't care. Right? That the city's this bad because the people want it this way and they let it get this way. It's very indicative of the Joker from The Dark Knight, right? Like, I will prove it to you. This city will eat itself alive, right? That kind of thing. Now I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember the Joker's exact words, but the fact is, right, that like Batman comes crash landing down and the cops are coming after him because remember, he's still a vigilante in the city of Gotham. So the cops are coming after him. They're shooting at him. It's like a scene from Batman Mask of the Phantasm. He ends up coming across Barbara Gordon, again, who's like a beat cop at this point in time. She almost goes to arrest him, but then chooses not to. Like, she ends up letting him go. Because again, much like Jim Gordon, she knows that Batman can have a positive effect on the city of Gotham. And while she's not enough to turn the entire tide of the police that want to track him down, whether because they're on the take or because what he's doing is against the law, at the end of the day, it's just kind of like this guy can do more good than harm. And so she lets him leave. And then you switch again to like this phenomenal statement, right? Because Black Mask addresses the city of Gotham through the news. And he's like, my name is Roman. A little about me. I grew up on a pig farm. Humble beginnings, I know. One of my jobs on the farm was to kill the pigs when the time came. I used one of those captive bolt pistols, 5-inch pin right in the head. Most times it was just thunk and then down. But once in a while, on rare occasions, the pig would have this kind of spasm, not of pain, but of joy. It was wild. It let out this moan and then shiver and even smile with blood spurting out of its head. I learned later that this only happened if the pin got deep enough to hit this tiny little spot in the brain called the hedonistic hub, the main pleasure center. And that only occurred if the pig didn't tense up when the pin hit, but just relaxed and accepted it. If the pig did, the hub would literally flood the last bits of its brain with total unchecked pleasure. This split second of ecstasy that only came with the acceptance of death. Which brings me to now, this moment, because come on, we all feel it. The big guys, they killed the world long ago, and yet they keep us all slaving away with the promise that it's all still alive. I mean, admit it, you can barely pay your bills while their money makes money. You drag recycling to the curb while they ride private jets that tear the sky apart. You struggle to hold this system together that does nothing for you, doing the right thing so they can do the wrong one. Why? I'll ask again, why? Now, this right here, it's a phenomenal monologue. This is incredibly indicative of Batman the White Knight. How many of you guys remember that story from Sean Murphy? Arguably the greatest Batman story ever written of like the last decade and a half. It's a phenomenal Batman story. I think we covered all 3 parts, although maybe we didn't do Batman, Batman White Knight Beyond or whatever it was, but it was amazing. And one of the things that happens in that story, kind of the main gist of that story, is that Batman forces Joker to take pills that make him sane. And when that happens, Joker ends up filing a lawsuit against Batman, the city of Gotham, for abuse, different things like that. But he starts revealing these things, like the Batman Devastation Fund, that when Batman gets into a conflict with some villains, that part of Gotham usually loses its value when it comes to homes because nobody wants to move there. The rich come in, they buy it all up, and when interest in that area starts to come back about, they sell it for like top dollar. But that whole thing is predicated on the vigilante nature of Batman. And while Batman didn't know, the argument of Joker is, how could you not? Right? You're a billionaire, industrialite in the city of Gotham. How do you not know something like that's going on? And while this isn't necessarily a one-to-one replication of that, what it does do is it throws into sharp relief the idea that within the city of Gotham, things are bad. But partly because people let it get that bad, and partly because there were some circumstances out of their control. So why even put up with it at all? Why deal with it at all? And more so than that, it paints this picture, looking at guys like Commissioner Gordon and Batman, that much like in Batman the White Knight, Batman's not there to protect the poor and downtrodden from abusive systems. That Batman's there to protect the abusive systems from the poor and the downtrodden. And cops are essentially kind of the same way. That's the image that was painted in The White Knight, and it's almost the image that's being painted here. All those guys out there, the cops, the ultra rich, so on and so forth, those are the bad guys. Why do you continue to be a part of all of this? It's a phenomenal way to kind of display this idea of Gotham in a manner that we hadn't really considered before. And so when Bruce Wayne gets back to what passes for the Batcave, truth to tell, that Alfred's there and he's like, I mean, why don't you help me out and get me stitched up? And Alfred's like, you have no idea what you've done, do you? Right? Like, you're so short-sighted. You think in the short term, you think in the moment. You never think like 6, 7, 8 moves down the line. You never ask yourself the question, if I do this, then what comes next? And he's like, what you've done here is you've made a martyr out of this guy. You've given this guy all the reason he needs to beseech the people of Gotham and actually get them to rise up against their own city and tear their own city apart. Because that's what he says, right? Like in this continued monologue, Black Mask says, I say enough, because all those ideals, those dreams you're toiling for, they're dead. Progress is dead. History is dead. Truth is dead. So how about we all just admit it's dead and relax so the pen can just hit that sweet little spot. Let's all live in that one split second of ecstasy, feast on the giant scraps. And because Batman turned down his invite, I'm offering invitations to all of you. Hundreds of millions of dollars, all up for grabs. And seemingly his argument is all you have to do is go seek it. And so again, it's kind of a blend of a combination of Batman story arcs we've seen over the years. Batman the White Knight, The Dark Knight Rises from Christopher Nolan, introducing chaos, introducing pandemonium, turning the city over to the people who are ill-equipped to govern it on their own without any real leadership, and watch them tear the city apart as they only think in the short term, never thinking in the long term. But the question is, will they? Or are the people in Gotham a lot more hopeful than we've initially been led to believe? I'd like to hope that it's the latter. I'd like to believe that Gotham's not really that bad. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Absolute Batman, and this is the end of the first story arc, right? This is issue number 6. Now, here's the cool thing about this, right? Absolute Batman up to this point is a reworked version of Bruce that's more grounded, more like what he would be like if he existed in real life. But the kicker about all this is it kind of asks this question. Historically speaking, Batman always faces off against traditional villains, Penguin, Joker, Two-Face, so on and so forth. But what happens when the bad guys in Gotham City are not the criminals, not the normal guys that Batman faces off against? What happens when the bad guys are the people? Then what do you do? And so one of the things to remember here is that at the end of the last issue, that Black Mask had basically given the citizens of Gotham the opportunity to tear the city apart, to kind of delve into this world of lawlessness and chaos by giving them masks to hide their identities. And people become a lot more brave when they think there's no consequences for their actions. And that's kind of what you're seeing here, right? That in this instance, all these people start taking up arms and armament and start taking to the streets. And that's the kicker, right? Black Mask doesn't have a gun to their heads. He's just giving them the chance to do it. And all the people are taking it. And so what you end up doing is picking up with Batman, following him, just getting the crap beat out of him, and showing up to Waylon Jones. Now, remember, the traditional Batman Rogues Gallery are not actually villains here. Instead, they're all just childhood friends. One of the best twists on the Absolute Batman mythos. And so when Bruce shows up here, Waylon doesn't know what's going on. He's like, look, man, you chose the wrong place to break into. And he's kind of drawing that conclusion based on all the pandemonium and bedlam that's happening outside the city. But then he realizes it's Bruce. But then Bruce tells him he's Batman. And that's where things get kind of nuts, because what this does is it switches over to the childhood of Bruce for a brief moment. Now, one of the things I do want to specify here, not a whole lot is given to us in terms of expansion regarding the day that Bruce's father died. And at this point, I don't know that we necessarily need it. It seems like enough context has been given to us that we get the general gist of the message. Instead, you basically have a sleepover between Bruce and all his friends, and they're all cutting up and they're joking. For some strange reason that I don't understand, none of them are playing a console, which is kind of weird. It's not a sleepover unless you're playing Halo. And you have all these guys just sort of having a good time as younger people. But then his mom goes to turn out the light, a guy standing there in the hallway and he fires on Martha. Now, of course, it's a bad dream, right? We know that his mom is very much alive when he's an adult. But it's one of these things where it kind of recollects to the very nature of Bruce, the feeling of loss. There is something about losing your parents before you truly expect them to pass on, where the bottom falls out of it all, right? I mean, we kind of have this normal idea, right? It's just a normalized concept. At some point in the future, when I have kids and my kids are likely teenagers, my parents will pass on, right? In their 80s, somewhere in their 90s, potentially older. But nobody really sees that coming when they're sort of in their 30s, right? It's just kind of this quiet concept that we all go along with because that's just how the world is supposed to work. But in the case of Bruce, his father was taken from him at a very young age. The worst thing he could experience now, and the worst nightmare that he endures, is the loss of his mom. So of course he ends up going to her, and then he kind of, falls asleep on her lap, and that's more or less it. We will revisit that here in a little bit because it does become a major focal point as you get towards the end of the story. But that's when you pick up with Jim Gordon and Martha out there in the streets. Now, Jim Gordon, of course, basically being the mayor, and you have Martha, who's his deputy mayor. They're two of the top people that help to control the city of Gotham. Now, there isn't much in the way of corruption on their side, and in fact, in this instance, they're literally good guys in the city, which is largely populated by villains, because these aren't, again, criminals. They're not people who broke out of Blackgate prison and took to the streets. These are folks that run convenience stores. These are school teachers, right? These are custodians. They're staff support associates. They're teachers, right? They're just average people out there who have decided to turn to lawlessness. And that's where Martha puts on one of the masks as she realizes they're not doing it because they're just given the opportunity to be bad guys. They're doing it because they have the opportunity to be paid for it. And so at that point, the whole morality of the story shifts away from, are people inherently good? Are people inherently bad? And it's, what will people do for a buck? And in this instance, their moral code vanishes in the blink of an eye. So Scott Snyder is really drawing heavily on Heath Ledger's Joker from The Dark Knight, right? When the chips are down, the people in this city, they will eat each other. Now, of course, as we saw with The Dark Knight, that wasn't necessarily the case. Things are a bit different here because there's no real quarter spared for anybody. And so once they realize that Jim Gordon's life is worth $1 million, then they're like, that guy's got to go, right? And so at that point, that's where Martha tells him, like, you're a target, right? And I'm your deputy mayor, so I'm a target as well. Like, they're on the hunt for us. And that's when you switch back over to Batman here with Oswald Cobblepot. Again, the Penguin is a childhood friend of his. And like literally Batman's being read the riot act, right? Because in that moment, like the Penguin is just like, dude, why didn't you tell anybody that you were the Batman, right? You really think that was something worth mentioning? And Bruce's response is the kind of atypical response for superheroes who don't tell their friends and family that they're superheroes. I was trying to protect you, that sort of thing. But what makes this kind of situation such a quandary is that Bruce is trying to protect people who don't know he's Batman, but if they don't know that he's Batman, they don't know to be on the lookout. So the likelihood of somebody just appearing around a corner and gunning Ozzy down or any of these other guys is far more likely because Batman can't be everywhere at once. So in his effort to keep his friends safe, he's actually taking away their ability to keep themselves protected and putting their life in even more danger. And so at that point, he's like, look, man, I mean, your friends still love you, right? We love you, we're your friends, that kind of thing. But understand, bro, there's consequences for this. Waylon wants to punch you. Harvey wants to arrest you. Like Edward Nygma, well, he said he figured it out weeks ago. Selina, we don't know how she'll react, but she'll probably think it's cool, right? But at the end of the day, we're not too keen on the fact that as some of your closest friends, you kept this incredibly significant moment, this thing in your life, hidden from us. And what's really cool about this moment is that while Bruce Wayne tends to lean more into his friends here than you could argue that he does in the main DC universe, it still shows an immense level of distrust for the people around him. There is such a thing that when it comes to these relationships that we form, friendships and otherwise, yes, you can handle things on your own, but sometimes it's not about you. Sometimes you just give people emotional busy work because it makes them feel important. It makes them feel like an intricate part of your life. And that's what Bruce Wayne's experiencing here with his friends. Does it matter that they knew? I mean, not really. The fact that they knew would allow them to keep themselves protected a little bit more, but like, at the end of the day, what were they going to do? Right? They were already helping him out. They just didn't know they were helping him out as Batman, right? So knowing just wouldn't have really mattered all that much in terms of practical application. But trust among friends is everything. And so that's where he says, like, Edward said that the Black Mass entire network was too big to bring down, but that local servers could be crashed. So that has to be done on the boat. And if I can blow it, the whole thing goes down. And at that point, Ozzy's like, dude, blow it. Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, I barely had enough fuel to get you here. I don't have enough fuel to wait for you and then fly you back. We'll literally crash into the water. So if you go onto that boat and you confront Black Mask and you try to blow that boat apart, you're on your own. And Bruce says, like, I'm not asking you to, right? I just asked you to help me get out here. And so Bruce heads straight down onto this boat. And then of course he sees the label for life jackets, and then he grabs them and just starts beating these guys over the head, right? All these people who are here and are part of Black Mask's crew. Now they try a variety of things in order to get the upper hand on Bruce, right? One of them comes running out like, I'm a little kid. You can't hurt me. And Batman's like, yes, I can. And in fact, I just realized that you would make a great football, and just like punts this dude over a boat, right? And just like sends them flying. And so like everyone who comes out and sees him there basically bails. And Batman, of course, throws out some life vests because Batman doesn't kill. But then you switch back to his conversation with Martha. And this is one of the most important parts of the entire story, because what happens here is he asks the question, what are you doing? And she's like, just organizing pictures. And she's like, this one is from right before you were born. And he's like, wow, man, like Dad's hair is longer than yours. And she's like, yeah, that happens, right? Believe it or not. Right? Your dad was a person before he was your dad. But at the end of the day, she's like, you bet it was, right? Like he was in a band that was called The Movements. And like Bruce is just kind of like, I mean, it sounds like bowel movements. And she's like, yeah, I mean, I told him that, but she's like, I mean, we were so corny, right? And she's like, here you are, like you're learning how to walk. It's kind of going down this bit of a memory lane. I mean, truth to tell, if you don't look at your own past and cringe, then you haven't grown, right? That's just kind of the way the world is. But then she shows him the picture that Thomas took right before the incident at the zoo. She's like, this one, I love this one. And that's where Bruce is like, I mean, you may not know this, but like, that's the picture that Dad took before everything happened. And she's like, I know, right? Like, that's why I love it so much. And so again, at that point, you switch back to Martha here in the present day when she's there with Commissioner Gordon. Now, this is also an incredibly important part, because if this were a story in the main DC universe, Martha would deliver this grand impassioned speech and everybody would realize like, oh my God, what have we become? And they would take off their masks and they would have expressions of sorrow and remorse and regret on their faces, and they would just kind of slink off back to their homes. And that would be the end of the story. Not here. Right? Not in this particular instance. It's more grounded in real life. She says, look, you can threaten all you want to, but Mayor Gordon and I are not going to give you these masks. And at that point, this guy's like, that's rich, right? Like all this happened on your watch, Gordon. We're just trying to get something for ourselves before it all falls apart. And that's where Martha responds. And she's like, you all saw Batman's feet. All Black Mask wants is for Gotham to fall into chaos. He's using us, maybe so his cronies can get profit or more control. Who knows? But all this is a game to him. And the only way that we win is by not playing. But the people don't care, right? These individuals have made the choice. We want to kill people and we want to get paid to do it. And so somebody steps up with a mask on and is like, well, I mean, that's all that's left these days. A game most of us never get to play unless we get lucky. And you should have been quicker, folks. And so like, they just start taking everything from them, right? Check their values, see how much they're worth. And that's when they realize it's not just Gordon who's worth $1 million. It's also Martha, that if they can take these guys out, their idea here is we can split the money, right? We can split this money among ourselves. And so then you switch back over to Alfred Pennyworth. Now remember, Alfred's not the kindly butler that we're used to. This guy's a merc, right? Now, of course, he has his daughter Julia here, but at the same time, Julia is starkly different from the way she exists in the main DC universe. She's not really part of the Bat family in a meaningful way, at least seemingly not yet. That may change. It may happen, it may not happen. It honestly depends on what direction Snyder wants to take things in. But the relationship between Julia and her father, much like the early days between the two of them in DC Comics, is very much strained. Because one of the things she talks about is that she had a little suitcase when she was a kid. She kept it under the bed, she kept her favorite clothes in it, that she took it from her mom's closet, right? And her hope was that every time Alfred would come back from one of his adventures, that he would take her with him. But that time never came. And she wanted that more than anything. But then she tells him, like, now there's no place that I want to be less than on a plane with you. And I promise you this, if we take off, I don't have a father anymore. Now, her whole motivation to this isn't necessarily just being angry at her dad. That's certainly a part of it, but she feels a sense of responsibility to the city of Gotham. She needs to stay there, and she needs to help people, and she needs to try to get people out. A majority of the city has chosen violence. There are a few small pockets of people who, either through fear or through moral courage, have chosen not to do that. And so getting those folks out, saving what you can of Gotham, for her is one of the most important things. And so she's like, I mean, look, here's the thing, right? Like, I mean, you can't risk doing it, right? Because you have your handlers and the people that you report to and all that kind of stuff. But what I'm asking you to do here is I'm asking you to be a father, and I'm asking you to stop being a mercenary, and I'm asking you to be a good man. And so she's like, what's the deal? And that's where the captain asks, right? Do we have clearance? Like, are we going to take off? What do you say? And he just says, I say wheels up, Captain. We're leaving this city behind. And at that point, you switch back over to Batman on this boat, taking it to everybody. Now, this is one of the things that you don't really get to see all that often. A version of Batman losing control. And when I say losing control, I mean, there is no finesse in his fighting style, right? There is no Batman channeling 16 different martial arts here, right? It's not some battle like Jackie Chan and Benny the Jet Urquidez, right? It's nothing like that, right? This is a Batman without any real formal training. It's a Batman grabbing everything in sight and attacking this guy as best he can. More so than that, all this time, when Black Mask is talking, he says, you still don't get it, do you? You think you can stop them. You think you can stop anything that's coming. Well, I'll tell you a little secret. And Batman's like, I don't care. Tackles the guy through a wall and starts hitting him in the face with bowling balls, literally beating this guy over the head with anything that he can find. And he says, tell me again how I don't matter. I love it when you do. I absolutely love it. He's like, so please, Roman, go on. Keep talking. And so you get this really great monologue from Martha that's kind of channeled in the midst of all of this, right? And she says, I know this picture is from that day, Bruce. That's part of why I love it. And where Bruce says, I don't understand why you love the fact that this picture was taken before everything happened at the zoo. And she says, when things are rough, believing you can make a difference, being hopeful, that is not easy. And she says, but that's what I see when I look at these pictures, because no matter how hard things got, and they were rough sometimes, your dad stayed hopeful. And that's one of the most important elements here, because truth to tell, even if the entire city of Gotham is crashing down and the citizens are falling into a state of chaos of their own choosing, so long as there are small pockets of people that haven't given up, so long as there are small pockets of people that haven't just retreated into that darker side, the city has a fighting chance. Because through those people, those individuals who chose those paths of violence, the mirror can be held up to them continually. They can constantly be reminded of the choices they made and constantly be forced to live with the guilt. Everyone who knows them will look at them a little funny. Everyone they pass by will be a little distrusting. There's certainly the loss of jobs and different things along those lines. But basically, the consequences of their choices are forced on them. And that's a reflection of the fact that there are good people in the city of Gotham who will never let them forget, and who will pass the lessons on of everything the city's experiencing to the next generation, and the next generation, and the next generation. Not from a place of cynicism, but a place of genuine love for the city of Gotham. And so that's why, while Black Mask keeps going on and on and on about, pigs and killing the pigs and so on and so forth, and the struggle they put up and the sounds they made and the shrieking and all that kind of stuff, right? Just enjoying the satisfaction that comes with ending a person's life, Batman finally has enough. And he's like, did it sound anything like this? And then literally his horns come down and he just like smashes him into Black Mask's face. Now he doesn't kill him. I mean, if this were any other circumstance, yeah, this dude would be dead. If it was anybody but Batman, yeah, this dude would be dead. I mean, you're talking about metal horns that get smashed into a dude's face. I mean, you know, who survives that? Right? But while he's being dragged away by Batman, all Black Mask is saying is like, you are a lunatic. You will lose everything. Everyone you love, I promise you, you have no idea what you've started here. And so even back in the city of Gotham, you have these individuals with these guns who are like, look, man, I mean, we can't kill a woman. This is something we can't do, right? We can send her away and we can just kill the guy, but like, I'm not okay with taking this woman out. While that's going on, Batman's walking the halls of these servers, getting ready to take the whole thing down. And that's the kicker to it all, because while Martha stands up and Martha says, look, I'm his deputy mayor. I'm not going anywhere. So if you're going to take him out, you're going to take me out. Batman takes the servers down and everything shuts down. But notice this, these individuals didn't walk away from all this pandemonium and chaos because of the fact that they realized that their hearts were 3 sizes too small and that kind of thing. They did it because there was no money to be made, right? So it's a very cynical take on people, right? People are not inherently good. People are just in this situation where they want money and they'll do whatever it takes to get it. Beg, borrow, steal, and kill. And morality has nothing to do with any of it. Excuses be what they are, they're still making the choice. And so that's why it's really kind of wild and intriguing, because that's what Batman's up against. He's fighting against the citizens of Gotham, not villains that happen to be in the city. And so once everything is kind of taken down, right? Once everything shuts down, Batman, of course, getting off the ship when the whole thing explodes and all that kind of stuff, is basically just floating through the water. And at that point, he's rescued by Alfred Pennyworth. And Alfred is just like, okay, so I couldn't turn my back on my daughter's wishes, right? My daughter means more to me than anything else, and I'm certainly not going to lose her because he's basically lost everything else. But he says, if I'm sticking around, so are you. So we need to get you patched up. But more so than that, the great thing about this represents the idea that Bruce Wayne will finally receive some formal training. But here's the crazy thing here, right? Here's what's nuts. At that point, you switch over to the Joker. And what seems really weird and sadistic about all this is I don't know if he's like feeding on kids or what. It's kind of nuts. It's almost just incredibly inhuman because he looks like he's just like bones, right? And like he's just like regrowing his skin and that sort of thing. So I don't know what's going on here, but I know it takes a dark mind to make it, Scott Snyder. But that's where the Joker's told, right? Like Sionis is reporting in, it seems there's been a small snag in Gotham City. And that's where Joker's like, I'm aware, it's time, get Bane. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are here with Absolute Batman and Absolute Victor Freeze. And what we're going to do with this is we're actually going to pick up with Batman where he starts learning about Victor Freeze. And one of the things that we'll circle back around to is matches Malone, because he does play a role in this story. But picking things up here, we kind of get Batman's combat journal, right? One of the things that Bruce Wayne does to keep track of what goes on in the city. And he says Match's phone did not have much from Arkham, but what it had was bad. A 4-second video shows hundreds of windowless titanium cells, and in the background, I could hear crying, begging, and screams. At the end of the video was a list. Whether Matches wrote it or found it, I don't know, but it's filled with their names. Langstrom, Isley, Strange, Freeze, names of researchers, doctors around the world. The only one with any connection to Gotham is Dr. Victor Freeze, a pioneer of cryotech. He started a company called VCore, which has an office here right in Midtown. For some reason, it pulls enough power from the grid to light 10 city blocks. I need to get in there, but after curfew, the streets are all heavily patrolled. So with the snowstorm raging, the air seems safest. Police blimps flying blind. All predictions said the storm showed no signs of stopping, but then, as suddenly as it began, it does exactly that. It stops. and I'm exposed. Now, immediately, he's set upon by the cops, exactly as you would expect. And one of the things you guys will notice here is that Gotham seems like it's under a state of martial law. And it essentially is, right? And we'll talk about why, here in a second, because we'll circle back around to all those things. But one of the things that goes on is in the midst of Batman trying to make his escape, he's contacted by Pennyworth. Now, again, Pennyworth is not the kindly butler that you and I are used to, raising Bruce Wayne since the death of his parents and tending to his wounds and so on and so forth. Alfred Pennyworth is a soldier of fortune. He's a mercenary, and he was here in Gotham on an assignment, right, to hunt down Black Mask. It's simply that his and Batman's paths crossed, and the two of them just kind of worked together. And so with Batman lacking the billions of dollars and resources and technology that we're traditionally used to, Alfred Pennyworth kind of serves as his information broker in the here and now. And there was a circumstance that befell the character of Matches Malone, where he effectively died of a bacteria. But Bruce doesn't know anything about it. What's crazy about this is neither does Alfred. The nature of this bacteria does not exist anywhere in any health database whatsoever. The World Health Organization, none of these places have any information about this. And what this seems to indicate is that because the death of Matches Malone took place in the city of Gotham, the bacterium itself was either created in the city of Gotham or it was discovered and brought directly to Gotham. And no one knows what the origin point is. And so this, of course, leads to Batman kind of escaping the police and overcoming the ones that he needs to defeat, and then arriving at the VCore facility. So let's wind back and let's talk about Matches and all the stuff that goes into it. So one of the cool things about this is that Matches Malone is a wholly new concept for DC with the absolute universe. That's not true. And I know all the Batman fans are just like, that's crazy talk. That is actually not true. Matches Malone has been around since 1972. He was a Dennis O'Neil, Neil Adams creation in their run on Batman. And while the framework of Matches Malone's character stays the same, the circumstances surrounding his introduction and Batman adopting his identity usually changes. So if you go into like the 1972 story, where Matches Malone was first introduced, he was killed by way of a ricochet bullet in a fight between himself and Batman. And so Batman ultimately adopted the mantle of Matches Malone because nobody knew he was dead. And Matches was a gangster. So it allowed Batman to essentially go underground and to become a part of the criminal community to figure out what's going on, right? With crimes that are not readily available when he's just like perched on a rooftop watching things happen in the city of Gotham. Now, if you fast forward to like 1986 or 2001 or any of the other origin stories for Matches that came later on down the line, sometimes he died in a fire when it was a fight between himself and Batman. But it's always the same, right? Matches is a small-time gangster who shows up in the city of Gotham. He and Batman fight. Matches Malone dies. Batman adopts the identity. And it's become a mainstay of his character ever since. The cool thing about this in the absolute universe is that instead of Matches being some small-time gangster, he's a friend of Bruce Wayne and the entire Bruce Wayne crew, if you want to call that, the Bat family, for lack of a better word, right? Because one of the things that the absolute universe is doing when it comes to the Batman mythos, for those of you guys who have not been reading it, is villains that are traditionally part of the Batman lore are friends, right? So Oswald Cobblepot the Penguin, he's a childhood friend of Batman. The Riddler, a childhood friend of Batman. Two-Face, a childhood friend of Batman. So is Killer Croc. Now, they haven't become the super criminals that you're used to. They're just regular guys, but inevitably they will, right? And of course, that's going to be tragic when it happens. And so you have a kind of candlelight vigil that they're throwing for Matches Malone, and they're talking about the time they all spent together. And one of the things they discuss here is that the nature of Matches is that he was part of the crew, but always stood apart at the same time. He was always out in the world doing something that he shouldn't be doing, getting involved in the criminal element in some capacity. And while he had a pretty smooth tongue and he could talk himself out of virtually anything, they all kind of knew a time would come when Matches would end up in over his head. And when that happened, he was going to get himself killed. And what's crazy about this is Bruce Wayne was the last person to see him before it happened. And so before Bruce shows up here to the VCore place after beating the cops and everything as Batman, you pick up about a week before that. And what he's doing is walking through the city of Gotham on his way to meet Matches. And he kind of takes note of everything he sees, right? He says the city feels strange. The streets look less familiar
every day. For the past month, ever since the Black Mask incident, the city has been under martial law to quote-unquote ensure people's safety from threats like the Batman. Mayor Hill has issued a 10 p.m. curfew. There's police on every corner, outfitted with fancy new gear. Even the weather feels dangerous. A freak snowstorm is predicted. Pennyworth called and said I should lay low until he's back. Go to work. But there is no work. Lucius says all city construction properties have been halted. Now that's an important thing, because remember, with Bruce Wayne not having billions of dollars at his disposal, his mom being a social worker and his dad being dead, that he actually finds work where he can when he can. And so he's a construction worker, right, when he's not being Batman. But he says, whatever it is though, I cannot shake the feeling that it all comes back to that place. Arkham, the massive black site they're building right off the coast of Gotham. The crew building is private, some company called JK. I have to get on that crew, and I will, which is why I'm headed to the Elliott Bridge at 5 in the morning, because he meets up with Matches. Now, what's really crazy about this is that when Matches shows up here, he doesn't really seem like the Matches that Bruce is familiar with. I mean, there's hints of who he was and, when they used to hang out and so on, but he is super skittish and super paranoid. And he's not 100% sure if it's because of just all the criminal activities that Matches has been involved in catching up to him, so he's just in a constant state of paranoia, or if it's what it is that he's been doing in recent years that has him so paranoid and freaked out. But what Bruce says is, last the guys heard, Matches was into running ID scans, high-end, barcodes, laser engraved. My hope was that he could get me work papers to get on the Arkham crew. When I asked him 2 weeks ago, he said he'd get right on it. Then nothing until this morning, when he said that it was urgent. And so when they meet up, what Matches tells him, and he's like, look, man, here's the thing, right? I got you the papers you were looking for, but I did you one better. And this is where Bruce starts to get worried, right? Because Matches is like, I've been on the inside of their crew for the last little while. And that's where Bruce starts to pick up on the fact Matches has finally reached that moment where he's in over his head. Because again, from the first story arc that we saw, everything happening in the city of Gotham is part of a much bigger plan, right? The Arkham Black Site, that's supposed to basically house anybody who is deemed to be undesirable, standing in the way of the powers that be. But it's not the only one, right? These black sites are all over the world, right? You had Black Mask, who literally took over the city of Gotham and kind of drove the citizenry to become these hyper-violent individuals, do more out of desperation than anything else, kind of like the plot for The Dark Knight Rises. And then in turn, he told Bruce Wayne, I serve a higher power. We know that Absolute Joker is involved somehow, but we don't fully understand how. We know that like Absolute Bane is supposed to be showing up soon. And so the general gist is that while we don't necessarily know everything that's happening, which is to say us as the reader, right, reading this comic, that at the end of the day, there's a lot of moving pieces going on behind the scenes and seemingly a consolidation of power where some organization out there is trying to control everything. And Gotham is just one of the places they're trying to control. Hence the reason why Mayor Hill is essentially a stooge, put the city in lockdown. So now it's effectively a fascist city, right, if you want to look at it that way. And so the idea of Matches getting himself involved in all of this guy is cool, he's nice, but he's also clueless because he doesn't understand the full totality of what he's messing with. And so what he does is he hands Bruce his phone and he's like, look, man, I've been in a lot of lockups during my time, nasty ones too, but this Arkham, it's next level, like beyond, right? They're putting people in there already. It's up and running. They haven't told the public and no one's supposed to know, but they are, right? And he's like, I'm going to go back in tomorrow and I'll get more information, but here, right? Take this, look at my phone, do not be mad at me. And he even goes so far as to tell him like, hey man, look, it's really good to see you and I owe you. And before we even get to find out what it is that he owes Bruce Wayne for, he just starts sweating and dies. His pores literally just start opening up to the size of like dimes, blood pouring everywhere, and just kills over. And it's crazy, right? Within like moments, right? This guy is dead. And so that's where the whole question of the bacterium comes into play, because there was enough information that Bruce was able to gather to send off to Alfred and say, what in the world is going on here? But again, Alfred doesn't really have any answers to give. And so that's when you pick up with Bruce Wayne using the credentials given to him by Matches Malone to show up into the VCore facility and to figure out what's happening. And so he says, the top of the building is wired for surveillance, hardline, remote. So I leave Batman in the pipes and enter as a nobody, city engineer coming to do a check. After all, what's happening up here that requires so much power? And so as he looks around, he sees this wall with all these critters, right? Humans and animals and so on that are frozen. And this voice kind of comes out of nowhere and says they're real, if that's what you're wondering. And of course, it's Victor Fries, or seems to be Victor Fries, because he says the mammoth is from the Yukon, the tiger from Siberia, and the beetle from Chile. And he says the hardest part was keeping them intact during transit. Big ice can be pretty volatile when it's disturbed. And so Bruce kind of plays his part, right? You know, he's like, hey, you know, I'm here from the city and that kind of a thing. And Victor's just like, you're here to run a check on the power, right? Like, I'm the director of VCore, no problem, welcome, you know, whatever his name is. And of course, Bruce passes himself off as Pennyworth. But Bruce kind of muses to himself, right? He says the ID is not as good as what Matches could do, but he barely glances at it. No sign of suspicion. The guy actually seems happy for the company. So I play it all up. And he just kind of says, you know, like, it's a beautiful view up here, right? This place seems pretty solid. Making casual conversation the way you would expect some city worker to do while they're waiting on their credentials to be verified. And that's where Victor just says, you know, thank you, and please look around. If there's anything I can do for you, just say. Even if it's just a midnight tour. Dr. Freeze and his wife collected all kinds of wild specimens. So right off the bat, it's just kind of like, so this guy's not Victor Fries. Right? And literally, Bruce asks, he's like, so, I mean, do they still oversee things here, like Victor and Nora Fries? And he's just like, you could say that, and he presses a button, and it reveals their bodies, right? Hooked up to seemingly all these machines that are basically seem to be keeping them alive. And he says, I'm their son, Victor Jr. And he says, I know it might seem extreme, but it's what they wanted, given their shared love of the ice and their faith in the mission. And that's where Bruce asks, like, what's the mission, right? If you don't mind me asking, like, in city records, there's almost nothing about what VCore does. And that's where you get a kind of pseudo origin. Now, I don't know if I would say this is a full origin. We'll likely get it in the next issue that comes out next month. But what he says is, my parents always believed the ice held wonders, that it existed to preserve good things until the world was ready for them. Ice was the Earth's grace, blue and pure. They funded their research with VCore, where the dying could preserve themselves in ice until cures for their deaths existed. That's what the power goes to. All the people frozen, waiting to be woken up one day, including my parents. And Bruce asks the most logical question, right? Has anyone ever actually been revived? And the response of Victor Jr., yes, me. When I was a boy, I was diagnosed with a rare terminal disorder. Distraught, my parents were convinced the condition would be cured one day, but not in time to save me. So the ice would save me instead. And so while Bruce believes that he has Victor talking and distracted, he kind of starts poking around the inside of this entire facility here. And Victor goes on, he says, still, they told me that it wouldn't hurt. When I woke up, the world would be a better place. And he says, but the ice, it's not what they thought. And he says, I felt everything, every moment, and the pain, my God, ice grinds and twists. The ice is not grace, it is fury, it's reckoning. And so what this seemed to indicate here is that within the ice that he was frozen in is a bacteria, and that bacteria was woken up when he was put in that ice. So effectively, Victor is infected with it. And so that's why he doesn't really seem to have to stay within sub-zero temperatures. It's obviously not freezing in here. Bruce makes no comment of it. But what Victor does is he says, the ice births monsters, Mr. Pennyworth. And he just kind of appears as like this grotesque monstrosity of a human being. And he says, just like me. And he says, now, to the land of ice we go. With that being said, guys, we're going to bring this to an end. I know, massive clickbait ending, but the next issue comes out next month. This is a 2-part story, so it shouldn't drag on too long. I don't know if we're going to get the actual origin, but I am excited for it because I got to tell you guys, I do love this version of Mr. Freeze as he exists right now. So, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Absolute Batman. And this, of course, ends the story with Victor Freeze. So what this does is this initially focuses on Victor Freeze having basically defeated Bruce Wayne. Now, he doesn't know that it's Bruce, and in fact, Bruce used the name Alfred Pennyworth when he snuck in this facility to learn about it, and then in turn lied to Victor about his name, not knowing that Victor Freeze was a villain. Now, when Victor revealed himself, we did get a bit of an explanation on how he became who he became. So again, you'll find a playlist down in the description, but a little bit of explanation here. Essentially, Victor Freeze as a child was struggling with an illness, and his parents, being glaciologists, people who study ice, had come across this ice that seemed to have healing properties, so they confined Victor as a child within this ice and kept him frozen for a pretty lengthy period of time. When he emerged, he appeared to be cured, but what it turned out was that the actual bacteria in the ice that was thought to be a cure was actually a corruptive entity, and it actually started to corrupt him, started to permeate him, and to the point that he just kind of became obsessed with pain, and his mind was twisted, and then turned on his parents and froze them. And so ever since then, he's just basically been a villain. So a very different story from what you're used to regarding his wife Nora having an illness, and then him freezing her, and then testing on himself in order to find a cure, and different things like that. But the thing about this is that he also has very different powers from the Victor Freeze that we're traditionally familiar with. And we'll talk about that here in a second. But his intention with capturing Bruce is made clear right off the bat, because he says, "Good, I hope you enjoyed your rest. There won't be any sleeping in the ice after all. The pain won't let you." And he says, "That's right, look around," right? Because Bruce starts kind of looking around his surroundings, and he says, "You're in high company. There's some of Gotham's wealthiest members of the Powers family, the Gates. All of them came here at the end of their lives, believing the ice would be an escape, one they could take to find everything fixed and forgiven on the other end. But the ice is not salvation. It's the memory of all we want to forget. It's vengeance." Now, here's the thing to understand, right? He's talking metaphorically here, right? The ice does inflict pain, but it's not some entity that forces you to like relive your own past. It's simply one of these things that when you're stuck in here, you don't sleep. Your body kind of goes into a reduced state, but you're awake the entire time, and you have nothing to do but think. And over time, you will start to focus on your regrets. Seemingly, the mind can't help but do that within the absolute universe, and maybe in general. I don't really know enough about psychology to know, but the result is that you're really just going to kind of be tormented by your own past as you're stuck in here. And so that's why he says, as your temperature drops, you might feel a burning. Hypothermia scrambles the brain's thermoregulation. It's why many people freezing to death remove their clothes. Don't worry though, soon the suffering will pass beyond hot or cold. Of course, for the first 30 years or so, all you'll want is death. But after that, hopefully, if you're like me, you'll come to accept it and even love it, the pain. And so what you do is you switch back to a conversation between Batman and Waylon Jones. Now, it's also Waylon alongside the rest of Batman's friends. And one of the things that we've learned over the Absolute Batman line is that the traditional villains that Batman has, right? So like Catwoman and Killer Croc, also known as Waylon Jones, Edward Nygma, the Riddler, that these guys are all childhood friends that he has, and that they all have basically figured out that he's Batman. The kicker about this is that at the end of the last story arc with the Black Mask, Bruce Wayne just kind of recklessly jumped out of this helicopter to face off against Black Mask and defeat him, knowing there was a better than fair chance it was a one-way trip. And now he's being screamed at by his friends for it. Now, it's not some intervention, right, where you just bring a person into a room, yell at them for a while, and then, tell them how much you love them. It's one of these things where they're trying to communicate a specific message. And so as this goes down, Bruce literally tells Waylon, "Don't make me hurt you," right? And Waylon says, "You can try, but if you leave now, you're no better than Matches was." And the question of Bruce is like, what is that supposed to mean? And the response of Waylon, "It means that you're a coward, and Batman is too." Now, Matches, the person that he's talking about, was the one who initially fed information to Bruce that set him on the path of finding Victor Freeze in the first place. And so kind of switching back to Bruce for a moment as he undergoes this entire process, he says every single cell shrieks. There's no room for anything else anymore. No feeling but this. No thought but this. I am nothing but agony. Literally, all he feels is pain. And so that's why you kind of switch back to this moment again. And Bruce says, but like, I'm a coward, right? And the response of Wayland, yeah, you are. See, Ozzy told us how you went at Black Mask, jumping on the boat with no way off. And that was a suicide mission, just like this one, because this whole meeting takes place before Bruce goes to visit Victor Fries in the first place and figure out what's going on here. He knows that there's something nefarious happening. He just didn't know what it was. But again, his friends are screaming at him here, because what Wayland says is, just like Matches Malone, every dare that he took, it's because he could never forget it, Bruce. He could never get past it. Your dad going back for him being the last one in the door. Matches blamed himself for your dad staying out there instead of coming inside with all of us. And where Bruce interjects and he says, my dad stayed out because it was the right thing to do. The response of Wayland is, we all know why he stayed out there, but Matches felt it was his fault, just like you do, because you got us the trip to the zoo in the first place. All these years, he let it eat him up until he was down to zero. Absolutely nothing. And that's where Wayland looks at Bruce and he's like, but you're not there, are you? Now, to provide some context here, for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with Absolute Batman and are just now getting caught up, Bruce Wayne's parents didn't die in the traditional sense. In fact, his mother's still very much alive, and she's a social worker. That Bruce had won an engineering contest, and the class was sent to the zoo as a reward for winning this engineering contest. There ended up being a shootout at the zoo. Now, we still don't know all the details behind it, if it was just a random act of violence or if it was planned with some larger purpose in mind. But when the shooting started, Bruce's father grabbed all the kids and just took them into an exhibit. But as we're learning here, Matches Malone, one of Bruce's oldest friends, was actually the last one in. So Bruce's father goes running back out. And that was seemingly the reason why his father was killed, right? He died trying to protect a student. Now, it was the honorable thing to do, and it was the brave thing to do. But at the end of the day, it was still the death of his father. And so where Matches blamed himself in the same way that Bruce does, they took two distinctly different paths that where Matches just kind of descended down into drug and alcohol addiction, that for someone like Bruce, he was initially trying to figure out a way to make Gotham City better, but without any real direction and without anyone to really teach him how to effectively do that, he was essentially flying by the seat of his pants. Combining that with the guilt he felt over his father's death, yeah, it was a recipe for disaster, and it was only a matter of time before he got himself killed. Now, we'll figure out why he doesn't, but at this point, we jump back to Victor Fries, because again, one of the things that we've learned here is that Absolute Joker is kind of behind all of this. We don't know to what extent. We've only seen him twice, and it's been two small glimpses, but we've been given enough context by Scott Snyder to know he's kind of the mastermind pulling the strings behind Black Mask's initial attempt to take over Gotham City, to corrupt it, spiral it into chaos, and make it easy to conquer, as well as all these other things that are happening around the world. The building of Arkham, not really Arkham, but Arkham, as this kind of facility, a prison off the coast of these major cities that's being used for human experimentation for any number of purposes. And so Victor Fries is playing this role, right? He's a member of all of this. And so when he initially talks to some disembodied voice, which is clearly the Joker, the question is asked, how in the world is he able to provide so much information on the DNA of Gotham's citizens? Kind of the bit of information revelation that led Bruce to Victor Fries in the first place. And that's where Fries says a bacterium that died off 100,000 years ago, untraceable. And the snowfall that Victor created, the marker is in the crystals. Anyone whose skin it touched should already be fully readable. And that's where this voice says, we're uploading data, but I'm looking at over 92% of the city's population right now. Coherent genetic profiles. Well done. And no one gave you any trouble over the Malone man. And the response of Victor? Nobody worth mentioning. Now, this is a very important revelation here, because if the Arkham facilities are designed by the Joker for the purpose of experimenting on people, then the best way to get a jump start on that human experimentation is to understand the DNA of the people you're going to be experimenting on. So instead of bringing these individuals in one by one and then scanning their DNA and testing their DNA and all that kind of stuff, you have someone like Victor Fries who manufactures snow using a long dead bacteria that's since been revived to essentially make contact with people and upload their DNA, quite literally, to the cloud. And this is where you kind of start getting into references to Victor Freeze's traditional powers, at least from Batman Eternal, versus what you see here. Because of course, Batman shows up on the scene, right? Bruce just kind of escapes these confines through sheer will alone. And when that happens, because of the fact that, his body is still struggling with regards to the freezing process that he was initially exposed to, he shows up here pretty inventive, right? He doesn't really have all the gadgets that you're traditionally used to with Batman, so he can't just reach into his utility belt and have whatever he needs at any particular point in time to defeat whatever villain he's facing off against. This is literally what it would look like if Batman existed in the real world. And so facing off against a villain who is essentially a guy composed of ice, the best thing to use is fire. So he brandishes an acetylene torch, which is amazing. But that's where Batman comments, and he says he's fast, and your body temperature cannot be above 96 yet, still hypothermic. Blood feels like slush. So Victor's too fast for me, at least too fast right now. So the best countermeasure is to slow him down. But he also says Victor's strong. Ice is woven into his muscle tissue, petrified, fibrous. Now again, this is a difference because in Batman Eternal, for example, one of the things that we learned is Victor Freeze has the ability to freeze people by touching them. And so that's why you see these references to the snowfall created by Victor that literally touches people's skin and then passes information on. Now, of course, this Victor being much stronger, much faster than the Victor that we're traditionally used to, doesn't seem to have the ability to freeze people by touching them. So it's kind of a trade-off, and it's a far more grounded version of the character that we're used to. But this does not make him any less of a threat for Batman, because he says, you're still trying to hide the shivering, so weaken him. Go for the nerve bundles. And he's like, keep the pressure on. Do not let Victor Freeze get the upper hand. But the problem is that he does. And in fact, he just throws Batman into a wall. And literally Batman says, my rotator cuff is shot. I can feel 2 ribs splintering as I breathe. But he continues to taunt. He continues to give this illusion that Victor Freeze never got the upper hand of him. The other part of this is the way that Victor moves, right? Normally Victor Freeze is just a dude who walks around like a regular human does. This guy's crawling on things. He's almost insect-like in terms of his appearance and the various abilities that he possesses. And so Victor Freeze says, nice, it seems like you love pain too. You're in good company here. And he presses a button. And one of the things that you learn here is all these individuals who have been exposed to his freezing process, it wasn't simply just cryogenically freezing them and then forcing them to live through decades of pain and suffering. It was converting them. It was turning them into versions of himself. And so while Batman's dealing with this, you kind of go back to this monologue between Waylon Jones and Bruce, where Waylon asks, I need to ask you something. Do you want to die? And Bruce asks him, what are you talking about? And he says, you heard me, Bruce. Do you want to die? Is that all Batman is? It's you back at the zoo, standing outside the door instead of matches this time. And he says, because your dad, he did not want to die. And it was not his death that made him a hero. It was his life. That's the hard part. That's the most difficult part of all of this. Getting through, not letting life crush you. But that's what we do here in Crime Alley. We are survivors. And in a lot of ways, that's true. And that's the difficulty you run into when you have someone who's in a very, very dark place where they're considering alternates to living. The reality is it's a very, very selfish decision to make because everybody has someone around them that cares about them, that loves them, that values them. And so to take such a selfish action, right, to just throw yourself, willingly into the gaping maw of oblivion because of the fact that life is just too hard, it's a lazy way out. To live is to struggle, but it also means to love, and it means to find friends. It's why having people around you that love you is so important, because it gives you people to reach out to, that in those times when life is too hard for you to handle on your own, other people can help you stand up again so you can get back out there, even carry you along a little bit if you need it. And Bruce Wayne, in a lot of ways, following the death of his father, cut himself off to the people around him. He cut himself off to the people who loved him. Yes, they were there, and yes, he would talk to them, but there was always that kind of invisible barrier between him and them. No one could ever really get quite through. And so in these instances where Bruce becomes Batman and just starts throwing himself recklessly out there, right, taking suicide missions and things like that, it pisses off the people that love him. Rightfully, it makes perfect sense because they don't want to see their friend and their family really just throw himself into oblivion, right? Potentially get himself killed in an act of recklessness to somehow be the hero he imagined his father being, all the while misunderstanding what it was that made his father a hero in the first place. And so that's why Wayland says Batman has to be a survivor as well, because to live means to continue being Batman. And to be Batman, you can have a far greater impact on the city than you can if you're dead. And so that's where Bruce, kind of thinking back to this moment, gets a second wind, because he's surrounded by like all these Victor Free zombie type guys. And as easily as they are to take out, for every one he destroys, like another one comes running. So it's a battle of attrition, right? In any moment before this conversation with Wayland, he would have just kept on fighting, right? He would have become weaker and weaker and weaker, and then Victor Freeze would have killed him, right? So he would have just gone out swinging in some misbegotten, honorable way. But in this instance, understanding the importance of the impact he can have on the world by continuing to live, he's like, yes, I want to live. And he just jumps out, right? He literally flees, because it's one of these things where it's a momentary retreat. It's a loss of a battle that allows him to win the war. And that's the important thing here, because at that point, he's contacted by Alfred Pennyworth, right? The guy who's essentially a mercenary training Bruce to become a vigilante, essentially, in fighting and, arms and armament, things like that. So he's not the kindly butler. And he says, it's Croc's phone. You know the drill. And so Bruce, it's patched directly in to Waylon Jones. And Bruce says, listen, there's something in the snow, something bad. Call the others, I'll find you. But Waylon, you were right. And I just want to say, thank you. And so when Waylon gets back to his gym, right, Croc's gym, that Waylon's met by a couple of guys. And he's like, yeah, man, can I help you? They chloroform this guy, they knock him out, they hold up a phone after injecting him and say, yep, he's a perfect specimen. Take him to Arkham. They're going to convert him into Killer Croc. And honestly, I was a little heartbroken when I saw this. I was like, no! And hopefully he doesn't become a villain because of it. Honestly, I think it would be a great change if these guys become the characters that we're used to, right? So like Waylon Jones becomes Killer Croc, but he actually becomes a superhero. Knowing Scott Snyder, though, he's going to make him into a villain with a really tragic story, and Bruce is going to have to kill him. And it's going to be terrible, and it's going to be heartbreaking. We're all going to cry. We're going to curse Scott Snyder, and we're never going to be able to put the book down. Absolute Bane is incredible. He's everything that you're hoping he would be in the absolute universe in DC. So what this does is this initially opens up in peace talks, right? Two warring countries, Kahndaq and Croc. The unfortunate thing about this little bit of a peace talk in the reference of Kahndaq, we don't actually see any reference to Black Adam. Right? That would have been really dope if we got a chance to see him. But where these peace talks are these two countries' leaders, historically at war, finally sorting things out, that as they make their way, or at least get ready to leave, they're met by the arrival of Bane. Now, Bane here is amazing. And tell me down in the comments if you just like read his words in Tom Hardy's voice, because I know I do. But he says, forgive me for interrupting, gentlemen. I admit, I was genuinely elated when I heard whispers about these peace talks, which is why I was so crushed to hear about their breakdown. When one of you betrayed the other in this very room, killing him and plunging your countries back into war. Which one of you was it again? And one of them, of course, refuses to kill the other and wants the peace talks to go through. The other says, I will do it. I will be the one to kill. And so Bane grabs the first guy and crushes his skull with his bare hands. And he does it in a matter of moments. And he says, later today, you'll give a speech declaring an escalation of operations. Now, my employers, they know this might be difficult for your people to accept, but they really believe in your leadership skills, Omar, as do I. After all, as students of history, you and I both know there's no real legacy in treaties. In fact, one of my favorite quotes comes from an ancient king from this valley, Sargon of the Akkadian Empire, 23rd century BC. Peace, he said, is the pretty pictures we draw over the ever-warring stars. And he says, feel free to use that in your speech today. And then Bane is immediately called to Gotham. Now, at that point, we switch back to Bruce Wayne. And what we get is amazing, because keep in mind, at the end of the last video, or towards the end of the last video, Waylon Jones, right, what you guys traditionally know as Killer Croc, but is a friend of Bruce Wayne's in the DC universe, he had been kidnapped. Now, of course, the only real association between Waylon Jones and the Killer Croc name in the Absolute Universe was the name he got as a boxer. He hasn't actually been transformed or become Killer Croc as we would traditionally expect. And so with Waylon Jones missing, Alfred Pennyworth kind of brings in this monologue, because remember, he's not the butler, he's the mercenary training Bruce on how to become Batman. And he says he was supposed to lay low. But I return from my trip to SIS Vohall, and I find him acting like a man possessed. His friend, Waylon Jones, has been missing for 2 weeks, and in that time, Batman has been waging a constant war on Gotham's underworld. I want to tell him to stop, but I know better. What's left of the Maronis, the Falcones, no one is spared. Last night, he took down so many of their people that the hospital actually ran out of ambulances, which is one of the most dope things I've ever heard in a Batman comic. And he says at which point they started using ride shares until they ran out of those. There was even a story about one intrepid EMT ferrying the injured to the ER in a rickshaw. And so Alfred says, last night I finally asked him, kid, what are you going to do when you run out of enemies? Because the one thing that Alfred Pennyworth knows is that Batman going on this warpath in the city of Gotham will not give him the answers he seeks, because the answers come from people who have nothing to really do with the criminal underworld in Gotham. And even if they do, they're using the criminal underworld as cannon fodder. These guys just don't have answers to those questions. And so at that point, you pick up with Barbara Gordon. Now remember, Barbara Gordon hasn't really become Batgirl in the absolute Batman universe. She may or she may not. We don't really know for sure. Everything's unfolding so different from what we're used to, which is cool. And she's contacted by Batman, right? And he just kind of says, I need your help. And so the two of them end up meeting up. And so at that point, Batman asks the question, where's my friend? Now, what's really interesting about this is that Barbara seems to have information here, but she asked the question, why? Right? Why do you want me to help you? Because keep in mind, Batman is very much a mysterious figure within the city of Gotham. He's certainly helped good guys, but he's beaten bad guys within an inch of their life. So cops don't necessarily know exactly where Batman stands. But for Barbara in particular, she's also curious here. And that's why she says, no, right? When he says, I need your help because he's my friend, right? Waylon's my friend. Her response is, no, I figured that out. I mean, why me? And he says, because I've seen you in action and you're a good cop. Please, who took him? And she just says, apparently us. And at that point, you switch over to a meeting. Now again, for those of you guys who are new to the absolute Batman universe, most of the Batman rogues gallery that you're familiar with are not his enemies, right? Edward Nygma is a friend. Oswald Cobblepot, who you guys usually know as the Penguin, that's his friend. And so as they're having this conversation, Bruce says that the cops are basically the ones who picked up Waylon Jones. And when the question was asked for why, Bruce says, well, the file says breaking city lockdown, but it doesn't make any sense. Not only that, they learn that the city had already declared eminent domain on all of Waylon Jones' things. And so Nygma's just kind of like, why would the city do that? And that's when Alfred Pennyworth chimes in and says, because he's not coming back. And that's where the question of these guys is like, who in the world is this? Because remember, no one in Bruce's circle has really met Alfred, so they don't really know what to make of him. But that's when Bruce kind of comes to his aid and says, look, man, he's here to help us, right? We need to listen to what this guy has to say. And Alfred tells him, he kind of spills the beans on what he knows. He says, these arcs, as far as we know, there are 12 others around the world. Functionally, they're black sites, but there's rumors of very bad things happening in them. Abominable things. Now, that's also kind of been covered over the course of the absolute Batman run so far. Basically, experiments, right? Turning people into these grotesque monsters or weapons of various forms of destruction. And so that's when Bruce says, Victor Fries said something about that snowfall preparing the city, marking people somehow. Whatever is happening in that place, we need to get Waylon out. Now, again, that was the conflict between Bruce and Mr. Freeze in the last video, Victor Fries in the last video. You should check it out, man. That guy's nightmare fuel. But the snow that blanketed the city of Gotham was a kind of specialized snow that did exactly that, right? It made it easier for the city to track individuals, but to also read their DNA, to find out how their DNA works and whether or not they're best suited for these various experiments. Basically, figuring out who to capture and figuring out who to leave alone. Not only that, everybody kind of turns to Harvey Dent, because Harvey Dent kind of provides this information that people didn't readily have in terms of what's been happening, because he establishes that whatever this is, it's been in the works for an incredibly long time. In the 1800s, there was some kind of hospital on that island. When the place burned down in the 30s, JK Industries bought the land. And that's where Bruce kind of looks over all this stuff and he says, private records show they've been working on the site since, digging, bringing in materials, whatever these arcs are, it all begins and ends with this one. And he says, from what I can tell, the new structure still uses most of the piping and ventilation from the original hospital. And when the question is just kind of like, okay, so like, what does that mean? Bruce says, it means I think I have a way in, but I'll need cyber, Eddie, something that can lock out eyes, lock alarms. Can you manage something like that? And as you would expect, Edward Nygma's offended by that. He's like, really, man? You're going to ask me a question like that? Like, of course I can. Right? Because the best friends are not the friends that help you in a time of need. The best friends are the kind of friends that don't ask questions when you roll in and tell them that you got to find out a place to bury the body. Those are the best kinds of friends. Not that I would know of such a thing. But at that point, the question becomes, what do we do once we have him? And that's where Harvey's like, look, I can get him into witness protection. The instant we get Waylon Jones out, I can get him into witness protection. We have to remove him from the city of Gotham, but we can protect him in some way, because that's really the most important thing here, right? Once Bruce is inside, he can kind of go back at a future point in time, figure out what's going on. But first and foremost is getting his best friend out. Now, Ozzy initially responds and says, better yet, maybe we can all move to sunny Metropolis. Are you listening to yourselves? Do you hear how crazy this is? You're going to break into this facility. You're going to take Waylon Jones out. You're going to put him in witness protection in Metropolis. What is going on here? And at that point, Bruce flips and it's just like, and just like smashes the table, right? He's like, you all wanted me to be honest with you. You wanted in on Batman. Well, this is what it means to be Batman. And that's when Ozzy tells him, look, man, I didn't say that we shouldn't do it. I simply just said that it's crazy. And so what happens next becomes very important, because I imagine it'll be a major plot point going into the future of the Absolute Batman comics. What you do is you get a kind of interlude here, where you initially switch over to Bruce and Selina Kyle. And the two of them are just kind of making out and, touching naughty bits on a pile of money, which looks really, really cool. But then Waylon Jones shows up, right? Just starts knocking at the door. And Selina's just kind of like, grab the cash, right? Like, go through the back window, like, get out of here as fast as you can. And that's where Bruce is like, I mean, it's just Waylon, right? It's not like the cops or anything like that. And he's like, open up, man. I got to talk to you guys. And Selina's like, of course you could have just texted us, right? But once they open the door and Waylon comes in, you may have expected a kind of fight to break out because Selina was like Waylon's girl. Not at all. It's a time of celebration because Waylon finally got the fight against Bibbo Babowski. So the whole idea of Bibbo Babowski, this is actually kind of cool. He is the self-proclaimed world's biggest Superman fan. He's like a former boxer in DC. He's almost kind of like a cheerleader for Superman. You don't see him very often, but he's just like a really fun character, right? Well, as a former boxer, of course, this is the conflict that Waylon's talking about. So this is really more of an Easter egg than anything else, but it is a cool little reference. And so one of the things that goes on here is that Waylon asks Bruce Wayne to train him, because while Waylon is a very capable boxer, Bruce is a very capable fighter. And there are various elements from other types of martial arts that Waylon can roll into his boxing style in order to give him a kind of potential surprise upper hand, right? Traditional boxing rules apply, but still, this kind of shows that Waylon has been trained by Bruce in some way. And that's important because of what comes next. Because what ends up happening is Bruce Wayne at that moment basically shows up to Arkham, right? And once he actually gets inside, there's this kind of huge, gigantic facility. It's a compound, right? It's a massive cityplex, right? And that's where Alfred begins this monologue again. And he says, he moves quickly, darting through the maze of waterways. In less than an hour, he's inside the main cavern. 30 minutes later, he's at the old shaft. I guide him up, past bad junctions with dead ends. Higher and higher until he's at the main pipeline, the throat. Then he's in, really in, and for a moment, I fool myself into thinking like him, that this will work, that he can get in and out. But then he calls in. And he says, all right, I'm nearing the entry point. And Alfred tells him that can't be right, you're too low. And the response of Bruce, I can see the lights, Pennyworth. And Pennyworth tells him, kid, I'm telling you, according to the blueprints, you're still at least 100 meters beneath the prison. And when Bruce finally looks down and sees this place for what it is, the response of Alfred is like, what is it you're looking at? And Bruce says, the real Arkham. And it's colossal in size. It really is a city. It's like something out of paradise, right? It really is just this gigantic city. And so at that moment, Alfred says, a sudden flash of guilt hits me. And I call out to him as he drops in, but he cannot hear me. Why didn't you say what you really wanted to earlier, you old fool, instead of just good luck? So what if it wouldn't have made a difference? You still should have warned him that in England at SIS, you learned your worst fear was true, that everything happening here in Gotham is part of it, connected to the bigger thing, the terrible thing. You should have talked to him because you've been right where he is now. You know what it's like to think that you can save them, but the ones you care about, your brothers in arms, only to find out that you can't, to see them become strangers, enemies. Even now, you remember what it's like to have that faith, to believe the fight is a series of battles, campaigns of strategy, of geography, something quantifiable, because you don't understand yet. You don't see that you've crossed over, that this one isn't a war anymore, but the war, the one behind the others, the one with no rules, the one that never ends, ancient as stone and fresh as baby's blood. You should have talked to him because you remember exactly what it feels like that first time, when you finally see it, when you suddenly understand what you're up against. That moment, you look, and it looks back, like coming face to face with some ancient beast crawling up through time. For the first time, I hear fear in his voice. I'm not there. No one's there with you in this moment. You're alone. You and the monster. And that is when Bane appears and immediately kicks Batman. And what's crazy about this whole scene is like The Dark Knight Rises on steroids. Batman never had a chance because as soon as he gets up, the response of Bane, go on. It's okay. You can advance now. And Batman launches an attack. And then Bane literally just like blocks his hit and says, Muay Thai, nice. And then touches his elbow, dislocates his arm, like shuts his arm down. He says, it's all right, focus. You have another arm. And then in turn, touches the other elbow. And he says, Suntuken, smart, but incapacitates his other arm. And where Batman's just kind of standing there with both arms immobilized, the response of Bane, look at me, I'm up here. And he says, that's right, you still got your legs. And then like Batman attacks him. And then he touches his knee and he says, Savate, impressive, right? Takes out one of his legs. And Bruce is just like, is that all you've got? I only need one leg to beat the crap out of you. And he refers to Bane as being juiced up. And Bane's response, friend, I haven't even used this stuff yet, but if you want to see what it does, cool. So he literally gets that juice pumping into his head, and Batman gets this complete and total look of defeat, because at that point, he just asks, what are you? And you get to see what Bane looks like in his real form, and he is gigantic. And he just says, call me Bane. Welcome to your new home. Now, let's get you prepped for surgery. Here's my question. That whole, like, bat-looking thing on the wall, that looks like Dr. Langstrom, right? It looks like Man-Bat. So my question is, are they going to try to turn Bruce Wayne into the literal Man-Bat? I'm curious. You guys are not ready for absolute killer Croc. Holy cow, this whole comic is nightmare fuel. Okay, so what Absolute Batman does is this picks up with Batman having just been completely manhandled by Absolute Bane. And at this point, he's now a prisoner and a test subject. So what we're told, begin doctor's log, reporting on test subject 27. Sedated male presented at 6'9", 421 pounds. 6 staff were required to carry him in. 1 back injury incurred. Removal of its costume triggered a series of homemade booby traps, numerous injuries incurred. Once fully stripped, scans showed further contraband hidden throughout his body. After multiple surgeries, staff is now confident all objects have been extracted. Items confiscated include tear gas pellets, acid pellets, explosive pellets, sedative pellets, hallucinogenic pellets, a full lockpit kit, blow darts, finger blades, knuckle blades, toe blades, push daggers, trench daggers, various throwing shuriken, and one large spiked war club. Jesus! Subject remains under heavy sedation. All data suggests he'll remain incapacitated for at least 48 hours. End doctor's log. And it turns out, of course, he's not, because while this is a far more primitive version of the Batman that we're used to, it is Batman nonetheless. And so what ends up happening, of course, is that Bruce Wayne basically picks out a pin that he had up in his gums, hidden away, ever the pragmatist. And this, of course, allows him to momentarily escape this facility. And so the guy just goes running through this entire place, trying to get out as fast as he possibly can. But through this process, he passes by the Kelfern experiment. Now, some of you guys may not know who Carl Kelfern is. This guy is beyond screwed up. And I'm almost kind of horrified to see what he ends up looking like in the Absolute Universe. But Carl Kelfern was just this twisted, mutilated looking being with like a kind of screwed up bone structure and so on and so forth. He's one of the more extreme versions of like mutated individuals, quote unquote, within the Batman mythos. He's got super strength and a variety of different abilities, but he can heal from virtually any bone-breaking injury, but it usually looks grotesque whenever he does. The bigger point is that a lot of the twisted and mutilated versions of the Batman villains that we're used to are here. For example, the Doctor chimes in again. Begin Doctor's log. Subject has escaped his environment and is currently at large. Initial visuals placed him in the Southwest complex. Current sweeps have him somewhere in transmutation and plasticity, possibly en route to the clay biome. Now, this is where it gets insane, because as he's walking, a voice comes from below him and says, it hurts so bad. And literally, this is crazy, because basically it's Clayface, right? But the idea is that Clayface, as we know him, is not one contained individual who can shapeshift and do a variety of things. Clayface looks like a variety of people who have all kind of been merged together in this gigantic amorphous blob, right? It's bonkers. Now, it could also be that because it's one voice speaking, that Clayface is one guy, but cannot control his powers. But in the midst of Batman being here and all these hands reaching for him, Bane shows back up again, right? And we don't get a great big huge drawn out thing. Instead, it just says, Subject 27 apprehended by the Prime will need infirmary stay before being returned to his environment. And Doctor's log. And Bane just says, keep trying, please, right? This is such a twisted version of Bane. Now, here's where things get kind of bonkers here, right? So what you do is you jump back for a second to this kind of training montage, right? Between Waylon Jones, who we usually know to be Killer Croc in DC Comics, and Bruce Wayne. Now, of course, Waylon is actually training for a fight against a guy named Bibbo Babowski. Historically speaking, Bibbo has always basically been like a Superman cheerleader. Up until this moment, it didn't quite dawn on me. I think that's who they turned into Bane. I think that Scott Snyder turned Bibbo Babowski into Bane. But the whole idea behind this montage kind of sets up for a moment later on in the story, so that's why it's kind of necessary to cover here. But it's basically just this huge instance of Bibbo being this like champion, right? And Waylon Jones being, I wouldn't say an amateur boxer, but somebody working his way up the ranks, so I guess maybe amateur. But it's a bit of a crisis of confidence that he's having, where he's not 100% sure whether he can actually do it. But then, of course, he starts to build that confidence up, and it's like 100% I can. But the reason why this matters is because it goes towards how deep the friendship is between Bruce Wayne and Waylon Jones. Now, the other part of this is that Bruce Wayne's mom is out hunting for him, right? That kind of thing. So that's really all we have to cover when it comes to that. Anyway, switching back to everything going on, which is all you guys care about, right? The Doctor's voice comes on again. And this is when it gets nuts. It's when it gets absolutely amazing. So this Doctor says, begin Doctor's log. Report on Subject 27 at the 45-day point. For a short period after recovering from his encounter with the Prime, he remained combative, staying active, clearing guano from the floor, and generally maintaining his environment. Guano, of course, being bat poop, basically. basically. And it says, however, by 20 days in, like subjects 4, 6, 10, 11, and 21 before him, he seemed to accept his situation, becoming docile, then despondent. By 30 days in, he refused to eat, so a feeding tube was inserted into his stomach. Since then, he's barely moved, even when staff have gone in to clean the port. It's the staff's diagnosis, therefore, that subject 27 has finally fallen into total submission. End doctor's log. And as the staff come in, he kicks him in the face and immediately starts attacking all of them, right? And then it's like, update, staff diagnosis may have been premature. It now seems likely that subject 27's docility was performative, in act so he could prepare for another aggression. Now, this is where it gets, this is so cool, right? It's the most Batman thing ever. Data suggests he extracted a number of his own teeth, a mix of incisors and premolars, to use for manual combat. Literally, he turned his teeth into kind of makeshift knives on his knuckles, right? And it says the subject also managed to adjust his feeding tube to gain access to his own raw stomach acid and starts spraying the doctors down with his own stomach acid. It's like this twisted version of Joker's acidic flour. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy, right? Perhaps most impressive was what he did with his latrine. After collecting a large amount of bat poop inside and then urinating on it for weeks, subject 27 was able to create a highly flammable compound, not unlike gunpowder, which he then used to explode the wall of his cell and escape once again. It's bonkers, man. Like, I get that this is not the main DC universe Batman, but he's acting like it, bro. And so the voice chimes in again. Those sensors picked him up, headed north through the strange corridor. He soon dropped more explosives to obscure his tracks, and he fell off all scans. He is currently at large again. Now, nightmare fuel, guys, because as he's making his way through here, he ends up coming across what's basically a wall of trees. And when he sits down to rest for a moment, he actually looks back at one of them. It's got eyes and a mouth. Now, this is clearly Scott Snyder referencing his own Witches comic, and good for him, because that comic was on a whole nother level of nightmare fuel, right? Pledged is pledged. But the other thing going on here is the voice chimes in and it says, updates, new reports imply that he might have gone north toward the Isley ecosystem. And so like this almost zombified looking person comes out of nowhere and says, out. The green wants out. Let us out. It looks like this just twisted, mutated version of Poison Ivy. Not only that, one of the cool things here is the green, right? The very essence of plant life, all interconnected as a sentient organism that can be manipulated, controlled, whatever verb you want to use, with regards to guys like Swamp Thing and Poison Ivy. But still, it's horrific because, like, Poison Ivy, I guess, in this instance, goes to attack Batman. And again, this voice comes out of nowhere. Hey there, and it's Bane, right? So close. Please don't give up, please. And just starts pummeling Batman on the spot. And it happens every time. Every single time he makes an escape, he gets just far enough away that Bane shows up, pummels this guy, sends him to the infirmary, and they bring him back. But it's all part of a larger plan, because at that point, you switch back to Bruce Wayne, who appears to be getting the same implants that Bane is getting, right? Begin doctor's log. Day 91, subject 27 continues to show remarkable resilience. After 2 weeks of surgeries, he has managed to survive the full cycle, unlike all 26 subjects before him. While there were multiple instances when staff believed he would expire, especially during his craniotomy and subsequent brainstem insertion, 27 continually recovered. As of this recording, sutures and grafts are all holding. His vitals are stable. 27's body is ready. All that remains is for him to finally surrender in spirit. The excitement among the staff is palpable. The belief is that he has been broken. The Prime is more judicious, as am I. He suggests we test 27 one more time. So they present him with a Batman suit. And this is, again, kind of Scott Snyder hearkening back to his New 52 run. If you guys remember, when Batman was thrown into the labyrinth of the Court of Owls, he literally started going insane. And it's very similar to this, right? He was hallucinating, seeing things that weren't there, losing his mind. And he starts talking to the Batman suit, right? And he's like, just leave me alone, right? It's over. It's all over. There is no winning in any of this. But then he starts to overcome this fear. And when that happens, he puts on the Batman suit and starts running through the joint with his battle axe, right? And that's where he comes up on the Langstrom experiment. Kirk Langstrom, of course, being Man-Bat, a physical man and bat hybrid. Now, you have scientists who are watching this whole thing, and you have these twisted individuals. One of them almost kind of looks like a Professor Pig type guy, but he just says, help us, right? And Bruce is like, I don't know how. And it's like, then make it stop. But that's when Bane shows back up again. And this time, he starts pummeling Batman worse than before. And it's Bane back in his true form when the guy's all juiced up and gigantic. And he just tells him, right, we're more alike than you know, friend. I'm trying to save you the pain that I went through. And he says, but it's going to take more pain now, but you will thank me in the end. I promise you. And so he says, forgive my crude translation, but there's a saying that I find useful. It's not the strongest or most intelligent of us that survive this war called life. But before he can finish, one of the things that had happened is that in the fight between the two of them, Batman had been sent flying through the glass of an enclosure. And that is where you have this just giant crocodile creature, absolute killer Croc, who comes flying out and attacks Bane, right? Not enough to kill him, but enough to just send him flying with one swoop of his tail. And this thing is out for blood because the doctors are like, okay, we have to get out of here, right? We have to get out of here as fast as we possibly can. But then you end up seeing Killer Croc opening its mouth, and this thing is huge. Killer Croc's gigantic and literally just like eats these guys, right? Kills these doctors on the spot. And that's where Batman's just like, Waylon? And immediately he turns around. So they've converted Waylon. They've converted Waylon Jones into Killer Croc, which again, I told you guys something bad was going to happen to him. This is this dark and twisted universe. He was a really, really cool guy. Things weren't going to work out well, but I never expected this, right? Because at that point, Bruce is like, it's me. Like, Waylon, it's me. It's Bruce Wayne. And that, again, is when you hearken back to that whole training session where Waylon asks, like, Bruce, do you really think I can win? Do you really think that I can overcome Bibbo Babowski? And the response of Bruce was, of course I believe you can win. You're Waylon Croc Jones. You will always come out on top. And that bit of a connection is what brought the two of them back together, right? That is what, in this instance, allows absolute Killer Croc to recognize that it's Bruce. And then Bruce gets on his back and starts riding him through Arkham Asylum. Now, here's a crazy thing, right? We're not done because Bane literally stands up and is like, as I was saying, it's not the strongest or the most intelligent of us who survive this war called life, but the most adaptive to change. That's Xenophon, Corinth, Athens, circa 400 BC. Time for you to change, little man. And that's where Bruce is like, shove it up your ass, right? That's Batman circa now. And Waylon Jones like screeches like, yeah, bro. And they just like take off into the sewers, right? And vanish. But again, all of this is by design because the doctor shows up, Dr. Arkham, and literally she says, Subject 27 continues to exceed expectations, just as the Prime and I predicted. He and Mutation 523 are fleeing to the sewers. End doctor's log. And so she just asks, right, are you excited for the final phase? Bane, of course, says, I'm very excited. Right? He says, because now I truly get to break him, which is the one thing that he wants the most. With that being said, guys, we're going to bring this to an end. When I initially saw Dr. Arkham, there was a part of me that was like, is that really Bruce's mom? Like, I kind of wanted to believe it was Bruce's mom for a second, that she was just experimenting on him, which of course we know that's not necessarily the case, but it is dope, and it is exciting to see. Absolute Batman number 11 is amazing. It's better than the last one. As crazy as the last one was, it's better than that. So let's get into this. So almost the entirety of this comic is one giant monologue from Alfred, right? But there is a whole lot of stuff that happens. But the way this opens up is Alfred says, I should have warned you. I tried. I almost managed it. We were in the Batmobile crossing the bay to that terrible place, and I started to tell you about him. But when you turned to me, I just froze and wished you good luck instead. Good luck like an old fool. Now, of course, what he's talking about here, as you guys likely remember, is when Bruce Wayne is getting ready to go directly into Arkham, which is basically Arkham Asylum, but out there in the ocean, where they're conducting experiments which will inevitably lead him into encountering the now modified Waylon Jones, his friend who's been transformed into absolute killer Croc. And so Alfred continues on. The truth is, I was afraid, maybe just of naming him, making him real, conjuring him up. But now he's here, and he's coming for you at this very moment. Wherever you are, kid, I am sorry. And so this is what I should have told you that night. It's the story of Bane and how he breaks your back. Now, this is the crazy thing, right? This is what's so nuts. Because keep in mind, Alfred doesn't know everything that had gone on inside of Arkham. So here's what he says, right? It begins on the island called Santa Prisca. A boy is born amid the fighting, but there's always fighting here. The people threw off the Spanish, the French, and the Dutch, but the island is rich with things that the world wants. The boy's father is a rebel leader. His group has been fighting for Santa Prisca's freedom for over 100 years. His grandfather led it, then his father, and now him. The group's flag shows Santa Prisca's national bird, the royal quetzal, a species that dies in captivity, rising high into the sky. One day soon, the boy's father tells him, when we have won peace, that bird will fly free. Can you see it, my boy? Like his father, the boy loves the island with every cell in his body. So he closes his eyes and tries, but no vision comes. Yes, father, he says, I see it. Now, what's really crazy about all this is that it's very reminiscent of just guerrilla warfare tactics, because that's what they are, right? Kind of hiding in fields, pot shots here and there, things like that. But as they're making their way through here, there's a massive explosion that goes off, right? And so what it says is one night the boy eats jojoba seeds in hopes of seeing his father's vision. He stares at the flag, but instead of the quetzal, he sees a terrible bird, white and burning with a back like a skull, and he wakes screaming. Years pass, the boy trains, studies, and the group makes inroads under his planning. One Tuesday, they take the capital. They hold it for 3 days. The moment is here, says his father. But on the 4th day, foreign troops are sent in, and the rebellion is crushed. So this is a tragic story, right? Bane has known nothing but war and conflict. And so Alfred continues on. The surviving members of this group are sentenced to life in Peñadoro, an infamous prison off Santa Prisca's coast. The boy and his father among them. 1 year passes, then 2. Still, the boy's father is hopeful. Peace will be won, he says. They will never break us. Every night, the cold tide floods the cells to the very tops, forcing the inmates to fight for small, gasping breaths among the dead things washing in and out. The boy learns how to sleep, hanging from the cage roof. He learns to pick jigger fleas from his skin in the morning. He eats rats for sustenance. One day, a computer is smuggled in. A picture of an actual quetzal is pinned in the screen, and the boy is horrified at how small the bird is, how weak-looking it is. The quetzal will fly, says the father. We will not break. Now, here's the thing about this, right? As this story continues on, I want you to keep that statement in mind, right? That Bane looks at this bird and realizes how small and weak it is, because I would argue that is the moment that changed everything. And so continuing on here, right? Alfred says, 3 years pass, and then 4. Some men do break, turn on the father. The boy fights them off. 6 years pass, and then 7. Can you see it, says his father at night, hanging from the bars next to him, the bird flying free. 8 years pass, and then 9. The boy closes his eyes and remembers his own bird, the one made of white fire, the skull of its back. Yes, father, he says. Now, Scott Snyder is borrowing very heavily from what we know with Bane's origin in the main DC universe, right? But instead of Bane seeing a bat and believing that Batman's defeat is his destiny, he's kind of forging his own symbol here. And so one of the things to keep in mind is that while Batman and Killer Croc are basically figuring out how to handle Bane, that Bane himself had actually left Arkham and traveled directly to Gotham City. And that's a crazy thing because he's a man on a mission, and all these things are going to come to a head. Now, to kind of sidetrack his origin, with him showing up in Gotham, it goes exactly the way that you think it would, right? That there's a curfew patrol car reporting in, that the streets are clear to Union, right? They're basically keeping the city under lockdown. But then these poor bastards run into Bane, right? And he literally grabs one of these guys with one hand. And I mean, just as a frame of reference, keep in mind how big Bane is. One hand is enough to completely engulf this guy's body. And Bane crushes it with his bare hand. Just his hand crushes this whole guy's body. The dude's a giant. And then the other guys turn around and they're demolished. And when I say demolished, I mean, they never had a chance. Bane leaves them broken, bleeding, and dead. And then Alfred picks back up again. Do you get it yet, kid? Do you see what he is? I'll go faster because he's coming for you. Can you feel the ground shaking beneath his boots, the air bending around his teeth? He's almost there. And so he says, after 11 years in Pinaduro, the boy, who's now a man, and the other fighters put a plan in motion. Weapons are made from dried fish guts, the tails of sea roaches, and under the boy's leadership, they do the unthinkable, and they take the prison. Rumors are that the island has changed hands again, and conditions have gotten worse. New things are coveted from the island, rare earth elements on the bedrock. The men storm the beach. It's only when they've secured the boats that they stop to look up. No one has seen the sky for over a decade. And so as they climb inside, the boy's father gives him something, a mask made of the flag itself. You are the Quetzal, my son, he says. You are the bird of our vision, of peace. Today is the day. He's crying, though he hides the tears beneath his cap. Yes, says the boy. And so as they cross the bay, all that he can think about is the fighting ahead. He has multiple strategies to take the beach, then the capital, but as they near the shore, the boy sees no tanks and no truce, just a man in white standing in the sunshine. And you guys know who this is, right? Welcome home, says the man, calling the boy by his name. I have an offer for you. From across the beach, the boy's father watches as his son talks with this strange man. Maybe it's his grin or the way he jokes with the boy, but never laughs. The women with him too. The father could swear he sees things moving in their bellies. The father is just about to intervene when the boy abruptly ends the conversation. Whatever the man was offering, it is over. And with that, the man in white smiles, tips his hat, and leaves. So clearly, this is absolute Joker. Right now, this is not absolute Joker as we know him, who's this twisted, grotesque person, but Alfred's actually going to address that. Right, Alfred Pennyworth is going to talk about the nature of absolute Joker to a degree, but kind of focusing on this origin again, and this is why I say Bane's perception of that weak bird is so important, that Alfred says a powerful sense of relief washes over the father as the man's helicopter flies away, a shadow lifting. The father takes a deep breath. In this moment, he wants only to hug his son. He has never felt a love so deep, and so he does. And the boy hugs him back. Can you see it, father? Says the boy. Your dream of peace. I see it, says the father. I see it in you. And in that moment, Bane kills his dad. It's patricide, right? He kills his father on the spot. And that's where Alfred says, this is where our true records of him start. A diplomat's plane explodes. A journalist is slain. Pirates are slaughtered. This is where the figure known as Bane emerges. A shape forming, a constellation drawn between unsolved murders, a bird in the shape of a skull, its tail made of teeth. Now, this is where things get really, really cool, because one of the big questions that a lot of you guys have had is, how does the Venom serum work for Bane? Well, we get this explanation, right? Alfred says, our intel suggests that the venom running through his veins is a mixture of acids, proteins, compound activators, and cytokines. It gives him total control over his own muscles, his very cells bent to his will. But even more astounding is the way it enhances his mind. Before, there was only so much he could learn, but now, suddenly, he can hold books, whole libraries in his head. Every method of fighting he knows. Every weapon he knows. Every battle from ancient times to now, he knows. From the strategies of Sumerian warrior kings to the most current algorithmic doctrine. And he is here for you, Bruce. He could be right outside your door at this very moment. And that's where Bane says, it is time, little one. Because here's the cool thing about this, right? While Alfred's telling this whole backstory, again, Bane is a man on a mission, hunting for Batman. And the crazy thing about all this, right, that one of the things that Scott Snyder is doing so well is keeping Bane's intelligence intact. It's one of the things about his character outside of comic books that is abandoned so frequently, right? People just ignore the idea that Bane is so incredibly smart. And so in this moment, Bane catches up to Batman. And what follows is probably the most spectacular ass whooping in the history of comics. And Batman ain't the one doing it. Because what Alfred says here is he says, I know you by now, kid, well enough to understand that you will fight. And you will have a plan too. You'll have a good plan. Just like the plans he drew up when he was that boy back on Santa Prisca. A plan based on your knowledge of this place. Because this is your home. Gotham, as the island, was his. So fight him. Let him get in the first hit. Get him feeling confident, cocky even, so he'll advance to that spot right where you want him. Now yell something about how he'll never take this city or welcome to Gotham. Give him just enough time to realize what's happening, how you've beaten him, lured him into a lot full of parked vehicles rigged with explosives and set off the bat bombs. Watch as it all explodes and that Bane's destroyed, only to find out he's not, and he is still coming for you because Bane crushes Batman. I mean, if you thought the fight they had originally was a fight, no, that was Bane toying with him. This is Bane when he's incensed, and nothing Batman does can hurt this guy. And Alfred says that, right? He says, you cannot win, kid. And this is one of the hardest lines, the most perfect description of Bane I've ever heard, right? There's no plan of attack that he has not studied, no strategy that he does not know. But more than this, he knows you because he was you when he was that boy on Santa Prisca, fighting his heart out, planning, building, strategizing. For what? For peace? No. Because what Bane does in that moment is he tears Batman's arm off, right? And Alfred says he has become the bird from his vision so long ago. Not his father's Quetzal, but the terrible burning thing from the night in the jungle, the white skull bird. And that's why Bane says things like, open your mind, right? After like removing Batman's arm, which really he did it by just using his own axe and cutting it off. It's all the same, right? He says, open your eyes in the same way that his father kind of told him. Can you see it? Can you see what's really happening, Bruce, that you never had a chance in the first place? And that's why Alfred says now, years later, he finally understands it. He knows what it is. He knows what that bird is, the creature that appears in almost every culture across time, ancient Egypt, China, the Firebird. It is the great phoenix, the fire through which men are burned and reborn, the fire of war. Bane is its greatest disciple, a monument to it. For what is war if not our highest calling? When man climbed from the mud 500,000 years ago, pink and soft in a world of claws and teeth, he should have been killed instantly. But what saved him? His ability to fight, to conquer. Hell, all life is a war story. Right now, plants are strangling each other for sunlight. Every living thing is locked in combat. Peace is death. War is life. And literally in this moment, when Bane has the axe of Batman and is lording over him with it, Batman starts begging, right? And Bane just says, I said, open your eyes. And Bane just starts smashing him in the face, right? Smashing him in the head with his own axe. And literally, Alfred says, so look up, Bruce. What do you see? Because it is not a bat, and it never was. And so after just this merciless beatdown and having cut off both of Bruce Wayne's arms, Bane grabs Batman and throws him onto a boat and takes him back to Arkham. And Alfred continues on. He says, sometimes I try to imagine what the man in white said to him on the beach that day, the man I've been chasing all these years, the man made of stories, the first one appearing so long ago about a child dressed as a clown in a Gotham alley, the man who never laughs, who haunts the world. They say he grows new teeth every day. They say he has another face. I can almost hear his pitch. Picture him standing before you in the sunshine, handsome as an angel, and his hand outstretched. You can keep fighting like this, he says. It's your choice. Maybe you'll take the city again. Maybe you'll take the whole island. Maybe your peace will last long enough for you to have a son, for you to watch him walk this very beach. But you know in your heart, as I do, that war will come for the island again. But there is another way. Close your eyes and see it. Because in that moment, Batman is prepped for surgery. And so it continues on, this imagined conversation between Absolute Joker and Bane, the way that Alfred pictures it. Picture Santa Prisca thriving. Picture schools with computers and tablets. Picture roads, hospitals, jobs. I can make it so with one phone call. Can you see it though? Your home, peaceful and free. And the boy finally could. From what we know, most subjects die from the procedure that you are undergoing, Bruce. The operation kills them, or the venom itself. But you're tough, just like him. It's part of his job, bringing in subjects that they can make into warriors in his image, who work for the man in white and his allies. We know of one in Russia they call the KG Beast, another in the Middle East, and one I know too well, codenamed Deathstroke. None have been able to survive the full procedure as he did, but each was transformed into something new. You, though, he sees himself in you. He thinks that you could be the first one to do it, worthy of the mask, the bird with the skull across its back. They say the devil knocks 3 times, and this is your second chance, kid. Picture it, he says to you, Bruce. Picture Gotham thriving, an island gleaming and bright. Now and then, Bane returns to Santa Prisca to see his family. The island is prospering. He sees children walking to school without fear, sees men and women riding electric bikes to work, students sitting in a cafe, laughing. An old couple walks holding hands. They smile at him when he passes. He has a wife and children. They run to him when he comes home because they know even if they do not understand what he is or what he does, they know he has made this place thrive. This is the story that I should have told you, kid, because it's the story they want for you. It's what he's offering to become the hero Gotham needs. And Batman, with all these modifications, looks insane. Here's the kicker behind it all. none of this happened because Alfred is imagining it all. This is what he pictures happening when Batman tries to confront Bane, because he says, for it to work, you have to break, kid, or rather to choose to break like he did. You have to break your own back and offering it up. But you won't though, will you? You're still out there somewhere, unbroken, safe, for now. I know it, and he knows it too. That's why he did not go to your door when he came to the city of Gotham looking for you. Instead, he went to theirs because he knows the real way to break you is by breaking your friends. This is probably one of the darkest comics I've ever read. Like, do you guys remember when Absolute Bane beat the crap out of Batman? That's nothing compared to what Bane did to his friends. Like, it's bonkers. Okay, so what this does is this opens up with Batman and Absolute Killer Croc, right? Keeping in mind that Batman had basically rescued Waylon Jones while he was on the island, but not before Waylon Jones was transformed into essentially Killer Croc. And so initially, because of the fact that they were such close friends at some point, Waylon Jones is just like, you need to save me, right? Like, I saved you, now you save me. And initially Batman takes this to mean like, we'll find a cure, we'll figure out a way to fix you. The response of Waylon is, no, that's not what I'm talking about, right? The hunger, Bruce, it hurts too much. Save me, right? It's not save me, it's end me. And initially Batman's just kind of like, you know, like he doesn't know how to handle it. Now, of course, at that point, Waylon Jones is just like, do it, right? Like, I mean, end me. Like, I do not want to suffer anymore. But Bruce can't bring himself to do it, right? He can't bring himself to end his friend. And the response of Waylon is like, well, if you won't, I will. And he goes to take the dagger out of Batman's hand, right? And of course, Batman kicks it out of his hand. He's like, that's not going to happen. Waylon Jones roars like crazy, right? I mean, he's pissed off to no end. And then he just says, I should have left you in that place, and takes off, right? So here's the crazy thing, is that this is not going to be the first time that Bruce has to go through this. His friends blaming him for everything that happened, because now he's starting to come to the reality of exactly what it was that he had done. And so what you end up doing is you pick up with himself and Selina Kyle as they're basically exploring a kind of new apartment for themselves. Now, this is a flashback, right? Hence the reason why it looks the way it does. But it's kind of a romantic moment between the two, right? The idea that they're essentially starting a life together, right? The landlord says that the first of the month is due on signing, and then as long as the details checked out, that they're both good to go, right? There's no pets, no cats, anything like that. And so it's kind of like, okay, cool, right? We'll take it, right? That's the immediate response. The funny thing about this is that Selina Kyle knows Bruce Wayne well enough to know when he's hiding something, when he's not really talking about what it is that is bothering him. And she figures that out pretty quickly. So she's like, reveal it, like, what's going on? And they're talking about the fight between Waylon Jones and Bibbo Babowski, right? That was the whole thing that Bruce was kind of helping him out with when they were younger, that Waylon Jones had a crisis of confidence. He didn't really know if he could win the boxing match, but these little tidbits are exceedingly important because they kind of help to build up the relationships between all these various characters. And one of the cool things about this, right, that when he's talking to Selina, he says it's Waylon, right? I don't know what to do. And she says, like, did you tell him the truth? And he says he's not going to listen, right? I know him. He really believes that he can win. And so the response of Selina, then help him, right? And Bruce is like, how? And it's one of the most important pieces of advice that she gives him, right? The same way we got this spot. If the rules aren't fair, stop playing by them. Make up your own set of rules. And that's kind of a true statement. At the end of the day, no one really cares how you win. On paper, they care, but in the real world, no one really cares how you win, so long as you win. And so what you end up doing is you pick up with Bruce Wayne in the aftermath of him recovering from everything with Killer Croc and all that kind of stuff, because keep in mind, there were the whole surgical enhancements that were done, all kinds of things that had happened. The guy had almost no sleep whatsoever. And so what he finds out in talking to Alfred is when he asks, how long have I been out? Alfred says, it's been 20 days since I found you collapsed on the floor of this place. And he's like, 20 days, right? And that's where Alfred's like, yeah, right? And you need a hell of a lot more. The things they did to your body, I'm not even sure that you fully comprehend. He says, there's a delivery system woven into your spine and brain, all loaded with that compound venom. And there's no telling what it could do to you. But of course, Bruce Wayne, being Bruce Wayne, is like dismissive of it all, right? He's like, I'm fine. But here's the important thing that Alfred tells him. He says, no, right? You need to hear this. What you did, things have changed now, right? You're in it. Do you understand? But again, Bruce isn't really picking up on everything that Alfred's saying. So he's kind of dismissive yet again, right? He says, I get it. Now I'm going to need you to move, and just kind of goes out there. Now the Venom kind of starts working through his system, but it's not this huge crushing type of thing, right? It's not like he just amps up in the same way that Bane does. Instead, it just kind of momentarily bothers him, for lack of a better word. Headaches, if you want to call it that. But then he goes back home, and the first person he sees is his mom. And Mama Bear's pissed, right? She is 8 kinds of pissed off, right? She's pissed and she's worried. 1, because she thought something happened to him, right? But 2, she's glad to see that he's alive, right? Because one thing you never do is piss off Mama Bear. And she literally says, right, I was so scared of getting that phone call again every time it rang. And then with what happened to Ozzy, and that's where Bruce starts to find out Bane went after his friends. Now, we already knew that, right? We knew that from the last issue that we covered of Absolute Batman, where we got the origin story of Bane, right? The origin of Bane kind of coincided with what he was doing in that moment, which was going after Batman's friends. We didn't find out what he did, but we're going to find out here, because what ends up happening is Batman goes to the hospital to visit Oswald Cobblepot, right? One of his closest friends. And he tells Commissioner Gordon, I'm glad he kept an eye out for my mom, like I really appreciate it. And Gordon even tells him, he says, your family, son. And the truth is, looking at you, if I was still commissioner, I'd arrest you before I let you walk out of this place without a doctor checking you out. But, and that's again where it kind of steps in. I'm seeing as I'm commissioner now, right? I'm going to do you a favor here, Wayne, out of respect for Jimmy. So they give him 5 minutes to go in and visit. But here's a crazy thing. Dr. Leslie Tompkins tells him, right? She's like, did anyone explain, right? And he just says, just let me see him. And she's like, but I have to warn you, Bruce, I've never seen anything like it. And Oswald is just crumpled down to virtually nothing. He's like a wadded up human piece of paper. And that's where she just says, whoever did this, right, is an abomination. And here's the crazy thing. When Bane shows up here and meets his friends, the response of Oswald, right, like, who the hell are you supposed to be? And Bane just grabs him, right? And he just says, you want so badly to be big, don't you, right? The pink gym raw muscles, the lifts in your shoes. And that's where Leslie kind of fills him in on what happened to Oswald. She says, whoever did this, they broke nearly every bone in Oswald's body, some in multiple places, but somehow they did it in a way that missed each vital organ. It was precise, surgical, cruel beyond measure. If Oswald lives, he'll be almost 2 feet shorter, and his hands and his feet, it'll be hard, Bruce, a life of constant pain. And so that's how Oswald becomes the Penguin. Instead of being born with this disfigurement, he's literally crushed by Bane's bare hands into a 2 foot shorter version of himself. And that's where Bruce is like, I'll just do whatever I can, right? Like, we all will. Has Harvey come by? And that's where Dr. Tompkins is like, did they not tell you what happened to Harvey Dent? Right? And he's like, what happened to Harvey Dent? And she's like, he's in the next room. Now, here's the most crushing thing for Harvey Dent. Right? She says it's bad, Bruce, right? 3rd to 4th degree burns across the left side of his body, straight 50%. But what's worse, they crushed his skull, cracked it down the center. When the police found him, his head was basically laying in 2 separate parts. And that's where he just kind of says the name Flass, right? And Bruce goes to greet him, and then he absolutely gets torn apart by Harvey, because Harvey asks, do you remember that one truant cop when we were kids, Bruce? Flass, right? Always 1 step ahead, no matter how stealthy we tried to be. And when he caught you, he got that look, right? Like, I see you. Do you remember that guy? And Bruce says, of course, I remember. And he says, like he knew all the crap that you were hiding. And me. He had this special hate for me. You're fooling yourself, he'd say. He says, you stick with these losers, they'll bring you down hard, Flass would always say. He was right, right? He was right. Because what happened is Bane crushed this guy. And the way that Bane does it is kind of insane. Once he snatches up Harvey, he says, let me guess, right? The big brother of the little group, the protector. And yet, you're also destined to to be the traitor because your friends, they're all outlaws. And you, with your principles, your ambition, those eyes, you established this ritual long ago, didn't you? This poker game, a safe place where the stakes are void, where you can be both forever. Outlaw and lawman, friend and enemy, a microcosm, gambling for plastic coins, all pretend. And he says, but the time for pretending is over. And that's where he had grabbed him, put his face down into the alcohol, and threw a match on the ground and set half his face on fire. And so that's where you kind of jump back to Harvey, right? Talking to him. And Harvey says, I heard that he's retired somewhere, right? Flass, Metropolis, Gateway City. I should probably look him up. And where Bruce tries to apologize, he says, it's all my fault. The response of Harvey, yes, it is. You gambled for real, Bruce. You put it all out there. Your friends, your city, everything, all the chips. Now get out of here. And if it's any consolation, I only hate you half the time. So it's one of the most crushing things to know that you set your friends on this path, but it's even more crushing to find out that your friends hate you for it. They recognize the fact that Bruce did this to them. And that's kind of the crazy thing here, is because at that point, Bruce goes to visit Eddie, right? He goes to see Edward Nygma. And when he sees him just kind of sitting there at a computer, he's like, okay, cool. Like, you're okay, right? Everything's fine. Like, I thought that you may have been hurt too. But the response of Nygma, who got the worst of it all, he says, no, he didn't hurt me. In fact, he was very gentlemanly, right? He challenged me to a friendly battle of wits. He said that if I won, he'd let me kill him. He even handed me his gun. Can you believe it? And so he says, Bane told me, right? I'll bet you like riddles. And so Bruce asks, right, like, what did you do? And the response of Nygma, he says, it only took Bane a minute to beat me. And before I knew it, he was shaking my head, slamming the front of my brain into my skull. The frontal lobe, the part responsible for intelligence, just bang, right? It was absolutely wild, Bruce, like bang. And then suddenly facts became questions everywhere. And so he says, no, Bruce, he didn't hurt me at all. He helped me. He was challenging me. Maybe he was challenging all of us to become what we were meant to be, because his whole head has basically just been replaced with machinery now. Even his physical brain is sticking out of the back of this makeshift helmet. And that's a crazy thing, because in that moment, the venom kind of starts running its course again. And that's where Nygma tells Bruce, right? It looks like he challenged you too. So riddle me this. What are you going to do about it? And that's the crazy thing, because at that point, you jump to the past. I told you guys, this comic is insanity. Only from Scott Snyder can you imagine stuff like this, especially after he wrote Witches. Yeah, if you ever read Witches, you could easily see where he would come up with something like this. We should cover Witches. That story's bonkers. But at that point, you jump to the past, right? Specifically, when you have Bruce and Selina in them who go and meet with Carmine Falcone, or Falcone, as I like to call him. And initially, he's just kind of like, okay, so I know who you are, right? You're Waylon Jones' trainer, aren't you, right? Like, let me guess. You want Bibbo to go easy on your boy, or maybe you're looking to cash out altogether. And he says, I guess Croc's less of a crocodile and more of a crock of crap. And that's where Bruce is just like, what's in the bag is a gesture, right? Some of the finest gold work in the city. And initially Falcone's just like, how do I even know it's real? And the response of Bruce, maybe because it's yours, stolen from apartments you own. And initially Falcone's just kind of like, what are you talking about? And he's like, we're not looking to cash out, we're looking to raise. And so what this is designed to do is to illustrate the fact that over the course of Bruce's life, he's always had this just kind of reckless attitude, always willing to up the ante, to do whatever it takes to make sure he wins, because the consequences were never really anything significant for him. It never really hurt him. The problem was always just over there. And if the problem is over there, then the problem might as well not exist, because you don't have to see it or deal with it on a regular basis. But now it came to a head. Now the problems are real, and his actions have direct consequences for the people that are closest to him. And so that's where you pick up with Bruce Wayne back in the Batcave, and he just tells the Red Hood gang, stand down, right? He's like, it's all off. Everything is done. And that's where the Red Hood gang initially tries to interrupt, but Bruce ends the phone call. And then Gordon just asks the question, like, what's that about? And Bruce just comes clean with it all, right? Just kind of has this bit of a breakdown where he says, you were right when the Black Mask offered that deal. I didn't even consider it. Not really. I just really didn't see. And that's the important thing, is because at that point, Alfred's like, so that's it, right? You're just going to close down operations. And Bruce is like, he broke them, Pennyworth, my friends. He broke them all, right? And that's the important thing, is because Black Mask warned Bruce. You guys remember that story? You guys remember that moment when he warned him? He told him, you have no clue what's coming. If you destroy me, if you defeat me, you're going to hand the city over to something worse than me. They are going to send him after you. And when that happens, he will destroy everyone and everything that you know and love. And Bruce didn't want to listen. Bruce didn't want to hear that. It was the ravings of a bad guy. It was a dude who had no idea what he was talking about. But now Bruce is finding out consequences are a thing that exists. And so that's why at that point, Alfred says, yeah, he did, right? The question is, are you going to let him break you, right? He says, you chose this, Bruce, and I told you, you're in it now. Everything has changed, and there is no going back. There's only through, so get ready, because it's only going to get worse. And that's when you find out someone's breached the hatch. Someone's busted in. And the response of Pennyworth, it's Bane, right? Bane is coming for you, right? And so at that point, he's like, if he really wants a war so much, let's give it to him. So Alfred, it turns out, has a minigun. This dude has a minigun. He turns into Jesse Ventura from Predator, which is nuts because he's roaming the hallways with the biggest gun I've ever seen in my life, ready to spray down whatever poor soul gets in front of his face, which is probably the best you can do when it comes to someone like Bane. But then out of nowhere, this rope comes down, snatches Alfred, knocks him out. Batman turns around to see Alfred unconscious, and who's standing there? Absolute Catwoman. With that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this video to an end. I told you guys, this story is crazy. Here's a crazy thing, though. It's not even the craziest thing. Here's a crazy thing. Did you guys see the interview where Scott Snyder said Absolute Scarecrow is coming to the comics? And I gotta tell you, man, if you guys thought this was bad, Absolute Scarecrow is gonna be nightmare fuel like you and I have never seen. And I am so excited. Absolute Batman just introduced his newest villain, and it's kind of a shock. So hopefully the internet hasn't spoiled it by the time this video comes out. But picking back up with Absolute Batman, continuing the Abomination storyline, what this does is, of course, picks up in the aftermath of the last video that we did, which was essentially Alfred Pennyworth being taken by surprise with the arrival of Absolute Catwoman. Now, here's a cool thing. Absolute Catwoman has been around the Absolute Universe for quite some time, right? We know that it's Selina Kyle, and we know she's been there kind of doing things, but this is one of the first real meaningful interactions that you get between herself and Bruce and their costumes. Because as you guys know from reading DC Comics, when Selina Kyle and Bruce Wayne are just their normal selves, right? Bruce Wayne and Selina Kyle walking down the street, they interact one way. But when it's Batman and Catwoman on a rooftop somewhere, their dynamic completely shifts, whether the writer intends for that to be the case or not. And that's kind of what you see here, because Bruce asks the question, why are you here, Selina? And she says, look at us, right? Our ears match. I'm here because your mother called me. And he just says, I'll ask one last time. And she's like, I mean, she actually did, right? But come on, Bruce, like, you've been missing for months. I was worried, all right? Like, I came to help. And Bruce's response, I do not need your help. Now, something to understand here, and this only makes sense in the context of the larger Absolute Batman story. If you have not been keeping up with Absolute Batman, or this is your first video, it looks like Bruce Wayne just being a crotchety dude, like he always is, right? You know, Batman being a dick. But like the reality here is that this is kind of coming off the heels of everything that's happened. Because keep in mind, right, Bruce Wayne donning the mantle of Batman in the Absolute Universe was to try to make Gotham a better place. Along the way, he ends up facing off against Black Mask, who warns him, if you topple me, something worse will arrive in your city. And Bruce ignored it. Right? Bruce thought that he had the upper hand, only for Absolute Bane to show up. He crumpled his friend Oswald Cobblepot like a piece of paper, and that's why he's the Penguin. He literally destroyed the skull of Riddler, hooked his brain up to all kinds of electrodes and whatnot, and that's how he becomes the Riddler. He lit the entire side of Harvey Dent on fire, and that made him Two-Face. And this, of course, is coming off the death of his father, which we learned about in the first story arc called The Zoo. So his life has really been nothing but loss and sacrifice. But more recently, him becoming Batman has cost him so much. So that's where this is coming from, right? I don't need your help, which is really a statement of saying you should not be here. And he's not directly stating, because if you are here, something bad could happen to you, and I cannot handle that. That's really what he's saying here, right? It's a very, very great moment with Scott Snyder. And so that's why she says clearly, I mean, you've got such a superstar team already because Alfred Pennyworth is just sitting under her foot, right? And that's where Alfred just says, like, I've heard about you, the Catwoman, what you pulled in Penang, no loyalty or anything. And that's when she just like wraps her whip around his neck, which, I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. Catwoman wrapping her whip around our necks, I can't think of anybody who would say no. But she says, all right, like, if I'm not wanted, I can leave. What's it going to be? And this is one of those really interesting elements of Alfred Pennyworth, because I want to pitch something to you guys, right? Alfred says, do not trust her, kid. And this is an important thing, because up until this point in time, Alfred Pennyworth has kind of been the mentor for Bruce Wayne in a lot of ways. He's not like the main DC universe, where he was a kindly butler who raised Bruce Wayne after his parents were killed, and at one point he was in the army, served as a medic, and that's how he patches Bruce Wayne up, and he's got contacts from his old days, which is how he's able to help Bruce Wayne out in various ways, depending on what's happening in the story. No. This Alfred is literally a merc, right? I mean, this guy, this guy is a soldier of fortune, right? And so he's kind of taught Bruce Wayne what he needs to know from battle strategy. But Selina Kyle only really means good here. And so the question that I would pitch to you guys is Alfred really actually helping Bruce Wayne? Is he actually doing what's best for Bruce? Or is there something under the radar that's happening here? Is he a Trojan horse for absolute Joker? And you guys will see what I'm talking about here in a minute, because the response of Bruce Wayne, right, and talking to Alfred is like, enough, right? Like, I don't need advice. She's leaving right now. And when Bruce says she's leaving, he means they're leaving and they're going back to their place and they're going to touch naughty bits, which is exactly what they do, right? It's a very intimate and romantic moment. And it's one of the things that I'm glad Scott Snyder's keeping, right? That whole kind of relationship between Bruce Wayne and Selina Kyle is a hallmark of the Batman comics, right? The will they, won't they, on again, off again type of thing. But that's when Bruce Wayne just kind of sits up. And of course, having been experimented on in Arkham and being given the Venom formula, the same way that Bane has, of course, as most everybody knows by now, it's in the shape of a bat on his back. Selina just asks, right, what did they do to you? And that's where Bruce is like, is that really what you want to ask about, Selina? And she just says no. Bruce kind of avoids this at every opportunity. He never really talks about what happened to him in that place. Instead, he just sort of brushes it off, where it's like, I don't really want to discuss it, or anything along those lines. And so he just kind of changes the subject. He says, so your helmet, right? It looks a lot like the gear that Black Mask uses. And she asks the question, is that really what you want to talk about, Bruce? And he says no. And then he's just like, do you want to go on a date, right? So the interesting thing about Selina and Bruce here is kind of a lot of what you see in the main DC universe. They're in love, they care about each other, but there's a wall. They never really let the other person in, right? I mean, they're physically intimate and they're physically vulnerable, but emotionally intimate and emotionally vulnerable. The true meaning of interpersonal connection, they kind of lack that in a lot of different ways. And so that's when they take off out into the street. And it's pretty much everything that you would hope it would be. It's kind of awesome, right? Because when they arrive at this sort of carnival, Bruce says they're called the Red Hood. They're an outlaw collective, hacking, disruption. We had a loose alliance. And so Selina asks, and this is their hangout, right? So if it is their hangout, then where are they? And that's where the Red Hood gang pops up and they say, you are not welcome here. And they literally say, stand down. Wasn't that your order to us? But we do not take orders from anyone, do we? And that's where everybody's just like, nope, we absolutely don't. And he's just told, get out. And Bruce just says, we're not leaving until we speak with your leader. And that's where the gang is just like, have it your way, right? And Selina's like, this is my kind of date, Bruce. Right? Let's just beat the crap out of people. She brandishes a bullpup rifle and opens fire on all these guys. And my initial thought is that she was using live ammunition. I was like, Jesus Christ, Scott Snyder, like, you're having Catwoman open fire on a crowd of people? Like, holy hell. And even Bruce is just like, what are you doing, right? They're just kids. And she's like, you know I hate kids, but she's like, take it easy, right? It's just a cat nap. Because she's basically firing tranquilizer darts. Now she's firing tranquilizer darts from an automatic bullpup style rifle. So some of these guys are probably getting more than one. But the fact is, it's really just kind of knocking him out. At that point, one of the members of the Red Hood gang from up above fires a bazooka at these guys. And Batman, in this moment where he kind of starts to turn, actually starts to channel the power of the Venom formula and knocks down the entire Ferris wheel, literally knocks out the foundation of this thing and sends it crashing into the ground. Now, we already know that, like, on his own, Bruce Wayne is like basically 7 feet tall, 420 pounds. Dude is a hoss. You know what I mean? Like, he is gigantic. But with the Venom formula coursing through his veins, it's all the more dire, because as he starts to use it, he starts to lose himself. And where Selina walks up on him, right, she was like, what the hell was that, right? Are you all right? He just says, get away from me right now. And this is not him lashing out at her. Instead, it's the Red Hood gang actually looking at everything. And they're like, oh my God, like, he's one of them, right? And one of the guys says the boss was right? They are making monsters. And Selina tries to bring him down, right? Listen to my voice. It's all right. You need to calm down. You need to get it under control. And the Red Hood gang actually has this idea of attacking him in that moment. And that's where Bruce says, wait, right? He was like, I told you to stand down because the truth is they almost broke me. In a place called Arkham, where they do make monsters, abominations like a man called Bane, but they did not break me. And now I'm going to destroy him. And not just him, his bosses, Arkham, I'm going to burn it all to the ground. But I need your help. And that's where one of the guys is like, you're the abomination, man. Like, we have to get him. And this voice comes out of nowhere and says, hold it. Right? And they say, I was never sure about you. I'm still not. But if you're really talking about burning down Arkham, now you're speaking my language. And she says, my name is Harley Quinn, leader of the Red Hood. So what's the plan? Absolute Harley Quinn is here. Thank God. Now, the real question here is the weapon she has, of course, nunchucks. Nunchucks are dope. Technically, they're illegal to own in the United States. But the question here is this. Which one do you guys think is better? Harley Quinn with a mallet or Harley Quinn with nunchucks? Knowing that we haven't seen her with nunchucks. Maybe she's like Bruce Lee, right? She's just going to start pushing people's shit in with nunchucks, right? Just dominating people with these things. We don't really know. But what we end up doing is jumping to Bane. Now, one of the cool things about this is that we learn a little more of what's going on here, right? That we get this statement where they say, good news, we've managed to push your system even further. As of this moment, you're officially at maximum infusion. We never imagined a human body could reach these levels. If I may say so, it's a real inspiration to be working with you, Bane. You're a damn unicorn. And of course, Bane responds and he says, a wild ass, good for work, whose meat is too bitter to eat. That's from the first ever description of a unicorn, Doctor. And he says, soon you'll have my replacement, and he will have his new Bane. Then I'll finally go home. And the question's asked, forgive me for asking, but you really believe that he will let you go? And Bane just simply says he has to. I've given him everything. Any moment now, Batman will give in, and my work will be over. Now, of course, what Bane is referring to is Absolute Joker. If you guys remember the video that we did, and again, it's in the Absolute Batman playlist, it was the origin of Absolute Bane, right? That he was approached by Joker and basically became the Joker's soldier, became what he is now, to work on behalf of the Joker as essentially his hired muscle. But the other big takeaway from this, and it's kind of easy to skim over here, the idea that Bane is just now at maximum infusion, it means that what we saw him do before was not even him at his strongest. It was not even Bane at his absolute peak. That was Bane at maybe 80%, right? It's Frieza, right? I've been using 1% of my power, right? I mean, it's bonkers. It's absolute bonkers what we're getting here. And it's kind of crazy when you think about that, because you can only imagine what he'll actually look like when he's at his peak. But at that point, the entire conversation between the Doctor and Bane is halted by one of the lab assistants who says, you're going to want to see this. And you end up finding out that Bruce Wayne has basically hijacked all the news feeds in Gotham City. In the middle of this news anchor talking, right, basically being a mouthpiece for the mayor, that Batman just says, shut up, right? And he says, people of Gotham, our city is under attack, not by criminals or outlaws, but by its own leaders. Leaders who have sold Gotham out to line their own pockets, who've sold our safety, our freedom. There's nothing they will not sell. They've even sold the ground beneath our feet, where right now they are growing actual monsters, horrors, too terrible to imagine. I tried to show you with Black Mask, but I made the mistake of relying on the news networks. Not anymore. This time, I will show you myself, because I'm going to drag one of these monsters out into the light for all of you to see, and then I'm going to beat his ass. I'm talking about you, Bane. I know that you're listening. Tomorrow, midnight, the old Veterans Arena, you and me alone. You win, I will go back to Arkham and become whatever you want, but you will not win. And you people of Gotham get to watch. And just in case any of you are wondering who I am Batman. And at that moment, he ends the feed. And so in that moment, we actually jump back to a moment between Bruce Wayne and Waylon Jones. And this is a very, very important moment between these characters in the story, because it kind of builds into the tragedy of Waylon, but it also shows why Bruce Wayne is doing so much of what he's doing. Because what this does is it switches to a conversation between these guys, because Waylon asks, right, all the way to the 7th, and Bruce says the end of the 7th, Waylon. He says, you last right up to the bell. That's much further than anyone has you going. Every single site has you down by the 3rd. Maybe the 3rd. And he says, this way, you go out with dignity and you make enough cash to open the gym. You win. Now, of course, what Bruce Wayne's talking about here, and it's kind of a behind-the-scenes story, background story, is that in the past, before Waylon Jones became absolute Killer Croc, he was going to be in a boxing match, a fight, with a guy named Bibbo Babowski. But the reality here was that Bruce didn't think he could win. He didn't really have any faith in his own friend. He called it honesty, but in a lot of ways, it was kind of a betrayal. And that betrayal was exacerbated by the fact that he and Selina Kyle had gone to Falcone. I like calling him Falcone. They had gone to that guy and basically arranged a deal, right? The idea was that essentially Waylon Jones would fall. Like, he would take a fall. He would throw the fight. And that's what Bruce is telling Waylon about here. And Waylon just asks, he says, do you know why I hired you to train me, Bruce? I mean, skill-wise, you're mediocre at best. He says, I hired you because you're my best friend. Guys like Bibbo, Falcone, they're ruining our city. So no, I don't want to cut a deal with them. I want to beat them here in this ring with someone in my corner who believes in me, man, believes in all of it. And what we've been through, you, me, the odds we've overcome, I thought you were that person, but I guess I was wrong. So you, Bruce Wayne, are fired. And Bruce tries to seemingly apologize here, but Waylon just says no, right? He says, and I'm going past the 7th. I'm going to win the whole thing. Now get out of here. I have a fight to get ready for. And so it's Waylon Jones' feeling of incredible betrayal by Bruce Wayne. And that feeling of betrayal seemingly never went away. And so when Bruce Wayne became Batman, and then Waylon Jones was taken by Arkham because of Batman's actions with regards to Black Mask, Batman carries that weight with him everywhere he goes. And so when you switch back to Bruce and Selina, right? Selina says there's not much around the vet to use to your advantage. And that's where Bruce says no, right? That's the point. It's isolated. It's run down. Just me and him. Last man standing. And so she says, I get it, right? I just need you to promise me one thing. And Bruce asks, right? He's like, what is it? Like, what is it that you want me to promise? And she says, do not use the venom, Bruce. It's what they want, and it's not worth it. I've seen what it does to people. And that's the interesting thing, is because Bruce kind of already seems to be tumbling down the path. And while we haven't necessarily seen the ins and outs of everything that Bane did when he first received venom and the injections from Absolute Joker, it seems to have followed this pattern, because Bruce says, when I use it, I could see every move those Red Hood kids were going to make. I was 10 steps ahead, 50 steps. I just have to learn how to control it. But venom is the only way that I can win. And that seemed to be the case of Bane, that the venom formula does enhance your mind and your body. It puts you that much further ahead of everybody. You become a master of strategy in a way that most people can only dream. Bruce Wayne was told by Alfred that's the effects of Venom, and Bruce Wayne witnessed it firsthand when Bane pummeled him like a rag doll. And that's kind of what Bruce is starting to adopt. He's tumbling down this rabbit hole of needing Venom in order to come out on top. And that's why Selina says it's not the only way. You have people who can help. I can help. And Bruce just says, you have not seen him, and you have not seen what he can do. But she says, I have. Because she has seen what happened to Harvey Dent. She saw what happened to Edward Nygma. She saw what happened to Oswald Cobblepot. Sure, she herself has not been grasped by Bane and crushed in some capacity, but she's still seen what he can do. And she says, they're my friends too, Bruce. Even when I'm not here, I want to take this Bane down as badly as you do, but not like this. And so Bruce fires his own words back at her, right? Where he says, if the rules aren't fair, stop playing by them. That's what you said. And she just kind of says, well, maybe I was wrong. And his response, it's easy to say that now that you've got everything, right? Like now that you've achieved everything that you wanted, or you have all the stuff that you were acquiring, right? Your gear, your suit, your gadgets. Now you have the luxury of sitting back and saying, well, maybe I didn't go about it the best way, right? But you've crossed the finish line, right? Words like that don't mean anything once you've crossed the line. They matter when you're on your way to that finish line, because then you can turn back and you turn down what you were shooting for because you realize the way in which you were trying to get it was the wrong way to do it. And that's what Bruce says, right? Look at your helmet, your gear. Don't tell me that you got where you are by playing clean. And she just says, no, right? I didn't. But you're better than this, and you always were. And that's where Bruce just says, not anymore. Right? I'm going to wreck that guy, and I'm using the Venom. If you can't handle it, then maybe you should go again. And her response, maybe I should, right? Take care of yourself, Wayne. And she just seemingly walks away. And that's where Alfred just says, I'd ask you if you're all right, but I already know the answer, right? You're just going to say that you're fine. And Bruce, of course, says, I am fine. And Alfred says, good. This is the part I was telling you about, kid. The part where you have to push through the tunnel. You stop, you even slow down, you'll get ground up. So let go of what you were, that man, soft and weak. Bury him deep in the mud and become what you need to be, what you were meant to be, and rise as the monster, because this is war and there are no rules except winning. That's why I'm asking you the question, is Alfred actually helping Bruce, or is Alfred mentally preparing Bruce to replace Bane because Alfred actually works for Absolute Joker? Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are here. The final fight between Absolute Bane and Absolute Batman has all been building to this point, the end of the Abomination storyline. So, what this does is this picks up with Alfred asking the question, it's the fight of your life, kid. Are you ready? And Edward Nygma's there, right? And here's the thing, right? We get all these cool moments where one of the things that we're told is there's only enough Venom in you for 2 infusions. Are you listening? And Bruce is like, I'm absolutely listening here. But his mind's also kind of other places at the same time, right? His friends, before Bane got to him and turned him into these grotesque figures, before we got Absolute Riddler, Absolute Penguin, Absolute Killer Croc, which was really created more at Arc M as opposed to Bane, Absolute Two-Face, where his entire side of his face was set on fire. And Alfred tells Bruce, we use 1 infusion now as a test. Make sure your system can handle it. And then we use the other in the ring against Bane. But again, these memories come back. Killer Croc says, I should have left you in that place. Selina Kyle is like, take care of yourself, Wayne, as she walks away. Two-Face tells him, I only hate you half the time. The Riddler cracking jokes about Bruce Wayne's poverty, that he has the friends that he had before Bane. Bane came along, and now his friends, as he knows them, have had their lives irrevocably changed. And so Alfred tells him, right, like, if your system takes to it, we're good, and I'll make it quick. Now, what do you want to do? And Bruce is like, let's just go to war. So here's the cool thing. This switches over to a news broadcast, because one of the things to remember from the last video that we did was that Bruce Wayne had had enough. In learning what Bane had done to his friends, Bruce Wayne challenged him directly, right? He told him, we will fight in basically a giant boxing match to a degree out in the city of Gotham. Now, it's not really going to be a true boxing match. It's simply just where fights take place, and it's an iconic landmark. But of course, course, Mayor Hill comes out, being as corrupt as he is, and tells everybody, right, fellow Gothamites, I am here tonight to assure you that despite what the terrorist Batman claims, there are no monsters hidden away beneath our streets. In fact, the only monster in this city is him. And whatever dangerous theatrics he was planning tonight at Veterans Arena will not be happening. Still, we must insist that everyone honor the 11 p.m. curfew put in place after the Black Mask attack and remain home and safe from the Batman's lawless violence. Thank you, and God bless Gotham. Clearly the words of a corrupt political official, right? Because as soon as his message goes off the air, he turns to Harvey Bullock and he's like, so the fight happens at midnight. And Harvey's just like, what? And he's just like, Bullock, it came straight from above. No one gets within 10 blocks of that place except for Batman and him. Now, when Mayor Hill says straight from above, of course, we're talking about Absolute Joker. And we didn't know that for a long time. It wasn't until Absolute Evil that we basically learned Absolute Joker and Absolute Veronica Cale and these various people were basically controlling things behind the scenes, right? Absolute Ra's al Ghul. And they've basically carved up the world into sections that they control. And Joker controls Gotham and who knows what other areas. And so at that point, you switch to Selina and you switch to Bane. And Selina says, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, I hope you have a damn good plan. Because of course, she's talking to the mask of Bruce. And then Bane is told, you should be aware, according to our data, Subject 27 likely still has at least one infusion left in his system. Of course, they're referring to Bruce. And Bane just says, I'm counting on it, right? If his system tolerates the venom, he can be your new project from now on. Of course, as you and I both know, this is clearly Tom Hardy talking. And so Bane's told, fair enough, because with the recent enhancement, there's no comparison. But Bane, after this fight, your system will need a long rest. And Bane just says, the heart's only true nurse. All I want is rest, Dr. Arkham. One more fight, one more, and I will have it. And so this is where the story gets phenomenal, because what Scott Snyder does is he actually kind of juxtaposes the fight between Waylon Jones and Bibbo Babowski with the fight of Batman against Bane. And to kind of fill you guys in case you've forgotten or in case you don't know, the idea behind this was that Waylon Jones, right, traditionally he goes on to become Killer Croc, was a friend of Bruce's, and he was going in a boxing match against the reigning champ, Bibbo Babowski. And even Bruce Wayne didn't really seem to believe that Waylon could do it. And in fact, what Bruce had done is he had gone to Falcone, and the idea is they had worked out a whole deal that basically Waylon would fall in the 7th, and there would be a big payday out of it. Bruce goes to Waylon, and Waylon fires Bruce Wayne as his coach. And so in a lot of ways, Waylon felt like there was no one in his corner. There was no one who believed him. And that's juxtaposed in the fight with Bane, because Bruce has everyone in his corner. And you'll see what I'm talking about here, because Bane walks into the arena, right, and just says, here I am, right? And then he just kind of addresses loudly, right? He says, I said, here I am. Where is your champion? And that's when Absolute Harley Quinn, who we most recently saw, if only for a moment, chimes in and just says, light them up, guys. And they don't really open fire. Instead, they turn on all the lights around the arena, and Bruce is just standing there, right? Which I think is kind of a wonderful thing. Whether it's the main DC universe or the Absolute universe, Bruce Wayne's got a thing for theatrics, and I don't care what anybody says. And so that's when Alfred chimes in, right? And Alfred says, all right, kid, here we go. Remember the plan. You wear him down. Keep at him until he uses up all of his venom. And then, when he's got nothing left, you use yours. And Bruce is just like, stop talking. It's time. And he's like, Harley? And she's like, yep, make him famous. And she fires up the drones. And so all these drones are flying around the entirety of the arena, broadcasting the whole thing. So it's the one thing that Mayor Hill didn't want, right? Everyone seeing what's going on in this arena across the city, and everyone knowing that he's a liar, right? So that's one of the worst things, right? There's nothing worse in this world than people knowing you're a liar, right? It's a terrible thing. And so at that point, Bane just says, the great public watches. I hope you've learned some new techniques so we can give them an actual spectacle. Let's see. Because keep in mind, the last time that Bruce Wayne and Bane fought, using the word fight is generous at best. Bruce got his ass handed to him, and it wasn't even close. He had no clue what was going on. But as ever is the case with Batman, prep time, right? So here's the thing. At that point, you kind of jump back, and we're going to do that, right? Kind of jumping back in these moments, right? You have Falcone, who's watching the whole fight between Wayland and Babowski, and he says, it's all set, right? In the 7th, Jones loses big, and we win big, right? The announcer comes in, and here we go, right? A true David and Goliath match. The shocking thing is that Jones seems to have no one in his corner, no trainer, nobody, right? He's a man alone. And so Bane just looks at Bruce and just says, so, your move. Bruce presses this button, sets off a detonator, blows a building in half, and brings it crashing down on the arena, right? He just tells Bane, I call this move, welcome to Gotham, right? It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. I'm sorry, I'm so excited, people. I'm sorry, I'm so excited. It's just so amazing. It's just absolutely dope, right? The building comes crashing down on Bane. You jump back to Wayland Jones, right? Jones comes out swinging, Southpaw 2, seems he has a trick or two up his sleeve, right? The Batmobile comes riding in, right? Incoming, and Bane just looks at it all and just says, you think I don't see what you're doing, little one, right? And at that point, Alfred's just like, lock in, kid. And Bruce is like, fire, right? He fires off the Batmobile. Literally, it's these hooks. He harpoons Bane, and like, it holds Bane in place, even if only for a moment, because the Batmobile literally retracts the hooks and comes flying into Bane and crashes right into this guy. Then you jump back to Wayland Jones. 3 rounds into his heavyweight bout, Jones is still bringing it to the champ. And then you jump back to Bane and Bruce, and Alfred, right, chimes in and he says, as I come around to hit Bane again, I make the mistake of glancing at him. He's already healed, but how? And his size, something is wrong. His speed too. I'm tumbling through the air before I know it, because Alfred's the one driving the Batmobile. He's the one firing off the harpoons and everything. And Bane's starting to get pissed, right? He's like, is that all you've got? And Alfred continues on. He says, but what Batman lacks in power and speed, he makes up for in brutality. He's a genius at violence, and I've known some prodigies in my day, but him, he moves like a man ecstatic. He's fighting like a man possessed, a man born to do this very thing. He doesn't hesitate, not even when Bane regrows his eyeball, because Bruce knocks it out of his head. Like, it's nuts. And so Alfred says the kid revels in it, the bringing forth of blood from those who deserve it, the blood of people who never see their own in the open air, people so powerful they've almost forgotten what courses through their own veins, until Batman shows them in red spraying arcs. But then Bane grabs him, and when Bane grabs Batman, it's almost game over, right? Bane's just like, you know, we're not that different, you and me. At the same time, he's just like pummeling Batman around, just like beating this guy on the ground like a rag doll. But notice this. Notice how big Bane is. Notice how huge he is. Batman is only a little taller than Bane's head, right? That's how huge Bane is. And Bane says, the truth is, I look at you and I see myself, young and stupid, but playtime is over. So go on now. Use it. It's your only move. And that's where Bruce is just like, not quite. And he just says, now. And Harley Quinn is like, release the green machine. And Killer Croc comes pouring out of this thing, man. And let me tell you, son, let me tell you something. It's amazing. Man, it's amazing, right? Because while this guy, right, while Killer Croc is just tearing apart at Bane, Alfred continues on, right? The thing that was once Wayland Jones tears at Bane, ripping off chunks of flesh, swallowing them whole. Bane infuses more venom. I can hear the sickening squelch of muscle fibers multiplying, thickening. He grows bigger, impossibly big, and the wounds close. But God bless him, the kid keeps on. And so at that point, right, attacking Bane, like just tearing at this guy with his axe, Bruce just says, right, no fancy quotes. Is that really where we are? There's no fancy quotes here? And Bane is just like, toward gnats and fleas, we should show no pity. And just sends Batman flying. Dude, it's amazing. It's a cold line. You guys see what I'm talking about, son? It's an amazing comic. Jesus. And so then you jump back to like Wayland Jones and Bibbo Babowski, right? Champ comes roaring back. This could be trouble for Jones. And we move into the latter half. Who expected this to be a classic? And it says, Lord, that brutal hook by Bibbo. And so Falcone's watching the whole thing, right? Hit him so hard they feel it up in the nosebleeds, right? Bruce walks away from Falcone. And that's where the announcer just says, and with no one in his corner, Jones looks lost. And Falcone's just cheering the whole thing on, right? Waylon Jones is getting crushed the whole 9 yards. And so Harley Quinn goes running up to Bruce Wayne, who's literally just knocked into the nosebleeds, right? And she just says, this is probably when someone gives you a big motivational speech, but I'm just gonna tell it to you straight. Get the hell up. Cool? And Bruce is just like, cool. And she just says, now get back in there and save that alligator. And Bruce is like, he's a crocodile, but point taken. And so again, right, you kind of jump back and forth. And what's crazy about this is Alfred chimes in to Bruce and he says, kid, he just keeps infusing more venom. I don't know what his max level is. Hell, I don't even know if he has one anymore. And so Bruce asks, right, what's your point, Pennyworth? And Alfred's just like, my point is, I don't think you can get him to reach some max level at all. If you use the venom now, maybe you can at least get out of there alive, because that was the point of Bruce. That was the goal of Bruce. Get Bane that he basically juices too much. He reaches whatever his max level is and ultimately shuts down, because that can happen with Bane in the main DC universe. If he takes in too much venom, it'll overtake his system, right? He'll literally collapse and potentially even die. But that's where Batman just says, no, we stick to the plan. And Harley's just like, tell me we're still alive. And her Red Hood gang, right? They tell her, yeah, we're still alive, boss. And so at that point, Bruce comes charging down from the stands in order to save Waylon while he's fighting Bane. And then you jump back to the fight, right? Halfway into the 7th, and Jones is barely hanging on. During the fight between Waylon Jones and Bibbo Lebowski, Bruce actually went down to the arena so he could go see Jones. And he could be there for him, right? And security's like telling him, right, stop, right? You can't be there. And he just says, Waylon, right? And Waylon's just like, Bruce? And he says, yeah, I'm here, right? I'm in your corner. Because that was the issue that Waylon Jones had, right? There was no one in his corner. There was no one supporting him. He wasn't really fighting with full confidence in himself or what he was capable of. But that's when Bruce, when he finally comes back down to Bane, slashes him down the back with his axe. And then he just tells Waylon Jones, right? It's all right, Waylon, go and thank you, right? I've got this now. And so he just walks up on Bane and just says, I severed your spine at the thoracic, which means you can't use your legs anymore. But that's okay. You still have your arms. And then Batman starts hacking at those too. And then he just says, damn, right? Now you can't use your arms either. But hey, you can still bite me. And no, we're not that different, Bane. We both lost fathers. The difference is I didn't break my father's back or his heart. And that pisses off Bane, because at that point, he just starts juicing again. And Arkham is watching the whole thing. She's like, Bane, it's incredible. Your system, it's surpassing any limit that we thought possible. And Bane starts losing all semblance of self-control, right? He's just like, you think you can win, right? And he's like, you think that you're better than me. You are nothing. And then he grabs Bruce and just starts smashing him on the ground as hard as he possibly can, screaming the entire time. And the fight between Waylon Jones and Bibbo comes back again, right? This could be it for Jones. Bibbo has a deathlock on that rear naked choke. It's his signature move, right? Then you jump back to Bane and Bruce, right? And Bane just says, I've given everything. Also, my people and home could be safe, because this is war. It's all war, but I'm done. It's your turn now. And just starts hammering at him again. And Arkham chimes in and says, I can't believe what I'm seeing, Bane. Your cells, they've moved beyond self-repairing and become almost embryonic, undifferentiated. If 27 is anything like you are a miracle. And Bane just tells him, now use it, right? Use your venom. I want to beat you at your best. And that's when you jump back to the fight, right? Jones searching for some last reserve of strength. And even Alfred chimes in and is like, do it, kid. Use the venom. It's your only chance of making it out of here alive. Please. Bane screaming at Batman, use it, right? Use your venom. And that's where Bruce is just like, all right, you win. You want me to use the venom? I will use it. And he's like, Catwoman, take the shot. And she fires off at Bane and she hits him right in the back with venom and overloads his system, right? So then you get back to the fight between Jones and Lebowski, right? Jones goes airborne, flips him using the champ's own weight. And it's like, do you believe in miracles? And Bane's just like, wait, stop, and just starts exploding. Bane blows up and it's crazy. Because at that point, Alfred's just like, I can't help but laugh then, right? Laugh like I haven't laughed in years. Because this kid, bloody hell, but how? And so what you do is you pick up 2 days before all of this. And you have Bruce with Riddler and Selina Kyle. And Riddler asks him, how much of this stuff am I taking out of you, Bruce? And Bruce is just like, all of it, Eddie. Every drop. I will beat Bane my own way. He did it without Venom. He beat Bane without Venom. Just regular absolute Batman, despite being 6'7" and 400 something pounds. He still beat him his own way. And so that's where Selina is just like, whatever happens, I am proud of you, Bruce, right? I am proud of you. And so Waylon Jones beat Bibbo Babowski, right? The underdog beat the champ. It's a Rocky story, right? It's a Rocky story. Because at that point, right, Selina tells him, once all the Venom's extracted from Bruce's system, she just says, go kick this guy's ass. And then you jump back to the fight between Bibbo and Waylon, right? And like Bruce is holding up Waylon Jones, and Waylon's just like, did that just happen? And Bruce is like, I hope so, man, because I bet everything on it. In fact, I bet Falcone's entire share on it. And even Falcone is just like, I want Wayne dead, right? I want this guy killed. Like, he's clearly pissed off. But again, you jump back to Alfred, and he says, now in hindsight, I understand how Bruce won, right? Batman, and I see it. The thing that Bane didn't. The thing that all kings and generals and masters of war always fail to take into account. For some soldiers, winning is not the point, because theirs is a fight that's bigger than any war. It's old as time and immediate as a baby's scream, and there's no end to it, ever. Not really. It's about doing what's right. No more, no less. So for someone like Batman, he's not fighting to win, he's fighting to fight. The fight is the point. For home, for the people he loves. And Alfred just says, I'm grateful to Batman for the reminder. And so what's crazy about all this is that Selina actually takes off with the Venom. She takes off with the Venom in her possession. And so at that point, you switch back over to Dr. Arkham. And she just says, well, good morning, right? I must say, Bane, you are looking wonderful today. Because Bane basically looks like he's being regrown. Technically, he's just a brain and a spinal column and eyeballs, but still, he's essentially functional, at least on some level. And she just says, your cells, right? They're just such a marvel. But I'm here because someone else wants to talk to you. Here. And it turns out the person that wants to talk to him is absolute Joker. And he says, Bane, I just wanted to put your mind at ease. This whole incident, right? I see it as a minor setback. Now look, I know that you were hoping to retire, cede the role, but my sincere belief is that that wouldn't make you happy. Not really. Lying around Santa Prisca with your family? Come on, right? You love it too much. This war. So as your friend, I would like to help. What was the name of your father's rebel group again? Cielos Libres. What a beautiful name. Free skies. So that's how I want you to feel from now on. So you can focus on what you really love. Unburdened and liberated. Free. Because absolute Joker nuked the entire home island of Bane, killing everyone that Bane has ever cared about. So here's the question you have to ask. Yes, this was a knockdown, drag-out fight. It was a slobber knocker, as Jim Ross would say back in the day. One of the most hardcore and amazing brutal battles that we have ever seen. But now that Absolute Joker has destroyed everything Bane cares about, what happens when Absolute Bane comes back and teams up with Batman to take out the Joker? Everything you are about to see in this comic book is darker than anything you could possibly imagine. It's just straight up nightmare fuel. It starts off harmless enough and gets insane by the end. So this is the origin of Absolute Joker. Not only that, I got something for you guys at the end of the video. So what this does is this initially kicks off with Alfred, right? And Alfred's basically filling Bruce Wayne in on the nature of Absolute Joker. He says, it's time, kid. I've put it off as long as I could. And he says, but I have to tell you about him. And Bruce Wayne responds, right? Like, I'm ready. So who is he? Bruce is not ready at all, because Alfred is just like, that's the funny thing, Bruce. I've been chasing this man for 3 years. and I'm still not even certain what's real and what's fabrication. Some things add up, and some things make no sense at all. And when Bruce asks, like what? The response of Alfred is he says, like his islands. He owns hundreds of these tiny islands all over the world, from the Arctic Ocean to the Tasman Sea, uninhabited and impossible to develop. He says wild, useless places, but he spends billions on them, travels to one or another a few times a year alone. And when Bruce asks why, Alfred says, that's my point. No one knows. Satellites show that there's nothing on them. He says the theory is he likes to hunt, but he's a mystery, Bruce, the man in white who doesn't laugh on and on. And so Bruce just says, okay then, forget what's true, Pennyworth. Tell me what you believe. Now, here's a crazy thing. In the midst of all of this is not Bruce Wayne. This is Absolute Joker showing up on one of these islands. In fact, everything that you're going to see here is him. And so in that moment, Alfred says it all starts here with one of the first films ever recorded, maybe the actual first, in 1888, the same year as the Prince's The Round Hay Garden scene. And Bruce asks, right, who am I looking at? And Alfred says, his great-grandfather. And Bruce is like the guy in the top hat. And Alfred says, no, in the makeup, the boy, the clown, Joseph Grimm the First, Jack. The story is he grew up an orphan on the streets of Gotham and made his living as a street performer. They say he was good, too, the best around. They said you could hear the laughter for blocks and blocks, though he himself never so much as chuckled. His reputation grew. He brought his clown act to vaudeville, took the money from that and invested it in his own theater called Just Kidding, which of course JK is short for that. And he says from there, he invested in silent pictures, funded some big ones. Competition was fierce, but Jack always prevailed by, according to those around him, making people laugh loudest. By 40, he had made a fortune and become a member of Gotham's finest gentlemen's clubs, the Five Gates Club, the Slaughter Select, and so on. It's said that he, Andrew Mellon, John Rockefeller, and old Andrew Carnegie had their own Thursday salon devoted to funding the health and progress of the public. Still, he was never one for the spotlight himself. There are almost no photos of him, no interviews, barely any records at all. In fact, he exists mostly in the shows he produced and the charity. Jack was a major philanthropist. That much is documented, though you won't see his name on anything. A wing of Gotham Med, the Gotham Met, Gotham University. He was especially devoted to children's causes, which made sense given his own rough childhood. Live like a clown, leave the world with more laughter than when you entered. That was the reported motto. Jack died in 1938, according to records, and is buried in a family crypt here in the city. And he says Jack's legacy lived on in his son, Jack Jr., who had taken over the family business in the 1920s and expanded it. Like his father, Jack Grimm II invested in entertainment that would bring laughter to the world, eventually becoming one of the early financiers of television. He created a bunch of subsidiaries of Just Kidding, all named after famous clowns and jesters, Fox, Pierrot, and the list goes on. And like his father, he stayed committed to philanthropic pursuits, especially those for children. He opened homes for children across the country. By the 1960s, Junior's son, Jack Grimm III, was the central figure of Just Kidding, starting one of the first cable network companies devoted primarily to comedies, children's shows. Jack III was a major funder of public broadcasting. Jack Grimm IV was born sometime in the late 1970s and took the company into gaming systems. He also expanded Just Kidding's philanthropy to global causes, which finally brings us to our Jack, Jack Grimm V. Young, smart, and by far the most successful. He was one of the first investors in online gaming platforms, the hardware and software, and a primary backer in GPUs, the chips that the entire world runs on, and he approaches trillionaire status. Jack V has vastly widened Just Kidding's charitable initiatives, international literacy programs, peace organizations, medicine, and aid drops. To those who know him, he is lauded and loved. And so Bruce asks, where is it? And Alfred says, where's what? And Bruce says, where's the smoking gun, Pennyworth? What's so scary about this guy? And Alfred just says, on paper, nothing is so scary about him. Just the opposite. He's the 5th chapter in a story about a family that has made its fortune by embracing that very first love, the clown, helping Americans and people around the world smile and laugh. Sure, he's eccentric, Jack is, likes to go hunt big game alone on remote islands, but all billionaires are eccentric, right? And he says he's a classic American success story. And so Bruce just says, I didn't ask you for the story, Pennyworth. I asked you what you believed. And so focusing on this island where absolute Joker is just going through and killing, some animals, there's a speech bubble that's almost a murmur from a guy off the panel. And Alfred just says, okay, kid, but for that, we have to go back to the start. He says, to that boy in the alley, back to the clown. So we're actually going to circle back to this a couple more times because he says young Jack Grimm often performed outside a dentist's office. In the 1880s, they'd only just introduced nitrous oxide to dentistry, laughing gas, and Jack would sneak in, leak the gas into the alley, make them laugh, sure, but also make them suggestible, as nitrous does exactly that. So they'd give him all of their money. That act was a trick, a sleight of hand, no different from when Jack Sr. funded his own rivals in vaudeville and in film, playing one side against the other. And that's what my research has found about the Grimm family. They've always played both sides. For a century and a half, these men have invested in one endeavor and its counter. It extends beyond entertainment to all aspects of life. They even fund the war effort and theirs through subsidiaries, all their clown-named companies. The Grimm fund right-leaning news networks and left-leaning ones. They fund the aid and the warlords who steal it. Peace and war, the crimes and the prison. Arkham. They might be the most powerful crime family in history, playing everyone against each other, profiting off the chaos they sow, loyal to no country, no principle, nothing but power. And so Bruce asks, right, but why? How much is enough? And Alfred says, I always come back to that motto, live like a clown. A clown plays the fool while making a fool of everyone else. He's a mastermind, a schemer. All the gold in the world is not enough. Nothing's enough. And that's when you switch over to what's basically this makeshift hut on this island where Joker's running around going after seemingly somebody. And he just asks, right, hello, is anybody home? And that's where Alfred says, now you know. That's the report that I sent to my superiors at MI6. And that's when you switch over to this old man who kind of comes out by the water. And it's just like, is somebody there? And he says, oh, thank God. I've been trapped on this island alone for nearly 30 years. I don't know how I got here. And that's when he realizes it's Joker. And he's just like, how? Right? And Joker just says, run. And the guy just flees for his life, right? He just takes off running as fast as he possibly can. But that's the genius about all this, right? The idea that the Grimm family plays both sides against the other. It's like the idea of the Great Gold Rush. Sure, like you may prospect and you might make gold, but the people who really made money in all of that are the ones who were selling the shovels and the pickaxes, right? Playing both sides is the only way to win in a world like this in the absolute universe. And so that's where Bruce tells Alfred, I don't care what you reported to your superiors, Pennyworth. What do you believe? And Alfred tries to shrug it off, right? He's just kind of like, yeah, I don't know if I want to talk about that. And Bruce just says, tell me. And so Alfred says, okay, Bruce, but it might sound a little crazy. And he says, we go back to that alley one more time, to the clown, because what I found when I dug deeper was that many of the people laughing in that film died soon after it was shot, twisted in pain, grinning, a kind of strychnine poisoning, one of the few toxins that can be absorbed through the skin, like maybe upon shaking the gloved hand of a small boy. And he says, lots of people who encountered the Grimms over the years came to mysterious bad ends, jumping off bridges, boats, vanishing, business rivals, politicians, reporters. In the 90s, an associate of mine at the FBI, Harvey Harris, began an investigation vacation and died in a boat accident. And so Bruce asks him, right, like, what are you saying? And the response of Alfred is he says, I'm saying there's a darker project, Bruce. I have records of grim investments in some of the deadliest inventions of the last 100 years, from the atom bomb to bioweapons, viruses. There's records of them laughing, Bruce, the grim 10 at the test, only then. And so while Absolute Joker is chasing down this guy on an island, making sport of him, almost like the story The Most Dangerous Game, Bruce asks Alfred, what are you getting at, right? Say it. And in fact, Bruce is going to get more and more frustrated as this goes on, because Alfred says, what if those islands are where he puts them, his enemies? What if he just leaves them there for years until he feels like going after them? And where he initially tries to stop the conversation, Bruce says, keep going. What do you believe? And Alfred says, I believe he uses the children, Bruce. At first, he used the ones in the orphanage, and now he uses something else. He's found some way, I don't know, using their cells, using the research done at his arcs, some terrible elixir. And so Bruce asks, like, go on, Pennyworth, who is he? And Alfred says, the clown, Bruce. What is a clown? Its whole act is a cruel mockery of us, of humanity, as bumbling and stupid. The clown hates us. You find stories in myth, legends, from ancient times to now. The Pagliacci, the Joker who burns the kingdom in Bal de Sauvage, the one who convinces us to kill each other, even as he himself preys on us. The clown is death. And so again, Alfred is hesitant, but that's where you start to get into the dark and twisted side of this, because Absolute Joker's chasing this guy down on the island, and then he starts to transform, right? He just says, like, I'm coming for you, and the guy starts freaking out, and he just kind of says, right? He doesn't even really laugh in any meaningful way. And so while Alfred's just kind of dancing around this whole thing, Bruce is like, stop dancing around it. And he's like, say it, right? What do you believe? And that's where Alfred says, I believe that there is no Grimm family, all right? I believe there's no Jack the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th. There's only ever been one Jack Grimm, and it's him. That maybe it's just his infernal science. Maybe it's some dark pact. I don't know. Like, maybe it's both. And I know how it sounds, kid, I know. But I look at him, and he is something terrible, Bruce, a nightmare thing that stalks the earth. Not a man who never laughs at anything, but a beast that's always laughing at us. The one whose laughter we only hear when it's too late. And so Bruce asks, who is he? And the response of Alfred, he's the Joker. And so literally the Joker transforms into just this massive, beastly monster, the likes of which I have never seen. I told you, man, this story is nightmare fuel. There's a reason why Jock drew it, man, because Jock knows how to draw nightmare fuel. And if you don't believe me, go read Scott Snyder and Jock's story, Witches. Dude, that story's phenomenal, and it's the same thing. And so basically, Bruce Wayne just says, I've heard enough. And where Alfred tries to stop him, he says, no, right? I have to go check on Waylon. And so Alfred's just kind of like, I understand, but be careful out there, kid. And so Alfred just kind of muses to himself, right? He says, nicely done, old fool. He didn't sign up for this. Sure, he wanted a fight, to punch back, to scream. But this, and just the last year, the world has cracked itself open and revealed its true face to him. All of its monsters everywhere he looks. And he says, the other night I found him watching a story about a woman in Gateway City who claims to be magic, some kind of god warrior from hell. Of course, that's referencing Absolute Wonder Woman. And he says, to his credit, he just keeps on. He pushes forward. But did you really tell him about Grimm for his own sake? No, you told him because you couldn't live with it anymore. Because deep down, you are a coward. Of course, Alfred's talking to himself here, and he says, just yesterday, a report put Grimm on one of his islands off the coast of Colombia, but you couldn't let it alone. Even with Grimm 3,000 miles away from Gotham. But it turns out he's not 3,000 miles away from Gotham. The Joker is here. He shows up at his home, and here is where it gets crazy, because up until this point in time, we don't really know anything about him. We've never learned anything about Absolute Joker. But notice this, he lives in a gigantic fortress, a castle, right? This huge manor. When he gets inside, he has a butler. The butler says, "Welcome back to the manor, Mr. Grimm. It's so nice to finally have you home. Are you hungry?" And he says, "No, I just ate." Of course, he ate the guy on the island. And he says, "I have plans to make though. So if you need me, I will be in the cave." He basically has the Joker's version of the Bat Cave. So the question that I have to ask for you guys is, what's this called? Is it like the Joker Cave, right? Like, what would you guys call this? What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Absolute Batman, and yet another team up with Absolute Wonder Woman. The last one happened in her comic, this one happens in his. So what this does is it actually picks up over the course of a few days. We initially start off on Friday, when Bruce Wayne is basically asleep, not really on the job site, but just kind of taking a bit of a nap. And the construction workers are busting his balls, as is to be expected on this kind of a job site. And one of the guys is like, "Late night, big guy, what have you been doing with yourself?" And that's one of the funny things here, is because they're kind of doing cleanup duty in the aftermath of Batman's fight with Absolute Bane. And it's one of the things they say. Do you believe that, Batman? Right? The city would never demolish this old stadium. Batman did it in a day. Right? And they're like, "Let's pour this concrete, right? 150 new units. Gotham needs it." And they're kind of asking a few idle questions, right? Like, who was that Bane thing, right? It makes you wonder if Bats really is right about the things that are going on here in Gotham City. So it's an important statement because it means that the average person is beginning to consider the fact Batman's not just a crazy guy who is making stuff up. He is a crazy guy, but he's not making things up, that he's actually telling the truth about what's happening in Arkham. It's not enough that it's like swaying public opinion, but it's got people talking, and that's kind of how that ball gets rolling. And so that's where, again, they kind of continue on, and there's a bit of idle chat and so on and so forth. But then we end up meeting Lucius Fox. Now, Lucius Fox, as most of you guys know, is a long-standing Batman character. In this instance, instead of being the head of some major corporation, Wayne Enterprises, essentially, he's actually just the foreman, right? He's the guy running the show here at the construction site, right? And he says, "Your absence, I gotta say, Bruce, it's good to have you back." And that's where Bruce just says, "It won't happen again, Mr. Fox," but he says, "I know you," which means I know you wouldn't have taken off unless something serious was going on. So as your friend, I just want to make sure, are you okay? And Bruce dismisses him, right? He's like, "Everything's fine," right? Kind of cuts him off there. And so Lucius is like, "Well, then do something for me this weekend," right? And Batman asks him what, and he just says, "Get out there, right? Touch some grass, ride a horse, get in a fight, just do something, man, besides coming here and working all the time." And so at that point, you switch over to Gotham Presbyterian. And this is when we actually start to see a follow-up from a lot of the things that had happened with Absolute Bane, namely Oswald Cobblepot and Harvey Dent. Because when Bruce shows up, he just says, right, "I brought subs, your usuals, right? Double steak for you, Harv, and for Oz, the bird supreme." And that's where Harvey just tells him, right? I mean, that's really thoughtful of you, except keep in mind, Oswald cannot eat solid foods yet. And so Bruce kind of forgot about this momentarily. And that's where you find out Oswald is very angry at everything that had happened, which kind of makes perfect sense. Absolute Bane literally crumpled him up like a piece of paper, broke every single bone in his body. So now he's kind of this crushed, shrunken down human being, as opposed to the person that we knew before. And there's a lot of anger and wrath here, because he says, "At least Selina left us that crappy dough before she took off." And that's where Harvey just says, "There's a true friend. Did she leave you anything, Bruce? Your usual, a broken heart on a roll." And he just says, "I didn't come here to fight." And that's when Oswald starts laying into him, right? "Well, then why did you come here, Bruce? To make things better, to patch things up, to rebuild? Everyone looks at me, Harvey and Ed and everybody, and they think we're monsters, but you chose this. And now you can't even look at us. Can you? Right? You can't look at us at all." And Bruce just kind of looks down. And that's where Oswald said, "That's what I thought, right? You're real good at saving the city. How about next time you try saving one of your friends for a change?" And so when Bruce goes to walk away, Harvey tells him, right, like, "Walk away, big hero, right? You are not him. You are not a hero at all." And that's where Harvey's just kind of like, "That's pretty harsh, Oz." And where Oz just kind of like grunts a little bit, Harvey's like, "No, man. I mean, he deserved it 100%. Because lest we forget, right, whether it was Bruce Wayne's intention or not, the reality here is that he put his friends in harm's way. He put them directly in the path of Bane by going to war with Bane. And it's one of the things that Alfred told him. Be very careful about what you're doing. Bane seemingly has nothing to lose, at least nothing that you know of, but you have everything. You've got friends, you've got what remains of your family, people he can go after. And where Bruce Wayne was being reckless, right, living in the moment and not really thinking about the consequences of his actions, or if he was thinking the consequences wouldn't be that extreme, it turned out they were. Right, they were about as extreme as it gets. And so what he ends up doing is going to the Gotham Museum of Natural History, kind of walking through and looking at a few things, and then he takes out that amulet that was given to him by Absolute Wonder Woman. And he says, I demand an audience with Diana of the Wild Isle. And that's where she appears here, right? She says, since the talisman will only work 3 times, I can assume you are summoning me for something dire. And this is really interesting here. And I love the way that Scott Snyder handles this. Batman says, I have a friend who was changed, mutated into something half human, half animal, and he's getting worse. Your myths are full of beings who go from human to beast and beast to human. I was hoping something here, some artifact, might be able to help my friend. And she just says, my lasso, sacrifice is the only tool I know that can do transmogrification at that scale. But for a chaotic mind, it would be disaster. And so she says, I'm afraid there is nothing to cure your friend anywhere on this plane. That's an important statement because she says, I do know of one artifact that might help in the other realm, but the journey would be long and deadly, a few weeks travel at least. And so in turn, Bruce just says, I have a job. Right? And that's where she tells him, luckily, time moves differently there. But as I said, the danger of this is pretty intense. But Bruce is pretty desperate. And in fact, he basically admits that. He says, if there's something there to help Waylon, I want to go now. And she just says, as you wish. And so in turn, she casts a spell, right? Accept this blood of sacrifice of Diana of the Wild Isle, daughter of Circe, and ultimately ends up opening a portal for her and Bruce to travel through. And that's kind of the crazy thing because now Bruce Wayne is in uncharted territory. And lest we forget, Absolute Batman is nothing like Batman from the main DC universe. Batman in the main DC universe will be able to figure this place out immediately and be able to just kind of navigate it accordingly. Absolute Batman is not nearly on that level. We do know he would beat the tar out of Batman from the main DC universe, but in terms of his mental acuity, not quite there. And so when they enter here, he asks the question, is this Hades, right? Is it basically hell? And she says no, right? This is a place that exists between the surface world and the underworld, beneath my mother's island, where the veil between realms is thin. The being we seek to challenge, Arcalus, he guards a bridge very far from here, so let's get going. And he asks, what about your flying horse, right? What about Pegasus? But she makes a good point. If we were to fly through here on a horse, it would make us very easy targets. And she says, even then, Pegasus isn't really a big fan of you, Batman. In fact, no one is. No one likes you, Batman. I mean, I do, but no one likes you at all. And so at that point, she's just like, come on, right? We're gonna walk. And so as they're going through this, it takes like 12 days or like 2 weeks to navigate this whole place. But Wonder Woman kind of warns him of all these things along the way, right? If you look at the lightning, it will kill you. If you listen to the song of that bird, it will kill you. If you stumble, the sands will kill you. If you tell me that One Piece is better than Dragon Ball Z one more time, I will kill you, right? It's just kind of over and over and over again. But in all seriousness, it's an exceedingly dangerous place, right? Everything here kind of goes after you. And so at that point, on day 11, he sees a Cyclops. And he's like, is that really a Cyclops? And Wonder Woman says, yes, right? If you look it in the eye, and he just says, he'll kill me. And she says, no, right? It's just impolite. Like, why would he kill you? It's just a really rude thing to do. And so it's like by day 12, they're like, let's keep going. At the end of day 12, they set up camp, right? And she says that it's best to make camp before the bloodworms wake up. Batman ends up making a fire. The two of them kind of sit there for a little while. And then they kind of have this conversation. By the time you get to day 13, day 14, day 16, they're kind of learning about each other in a way that they hadn't necessarily learned about before, right? Batman is learning that Absolute Wonder Woman comes from like the actual realm of hell. She says, my mother always made certain it was also a home. Batman tells her about his story, and he says, the next thing I remember, policemen were yelling my name, pulling the bats off of me. She says, no child should lose their father that way. I'm truly sorry, Bruce. It's a cool connective moment between these two. And truth to tell, I'm actually kind of surprised that we're getting an Absolute Batman, Absolute Wonder Woman crossover before a Wonder Woman Superman crossover or Superman and Batman crossover, just because Superman Wonder Woman was one of the best comics to come out of the New 52. But the other thing this does is it kind of makes me want a Batman Absolute Wonder Woman team-up book. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. I feel like it would be pretty dope. I feel like any kind of team-up book from the Absolute Universe you guys would love. Wouldn't really matter what it was. But that's where they get to the actual place that they are going to. And Bruce asks, right, who is this man that's just kind of laying out here with coins on his eyes? And she says, a king who died fighting Arkham. And he asks, and the coins? And she says, payment for the ferryman, right, to buy passage to Elysium, where fallen heroes dwell. And he asks the question, heroes, right, this guy lost. And Wonder Woman just says, apparently, his people loved him. They must have made this tribute. And so he says, the coins, do they really give people passage? And so it demonstrates to Wonder Woman the fact that Batman doesn't necessarily believe in any of that stuff, which you can't really put it past him, right? Because the reality here is that in the Absolute Universe, we're talking about a far more grounded version of the DC Universe, as if the DC Universe isn't grounded enough. And so when you have someone like Batman who's experiencing all this for the very first time, as opposed to the main DC Universe version, who would just kind of take it all in and wouldn't be overly dismissive and just simply say, if I'm seeing it, it must be real. Absolute Batman kind of sees it and is like, this is all seemingly a bunch of malarkey. Now, he's not overly dismissive about it. It's just the attitude Wonder Woman seems to get here. And so that's why she says, some say they do nothing. Others say they grant crossing. Still others that they serve as a dream bridge, offering visions. But whatever the case happens to be, we have arrived. Arkham guards that bridge there. Tonight, we'll camp. Tomorrow, we fight. And so at that point, while a little over 2 weeks has passed in this dimension, only like a day or so has passed within like the real world. And so you end up picking up with Alfred Pennyworth, right? Who's just like taking this great big huge box of like entrails, you know, over to Killer Croc. And this is hilarious because Alfred's just like, it's not that heavy, he says. Sure, if you're 21 years old and built like a brick, right? But in the midst of that, Killer Croc shows up and he was like, yes, meat. As any reasonable human being would say in response to a steak. And so at that point, Alfred's just like, yes, meat in the trolley. And Waylon just keeps saying meat. And Alfred's just like, over there, man, not me. I'm just bones, right? Over there. Don't you eat me. And then just like Waylon growls at him. A part of me wants to believe that Waylon was just trolling the hell out of Alfred Pennyworth and wasn't actually going to eat him, but just kind of convinced Alfred that he was. I don't know why, but that exchange is amazing to me. It's absolutely hilarious. But jumping back over to Absolute Batman and Absolute Wonder Woman here, that Wonder Woman tells him Arkham is more than a centaur. He is a lord of transformation. His bow makes 2 legs into 4 and 4 into 2. The land he guards is full of beings he has changed. But Bruce doesn't really seem to be paying attention here because she kind of calls his name and he just says, I'm sorry, it's just first monsters under Gotham, then the thumb drive that you gave me, aliens, gods, and now this place. Because one of the things to keep in mind here is that Bruce has gotten a lot of information given to him through the thumb drive from Absolute Wonder Woman. So as soon as he got it, he had learned for the first time seemingly about Absolute Superman, the Green Lanterns, all that kind of stuff. This is all new to him. And again, it's one of the big differences and one of the coolest differences between Absolute Batman and Batman in the main DC universe. Absolute Batman's young, he's inexperienced, he's learning all of this for the first time. In all reality, he's reacting the way you or I would to this kind of thing. What do you believe and what do you reject, right? How much do you really trust your eyes in this world that you're being introduced to for the very first time, where within the span of a few weeks, your friends have either been more or less mutilated in a way that you couldn't possibly imagine. One of them has been turned into half of a crocodile. You fought a man who grew to probably about 50 feet tall, ultimately defeating him, all the while knowing there's just some kind of beyond human joker that exists out there. And now you're learning about Absolute Wonder Woman, hell exists, the entire Greek pantheon is real. I mean, all this is being thrown at you in like the blink of an eye, right? It's a lot to take in. And so what ends up happening is she tells him, I understand, right? Your world is new and strange to me. So here, and she offers him something. Initially, he's like, what is it? And she says, it will protect you, not against injury or death, but at least against Arkham magic. And he asks her, right, do you really think I can do this? Help my friend. And she just says, everything you need lies inside of you. Drink. Now sleep. And ultimately he does, right? But she puts a couple coins over his eyes, which give him passage to the afterlife. And he meets his father. And this is one of the most beautiful moments that I think I've ever seen, right? It's phenomenal. I don't even know if I would compare it to the moment when Bruce Wayne met his father from the Flashpoint universe in the Button. As beautiful as that moment was, right? As incredible as that moment was, right? We rise! And like Thomas Wayne goes running to confront Dr. Manhattan. You guys remember that? It was amazing. It was so phenomenal. But this is far more touching than that, I think. It's an incredible moment because he appears to his father not as Bruce Wayne, right? As Batman as we know him, but a child, right? And when he sees his dad, he just runs and hugs him the way that a child would. And his father just says, walk with me. And he says, so what is it, right? What's on your mind? And Bruce just says, it's just, you are a hero, Dad. That day at the zoo, you saved us. Me, Ozzy, Waylon, all of us. But me, I'm trying, but I just keep hurting everyone that I care about. And that's where his father says, this might come as a surprise, but I don't think of what I did that day at the zoo as saving you. And Bruce is just kind of like, why? Right? And he says, because for me, saving you was what I did every day before that one, teaching, being your dad. And Bruce just says, I don't understand. And his dad tells him, you're an engineer, Bruce. You know that building things is not about anyone ribbon cutting. It's the commitment to making the city better, visualizing what could be, and working every day to make it possible, little by little. Even in those moments, it seems out of reach, especially in those moments. So get out there and build. And Bruce just says, I really miss you, Dad. And so in that moment, he wakes up. And it's amazing. Such an incredible moment in this story, man. It amazes me that even after all these years, man, Scott Snyder still got it, bro. That guy still got it. And so when he initially goes to talk to Diana, she just says, I'm sorry, Bruce, it's time. Get ready. And so he kind of looks at her. And then that's kind of his recollection and his realization. What he was experiencing was real, which means what she's been telling him about traveling to the afterlife by way of coins, that's real as well. And so what he says, right? He says, the artifact that we need. And Wonder Woman says, I can help you in the fight, but it must be given to you when you best him. And so at that point, she calls him out. And Arcala shows up, and this dude looks like a menace. I mean, he looks absolutely amazing. Don't get me wrong. One of the coolest designs I've ever seen, right? But he says, Diana of the Amazons, daughter of Circe, who, though gifted with powers of transformation like myself, is too good to consort with us lowly beings down here. What divine joy I shall take in felling you and your mortal mate. And they're like, we're not together. And they say it at the exact same time, which I'm going to be honest with you guys, kind of makes me hope that Absolute Batman and Absolute Wonder Woman kind of end up becoming a thing. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I think it'd be dope to see him as a couple, but the two of them just start tearing into this guy. And it's kind of cool because in that moment, Bruce manages to like land some pretty solid hits and then hit this guy with his axe. But that's where when he falls down, Wonder Woman says, never stand behind a centaur. And Bruce is just like, why? And he just gets hit with horse's hooves, right? He gets sent flying, right? And at that point, Arcala is just like, shame. I admit he had a warrior's heart because he just kind of goes flying off, right, this building and seemingly down into the ether, wherever that may lead, most likely down into hell. But then in that moment, Wonder Woman sees Pegasus and she just says, Godspeed, my friend. And Arcala, right, just not really knowing what's going on here, simply says, he might have made a fine centaur, perhaps a bat centaur for my stable. But in that moment, Pegasus comes flying back out of the clouds and Batman's riding him. And I don't know why, man, but this is dope. And he just says, I got your bat centaur right here. And at that moment, Arcala says, all right, Amazon, from 2 legs. And at that point, Batman says, Wonder Woman, look out. And he says, to 4, Diana, and fires the shot. And Batman immediately jumps in the way of it, and he gets hit. Now, of course, Arcala gets pissed, right? Insolent. And in that moment, Wonder Woman attacks him and says, you are right. My mother is master of transformation, but so am I. Watch closely as I transform your face. And just like clocks this guy, sends his teeth flying, and knocks him out in one punch. And at that point, she goes running to Bruce, but he says, I failed him. I couldn't. out, right? The artifact. And Wonder Woman just snaps the thing off and she says, "You've not failed, Bruce. Remember what I told you. Now, let's get you home." And he just says, "Not yet," right? "I haven't had the chance to say goodbye." And his father says goodbye to him. So again, incredibly touching, right? Just an amazing moment in this story. And so you pick up on Sunday, right? Because only a couple days have passed here in the real world, about 2.5, give or take a little bit. The alarm goes off and he's just sitting there with the arrow sticking out of his chest. And that's when he just thinks to himself, right? Remember, what did she say? And Absolute Wonder Woman says, "Everything you need lies inside of you." And so in that moment, he pulls out the arrow and then just kind of recites to himself what it is that Arcala says. "Turn 2 legs into 4 and 4 into 2. The artifact." He had it in them the entire time. And so at that point, he ends up traveling back to work on Monday, right? He's got a busted up arm and people are just like, "Man, what the hell did you do to your arm?" And he was like, "Oh, I was just following your advice, Mr. Fox," right? "Touched some grass, rode a horse, got into a fight." And Fox is like, "But I mean," he says, no, it's cool. I'm just messing with you, right? "I slipped in the shower." He's like, "We have to go start building things." But what he did with the artifact is he attached it to the wall down in the cave, right down in the sewers where Waylon Jones is. And he says, "Way, wear this necklace. Let it touch your skin. You are never alone." Because seemingly it would turn him back into either a human form, or at the very least, he would look like a human with a reptilian form. So the traditional Killer Croc, as we know him in DC Comics. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and the origin of Absolute Poison Ivy is incredible. And it's kind of nightmare fuel, but kind of not at the same time. You guys will see what I'm talking about, because you guys are going to love this. So what this does is this opens up with Pamela Isley herself, and she says, "On my 10th birthday, my mother surprised me with a trip into Gotham City. We live way out in Kane County, deep in the woods, just the 2 of us, and I'm not used to wearing shoes. We visit the Hart Building. We go to the very top. The height is dizzying, but my mother grips my hand tight." And so Pamela asks, do they call it the Hart Building because it's shaped like a heart? But her mother responds and says, "No, Ivy Girl," which is a nickname that her mother gave her because she loves climbing trees in the hollow behind their cabin. And she says, "It's called that because it was built at the heart of the city, where the crosswinds intersect, carrying currents to all 5 boroughs. The legend is, more than anywhere else in the city, that this spot gives a wish the best chance of taking root somewhere out there and growing strong." And so she says, "My mother plucks a dandelion for me. She is already sick, but I don't know this yet." And so her mother says, "Make a wish from the heart." And so at that point, we jump to the here and now with this security guard making his way through the basement of a building. And this guy, he gets the worst of it because what ends up happening is he just kind of calls out, right? "Hello, right? Is anybody there? This is private property. You need to leave." But as he makes his way through here, suddenly he starts walking on like plant matter. And then he sees these kind of eggs sitting out there with almost humanoid beings growing on the inside. And he starts freaking out, right? But that's when Poison Ivy shows up behind him and just says, "Welcome, officer, to my wish," and then kills him on the spot. And so at that point, we switch over to what's happening in the larger Gotham City, which is to say, in the middle of the whole city, this heart-shaped building, you have all these plants, basically trees, growing in the midst of it all. Now, it is important to specify, this is the first time this happening. This is not really something that's brand new. And so that's where the cops are circling around, and one of them just says, like, "What in God's name are we looking at, Sarge?" Right? And the sergeant says, "Damn if I know, Lieutenant." And he says, "Heads up, Mayor Hill just issued a full biohazard warning for this place, a 5-block radius. Our job is to now watch out for anyone trying to get in." And that's where the lieutenant's just kind of like, I mean, what kind of psycho would want to go into this place? But that's where we find out that Absolute Batman would. Not only that, he's going into this place with chainsaws on his arms, which is amazing because every time I open an Absolute Batman comic, somehow he's more dope in the new comic than he was in the old one. It just keeps getting better and better. It's crazy. But once he's in here, right, cutting through all this plant matter and these trees with these chainsaws, he just tells Alfred Pennyworth, "I am in talk. And so Alfred tells him, Gotham City Police Department intel indicates the air is highly contaminated with an unknown biological agent. 7 of Bullock's best went in ahead of you, and apparently they humped in an augied up MUC. And so Bruce is just kind of like, okay, I don't know what any of that means. Give me English, man. And so Alfred says, I'm sorry, right? An augmented mobile ultrasonic cannon, an extremely powerful military-grade weapon that uses compressed sound waves to separate cells. Whatever is in there, be careful. And so that's where Bruce looks around and then spots these cops who are just standing out there in all this grass. Now, you could tell right off the bat, this is sus at best, and things are about to go sideways super fast, because Bruce says, I have eyes on the officers, and that's where Alfred tells him, that's not possible. Maybe that stuff in the air is screwing with you. But Bruce says, I am looking right at them. But then Alfred fires back and says, I'm looking right at the police scans. There are no human signatures on your floor or any floor near it. And that's where one of these cops turns around, looks at Bruce, and then immediately transforms into the most horrifying creature I have ever seen. And Alfred just tells him, whatever you're looking at, they are not people, not anymore. And so at that point, you jump to a week before. Now, this is cool, because one of the things that Scott Snyder's been doing over the course of Absolute Batman since the end of the Bane storyline is revisiting a lot of these plot threads, specifically with Bruce Wayne's friends, who had essentially been tormented, tortured, and just grotesquely mutilated by Bane himself. And so Bruce says, Batman Combat Journal, I find something today. I am in the sewer looking for him again, and suddenly there it is in the water. The sight makes my stomach turn. Reptiles shed when they're getting bigger, not smaller. I force out the thoughts. The arrowhead is working. Waylon is getting better. That's what I choose to believe. Now, for those of you guys who don't know what I'm referring to, we actually covered that in Absolute Batman issue number 16, that Bruce Wayne had worked alongside Wonder Woman to basically attain an artifact, in this instance, an arrowhead that could be used on Waylon Jones that could turn him back into his human form. And that was the belief, right? It didn't really seem to be permanent. It was just something that could temporarily make him human. But that doesn't seem to be the case. If he is being transformed by the arrowhead, it seems to be for the worse, not for the better. And so that's why he says, I also choose to believe that he is still my friend, that they all are. And so what ends up happening is you have Bruce, who travels to the Iceberg Lounge, which is traditionally the base of operations for Oswald Cobblepot, right, for the Penguin. And the henchmen here, they tell Bruce, if you set foot on this block one more time, we have orders from Mr. Cobblepot to beat the crap out of you. And so that's where Bruce says, then you tell Ozzy I'll be back tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that. But Oswald does not want to see him. No one does, because he goes to visit Edward Nygma, right? And Bruce runs off a riddle. He says, I will never be king. They call me Jack. My queen I met in the field out back. A prince is born from our unmatched pair, but my line ends with my heir. What am I, Eddie? And Eddie doesn't answer. Now, it is kind of cool that Bruce is using riddles on Eddie as opposed to the other way around. Not to say that Eddie hasn't. In fact, he did it when Bruce first found out that he was so twisted. But still, it's an interesting turn of events that we're getting in this comic. And so following that, you pick up with Bruce going to see Dr. Leslie Tompkins, who again is historically the person that operates behind the scenes, helping Bruce out with his injuries or something like that, if Alfred's not there to tend to him in the main DC universe. And so she tells him, right, I'm sorry, but I do not have an answer for you, Bruce, truly. And so he says, but his condition, Dr. Tompkins, I thought to heal, his skull needed to be repaired. But that's where Tompkins says another month at least. But right now, Harvey's head is literally split into 2 halves, barely connected. When the nurses came in this morning, though, he was just gone. So seemingly, they've all kind of fanned out and done their own thing, and they're likely going to become villains in some capacity. We don't completely know. And so at that point, Bruce continues on with this letter to himself, right? He says, anchor yourself, feel the pavement through your souls. Nothing has changed, at least nothing that matters, but everything feels different. Even Batman, right? Ever since Bane, they love him. He is theirs now too, in a way that I didn't mean to happen. He was never supposed to be the story, just the means, but he's everywhere now, and sometimes I see that bat, and I barely know what it is that I am looking at. Now, that's the crazy thing, and it's one of the things that Alfred warned him about. Batman will become bigger than you, and you have to be prepared for that. In times of desperation, people will pick things to rally around, if for no other reason than to give them hope. And that's what they've done here with Batman. They've rallied around a man who defeated this kind of insurmountable monster, right? This physical representation of forces out there that they cannot comprehend and could never even imagine defeating. So if Batman can beat them, so can they, right? Hope springs eternal. And so in that moment, you jump back to Bruce facing off against these guys, right? Transforming into all kinds of just horrific creatures. And so that's where Alfred chimes in the midst of this fight, and he tells Bruce, these things, from the data that I'm seeing, they're a blend of human and plant DNA. The spores in the air must be some kind of recombinant mutagen, right? Literally rewriting their DNA. And he says, whatever you do, keep that mask on, which of course, Bruce takes it off. But I guess when you have your face in the mouth of a giant plant monster, inevitably that's going to happen. And literally Alfred tells him, like, I just told you, keep your mask on. But Bruce just says, I know. And where Alfred keeps chastising him, Bruce keeps getting more and more pissed off, but the dude's fighting for his life and being kind of reckless. But that's where Bruce tells Alfred, right, the cape, it's dense fiber, it'll work as a barrier. But those things, they were not just human and plant hybrids. There was more to them than that. And that's where Alfred tells him, you can tell me about it back at the bunker because we are aborting this mission right now. But Bruce just says no, right? He says, shut up and listen. I saw something like them once before when I was in that place. Arkham, when they were experimenting on people and turning them into grotesque things. And he says, I need you to look something up for me, Pennyworth, a name. This name is Isley. And so at that point, you jump back to Pamela's origin yet again. And she says, I am 23 the next time I come to Gotham. My wish has taken hold, at least in a small way. I have a lab. I have funding. My research focuses on genetic cytological engineering, injecting human stem cells with plant DNA. I work all day and night, often sleeping in the lab. I have some early success too. I engineer a human cell containing chloroplast, a photosynthetic human cell that can use the sun to heal, regenerate. I tour and I publish. More funding comes in, but it's not enough. Nothing is enough. My mother's sickness is back, and it has been for a while. A knot of cells in her brain growing out of control. Her own body making too much of itself. So essentially, brain cancer. And so that's where she says, at night, I look out at the city and I wonder if my mother's sickness is part of some bigger pathology happening to us all. Alone, isolated, separated by walls, real and technological and imagined. We turn inward, lose touch. Malignancies grow from our own selves. But if we could reconnect, if we could rejoin. From the heart, Ivy girl, I hear my mother say, and then it hits me. What does Ivy do? It climbs. And so maybe there is a version of me somewhere that stops at plants, but not this one and not here. I will combine our cells with more, not just plants. I will pull from all 6 kingdoms of life. I will climb higher, higher than anyone thinks possible. And so in that moment, you jump back to Bruce and the diary he had when he was going back and visiting people. And he continues to tell himself, right? Stay grounded, Bruce. Stick to routine. The first Saturday of the month at 9 a.m., you visit him. He might never talk, might never really explain why he did it, but still, you sit and you wait. And that's where a cop walks up and just says, I'm sorry, Bruce, he's not coming. And Bruce just starts to freak out. I mean, he literally gets viscerally angry here, right? Like, what do you mean he has to come? And the cop tells him, like, I'm afraid it's up to him. And he said he just doesn't want to meet anymore, ever, right? And so Bruce starts freaking out, right? You can't do that, and starts screaming through the door, only for us to find out he's talking to Joe Chill, the guy who shot up the zoo at the very beginning of the story when we got Bruce's origin, leading to the death of his father. And he says, this is what we do. I come and talk to you. And presumably, Joe Chill just sits there while Bruce Wayne screams at him and tries to get answers that are never going to come. And so it's tragic. It's incredibly sad that Bruce does this to himself. And so at that point, you jump back to the present when he's dealing with all these monsters that are quite literally turning into these various beasts. Like, they are not human by any standard of measurement. They keep coming at him over and over and over again. And that's where Alfred tells him, kid, I am detecting something on that floor, something human. And so Bruce is like, yeah, well, I'm not. And Alfred says, the signal is weak, but it's there. All I'm saying is keep your eyes open. And he's actually being attacked by what is technically, as I understand it, a biblically accurate version of an angel. If my knowledge is correct, angels don't actually appear the way you imagine them, right? People with robes and halos and so on and so forth, they look wild. Like, they look absolutely nuts. But the fact is, right, Alfred comes back in and says, and you were on to something before. Pamela Isley, MD, and a whole bunch of other titles. A whole bloody alphabet. A smart one she was. And that's where Bruce is like, was, right? And Alfred says she died, age 25, and I'm looking at her obituary right now, written by her mother. You've climbed farther than we can follow, to a land of better angels. Hence the reason why so many of these monsters look like angels in the first place. And so where Bruce is continuing to climb up this tree, trying to get to the top, he ends up coming across Jim Gordon's daughter, right? He ends up coming across Barbara. And she kind of explains here a little bit that her and her guys were separated. And she says the brass didn't tell us anything, right? They just sent us in with this augmented MUC. And then she's kind of like, you don't know what I'm talking about, do you? And Bruce is like, yes, I do. And so he takes like the flamethrower out of her hands. And she kind of tries to take control for a brief moment, right? She says, look, I was sent here to stop whatever's happening up here. Me, right? You can join me, but as my partner, because this time we're a team. And Bruce is like, actually, we're not. And like knocks her off the tree, right? Sends her flying down. And so in turn, Bruce continues climbing. And so that's where Alfred hits him up yet again, right? Are you okay in there? The readings, it looks like the higher you go, the denser the spores become, and the more likely you are to be infected. But when Bruce looks down at the ground, right, where the tree is, he sees the face of Pamela Isley looking back at him. Now, he doesn't know it's her. We know it's her, but it's crazy nonetheless, because he ends up telling Alfred, right, I am going up. Do not get in my way, and just keeps climbing higher and higher. And so at that point, you switch back to Pamela, right? And she says, they're trying to stop me, but I will not let them. I am too close now. The breakthroughs these past few weeks, human cells remade with new DNA, first with plant, then animalia, fungi, protista, urobacteria, and archaebacteria, human cells reconnected to nature, to a common base, cells that can use the best of all life to mend, a cure for so much. I think of my mother, full of tubes, yellowing on a pillow that crunches like dead leaves. My sponsors, though, all they want to do is divide up each discovery, individuate, separate old men who can only think of what my work can do for them. And so she just says, fine, I will take my research somewhere else then. I will do it tonight. And she just says, I'm coming for you, mother. I promise. And so at that point, we deviate away from both Pamela and Bruce Wayne, and we switch over to Commissioner Gordon. But we do get this kind of journal entry from Bruce where he says, that night I go to this one place that still makes sense. In the doorway, I take a moment to breathe it in, the smell of old wood, old books, and then I hear her voice, his mother, having a conversation with Jim Gordon. Now, they've kind of had a budding romance going on for quite some time. So if you're seeing this and you're kind of like, when did this happen? It's been a thing for a little while in the absolute universe. Not to say she was cheating on Bruce's dad. It's just she's beginning to kind of move on following the death of Bruce's dad, like, I don't know, 20 some odd years beforehand. But she says, I'm just worried about him, right? I see him trying so hard with his friends, trying to put on a brave face with me. And Jim just says, he's a strong kid, Martha, stronger than either of us. But she's his mom, and moms have a way of knowing what their kids are thinking, specifically when you're talking about the relationship between a mother and a son. Every mother knows her son, and she knows when her son is lying, she knows when her son's telling the truth, and she knows when he's hiding things. And that's why she says, that's the thing, Jim. I keep thinking about what you asked me, right? With everything going on in Gotham, what do I want to do? Me. She still cares about and loves her son, but it is the lingering question that's been sitting there the entire time. And she says, I know now, but I'm scared, Jim. And Jim asks why, and she says, because to do it, there are things about me that you don't know, things no one does, things that if they ever came out, would change everything. And Jim just tells her, not everything, right? It wouldn't change the way that I feel about you. And so when they lean in for a kiss, Bruce, in seeing this, just walks away. And that's where Jim Gordon sticks his head out the door and is just kind of like, crap, right? Because the whole relationship between Jim and Martha was largely kept hidden. And so what you end up doing is jumping through these particular moments into a character that a lot of you guys have noticed, but who for the first time we're actually seeing any meaningful interaction with. The first one is absolute Joker, right? Returning to Gotham. And the statement's made, here's to the return of Gotham's prodigal son, Jack Grimm. And that's all we really get out of him, right? There's the whole conversation that takes place with Harley Quinn, where she's talking to her Red Hood gang, right? And they say, we don't partner with people, Harley. And she says, yeah, well, I say new year, new rules. We teamed up with him before. We will partner with him again. And then you switch over to Dick Grayson, where he says it's like the whole city has gone crazy all because of him. And the statement's made, even if you really believe that, what do you propose to do about it, Dick? Right? So that's kind of the crazy thing, is because now we actually get reference to Dick outside of a name tag on his chest, right? When he's working as a paramedic or something along those lines. And so that's where Bruce chimes back in and says, is it him changing things? Is he behind it? Or is it me? Did Batman do all of this? What's the real source, right? Now, it is a little ambiguous here, because in a lot of ways, Bruce almost kind of refers to Batman as an entity outside of himself, right? Referring to Batman as him, that people love him. But he could also be referring to the Joker, right? Kind of having a hand in all these things and manipulating everything behind the scenes. But either way, no matter how you slice it, it's Bruce Wayne realizing Gotham is changing drastically and is changing faster than he can keep up with in some ways. And so once we switch back to the here and now, and Bruce gets to the top of the tree, he just calls for Alfred, right? But there really isn't a whole lot of reception going in there because the spores are so incredibly dense and so strong, they're actually blocking out any real communication that can take place here. And so Bruce just says, I'm here. I made it. I am at the top. And that's where Poison Ivy just says, yes, you are. And she says, it's beautiful, isn't it? And that's where Bruce looks at her and it's just like, Dr. Isley, right? And she says, I used to be a lifetime ago. And so Alfred chimes in, right? Kid, can you hear me? I'm getting nothing human up there. She is not Isley, not anymore. Wait until she gets closer and then use the MUC. Do you hear me, right? She is not human. And so that's where you kind of go back and forth in these particular moments. When you have Pamela Isley talking about her story, Bruce talking about his own experience, right? Pamela Isley says, I'm almost to the door when I hear the bolt lock into place. And here in the moment, she seizes Bruce Wayne and bends him to her will, right? Nothing here is going to take you, but I will be taking that weapon. And she says, don't be afraid, Batman. I know how frightening change can be, but it is time to let go, right? Bruce Wayne having his entry where he says, head down, eyes forward, hold it together. And so in this moment, Bruce literally fires up the flamethrower and torches Pamela Isley, right? Seemingly kills her on the spot. And that's where you jump back to this bit of an origin where she says, suddenly the fire is everywhere. I remember feeling so terrified, but more than that, so angry because I thought that was the end. And so where she's basically torched, Bruce chimes into Alfred and he says, Pennyworth, is she down? What are you seeing? And Pamela in this kind of flashback says, but it wasn't. It was just the beginning, because new versions of Poison Ivy start popping up from the plant matter. And Alfred tells him, kid, I am seeing something, and it's something big. It's up here with you. It's part human, part plant, but it's more than that. It's part everything. And that's where Bruce just says, all I see is more of her. And so Pamela tells him, time to let go, Batman. And another one tells him, let go. They keep repeating the same thing. And so that's where Bruce just says, none of you are even real. None of you are real at all. And this voice comes from behind him and says, no, they're not. but I am. And it's the real Poison Ivy. And she looks wild. It's absolutely bonkers, right? One of the craziest things I've ever seen. And I gotta be honest with you guys, I adore this design. I love this design of Poison Ivy. And so Bruce is just leveled. He's like, what is this? And Poison Ivy just says, welcome, Batman, to your wish, and just mutates and goes on the attack. Now, here's the crazy thing, because we do get an epilogue here. You switch over to Martha, and she's making this phone call where she says, I didn't know if you would answer, especially after all this time. It's me. I wasn't followed. Are you still there? And that's where this person is looking at the phone and just says, we're always here, Martha. We knew one day you would come back to the Court of Owls. Absolute Batman just keeps getting better and better. And Absolute Poison Ivy, I don't think I've ever loved the character of Pamela Isley more than I love her in this story, outside of Batman the Animated Series. So, what this does is this opens up with the fight between Batman and Poison Ivy. And one of the things to keep in mind here that we actually learned in the last video is there's a few things at play. Number one, there were cops in here, and they were using an augmented mobile ultrasonic cannon, essentially a sound cannon that could break apart cells. But of course, these cops were transmogrified by Poison Ivy and turned into agents for her, essentially. The other thing she was able to do is grow versions of herself, but she's a lot more powerful than we're traditionally used to. And so that's what she tells Batman, right? Do not fight. There is no point. Now, of course, Batman's also talking to Alfred at the same time. He's got him in his ears, right? And Alfred says, the density of the spores up there, if that cowl comes off, you will have moments before you're compromised. Your genetics will be hers to reshape. And that's where Batman just says, then it won't come off. Now, we saw that in the last video. And in fact, you guys pointed out something that I got wrong. I thought he took his mask off. It actually turns out it was yanked off of his face. That was essentially what happened in that moment, which is why he rewrapped his face with his cowl. It's the only thing protecting him. Because keep in mind that with these kind of spores that Poison Ivy has emitting in this location, it will rewrite his DNA. And then she will be able to control it. Now, this is a complete and total reference to the idea of the green in DC Comics. For those of you guys who don't know what that means, the green is an amazing concept. Traditionally, it's associated with Swamp Thing, and only in the last, decade, maybe decade and a half, did it get rolled over into Poison Ivy. But the idea is that where Swamp Thing basically works for the Parliament of Trees and is able to tap into the green, so effectively all living plant matter that exists in the world, Poison Ivy is able to do the same thing. But what Scott Snyder's doing is taking that concept and then reworking it, and simply saying, so long as she's able to infect you with her spores, she can do whatever she wants to with your DNA, control you on the genetic level, which is kind of horrifying when you think about it. But Batman, in this whole time that he's talking to Alfred, just says, find me a weakness. And Alfred, of course, is watching this to a degree and warning him of various attacks that are coming and so on and so forth. But all Batman wants here is a way to overcome Poison Ivy, because all that's happening in the here and now is this essentially a war of attrition. That is Poison Ivy just constantly spawning, right, these versions of herself and just fighting Batman to the point that he eventually gets worn down. He'll be exhausted and he won't be able to fight anymore. It's how war of attritions work. Just an overwhelming force taking you to the point that you just can't fight any longer. And so that's where Batman says, right, she's made of plant matter, animal matter, insect, bacteria. Which part has a vulnerability? And Alfred just says, I am looking, kid, but if there is a soft spot to her, I am not seeing it. And that's when we get to this origin portion of her, how Poison Ivy actually became Poison Ivy. And that's a crazy thing here, is because what we end up doing is jumping back to after the fire. Now, there's a little bit of a refresh here, right? The idea was that in the last video that we did, the last comic that came out, issue number 17, that Pamela Isley had basically been working on trying to find a way to grow new human cells using a variety of plant matter, bacteria, insect DNA, the whole nine yards. And where initially all of this was geared towards finding a way to cure her mother of what was effectively cancer, that once it got to the point where she started to realize that the powers that be wanted to take her research and weaponize it for their own purpose, purposes, she chose to walk away and focus on the research by herself. But that's when she goes to grab it, a chemical fire breaks out, and she burns to death. And so that's where you pick up with this conversation with her mom. And that's where Poison Ivy says, this is all that's left of her. That's what the doctors tell my mother. The chemical fire in the lab reached nearly 9,000 degrees, as hot as a young star. It's a miracle that anything at all survived, they say, and yet my heart appears perfectly intact. My mother asks if it's alive. They tell her no, but that's not true. I want to scream to her that I'm more alive inside this container than I've ever been, connected to primal forces that I do not understand yet, but can feel as colors, green and red and black. Now, this, to me, looks like a reference to Absolute Green Lantern. Right now, we don't know how far-reaching Al Ewing's Green Lantern goes. We don't know if the emotional spectrum exists in the traditional way. It doesn't look like it does, but these are a handful of the colors that we've seen in the Absolute Green Lantern line. But that's where she continues on. My mother turns to go, and in that moment, I hate the glass separating us more than I've ever hated anything. But not just the glass, the powerful men who put it there, the men who did this to me, all because I wanted to go further in my research to do more. But this is what they do. Those men, my enemies, our enemies, they put walls everywhere, walls of every kind, dividing us from each other, from nature, from truth, dividing up everything, all for profit, their own tiny private kingdom. And that's one of the biggest kickers about Absolute Batman. The story of Absolute Batman is very much a reflection of how the real world works, right? Powerful people dividing up the world for their own ends. Now, of course, within the context of this story, we're talking about Absolute Joker, Absolute Ra's al Ghul, effectively the Absolute Justice League, the most powerful people in the world who have kind of carved out sections of it for themselves. It's one of the tales as old as time when it comes to the Batman mythos, but it also reflects back on a lot of landmark stories that have existed over the years. Batman No Man's Land, Old Man Logan, and even what's recently been happening in Ultimate Spider-Man, right? The Illuminati carving up the world for their own individual rule. That's kind of what's going on here. And it's really cool to see these elements rolling over from different stories. And so that's where Poison Ivy continues on. I will get out. I will find a way. Ivy climbs the highest walls. As my mother walks away, I reach for her. I can sense the black creeping through her. She will die this afternoon, sitting on a bench, waiting for the bus back to the hospice. No one will notice for almost 3 days. When the morgue thaws her out, part of her will fall off, her fingers, her breasts, her nose, like rotted fruit. But now, in this moment, I reach and reach with everything I have, and suddenly something new grows, something that cannot be hurt anymore. Now, here's the interesting thing about all of this. Right? Here's the interesting thing about it all. We can kind of take this from two different perspectives, and depending on how you want to look at it, one of them is really, really cool. The other one kind of makes a lot more sense. Most likely, and what's definitively happening here, is she's telling this story in hindsight, right? She's literally giving us a flashback, but a part of me kind of wants to believe that we are flashing back to her, and we're experiencing this moment as it happens, and the way she's talking is in the present. And so when she makes statements like, this is how my mother is going to die, no one's going to notice her, it almost gives this kind of precognitive feel. Now, I just want to believe that's the case, truth to tell, because the idea of her constantly referencing the black, right, referencing the Green Lantern mythos, it almost gives this idea that there's a kind of precognitive force that can be harnessed when it comes to Absolute Green Lantern. And you can kind of roll that over into this and explain that that's the case. Again, that's almost not at all what's happening here. She's just telling the story in hindsight. But I would like to believe that the other explanation is true. Right? I think it would just kind of be fun, truth to tell. But the fact is, right, jumping back to the here and now, the fight between Poison Ivy and Batman, Poison Ivy just says, "Why are you fighting me, Batman? We are on the same side." And Batman just calls for Pennyworth. And that's where Poison Ivy tells him, he's not here anymore. I'm afraid rare forms of bacteria can disrupt radio signals, as can some bird calls, and even dolphin songs, all of which I am emitting as we speak. No weaknesses, just strengths. You can be so much more too. You're halfway there. You just need to embrace it. So the idea that absolute poison ivy is not just plant matter, right? She's a combination of virtually every form of life that exists on the planet in some fashion or another. I think makes her more dangerous than she's ever been in DC Comics. But then at that point, we switch away from Poison Ivy and we jump to the character of Martha. Now, keep in mind, at the end of the last video, we learned that Martha was part of the Court of Owls. We'll talk more about them here in a second because you guys called it. You guys called something very important with the Court of Owls. So what ends up happening is that as she's walking along, right, the plane basically having run out of fuel and just making her way through New Mexico, she calls Bruce and she just says, "Bruce, it's Mom, honey. I'm not sure if this message will go through, but I'm going to be out of town for a bit. There are some things that I need to take care of. Just know that you will always be my little boy, and I love you, and don't ever change for anyone." And then of course the call ends up cutting out. But that's when this vehicle comes flying out of nowhere. And when these two owls come out, they run off the Court of Owls nursery rhyme. And it's basically a way to kind of test whether or not you are a member of the court or have ever been a member of a court, right? We watch you at your hearth. We watch you in your bed. Speak not a whispered word of us, or we'll send the talon for your head. Now, the full nursery rhyme is amazing, right? Beware the Court of Owls that watches all the time, ruling Gotham from a shadowy perch behind granite and lime. They watch you at your hearth. They watch you in your bed. Speak not a whispered word of them, or they'll send the talon for your head. I love the Court of Owls in DC Comics. For those of you guys who don't know what the Court of Owls is, let me know, and we can remaster the new 52 Batman Court of Owls story, because it is amazing. It's so amazing. It's so incredibly phenomenal, right? It's one of the best things ever. We already have it, right? So I'll post a link down to it, but we can also remaster it because honestly, our video style has changed over the years. But the bigger point is that they basically black bag Martha. Now, of course, they throw a red sack over her head. This is clearly a reference to the Red Hood, but it's cool nonetheless, because once she's in the car, they whisk her away. And so once they bring her back to their base of operations, they tell her, "You knew the rules about communication and the consequences for breaking them. So why would you communicate with us, Martha?" And she just says, "Because something is happening in Gotham right now, something that I believed was worth the risk." And one of the owls tells her, right, "That's not your decision to make. You put us all in danger by reaching out." And another one just asks, "What gives you the right? This is how we've survived, just because you were one of us." And Martha says, "No," right? And this is where you guys were right. She says, "I wasn't just one of you. I was a talon, the best talon. You all know what I did for the court. That's what gives me the right. And maybe surviving was enough before, but the truth is, Batman changed that." And that's where she's told, "Then you can blame Batman for what's about to happen." So yeah, you guys called it in the comments section of the last video. You guys were like, "I bet Martha was the talon for the Court of Owls." There were so many people who called it. There were so many people who called it. Just like a lot of you guys were saying that in Matt Fraction's Batman run, Dr. Zeller is actually Punchline. I don't know if that's true. I think it's a dope theory. I think it's an amazing theory, but I don't know how true it is. But the point is, right, jumping back to the fight between Batman and Poison Ivy, Batman starts experiencing these memories. At least that's the way that it's perceived here. Because the first scene that we get is Batman going down into the sewers where Waylon Jones is. Now, lest we forget, in issue number 16, I think it was, Batman and Absolute Wonder Woman ended up traveling to the realm of gods in order for Batman to attain an arrow that could be used by Waylon Jones to turn him back into his human self, even if only temporarily, and it would seemingly grant him the ability to shapeshift back and forth between his normal human self and his crocodile version. But it's also the journal entries that Batman creates here, right, where Bruce says, "Do not accept it. Do not let yourself go there. That sound, the roar you keep hearing, echoing deep in the tunnels, it's him changing back, not becoming something worse." Because one of the things that he thought was happening down in the sewers when he went back to visit Waylon after initially leaving the arrow for him is he thought Waylon was transforming into something darker than he was before, right? Becoming like a bigger, more grotesque version of himself. But the inverse, the opposite of what he intended had happened. He didn't know. And that's why he's telling himself that. Do not let yourself go down the path of thinking that Waylon has become something worse. The other part is the Iceberg Lounge, right? Where Oswald hangs out at. Every time Bruce goes there to try to talk to him, Oswald doesn't want to have anything to do with him, so much so, he's actually hired henchmen to beat the tar out of Bruce every time he shows up, keeping in mind that from Bruce's friend's perspective, he brought all of this on their heads when he invoked Absolute Bane, and Absolute Bane started tearing his friends apart, physically destroying them, crushing them in some way, basically turning their lives upside down and inside out. Edward Nygma won't answer the door whenever he goes to visit him. Harvey Dent has actually been cut loose from his job, that when Bruce shows up there to the law offices of Harvey, there's just one of the guys who's cleaning off, right, the words on the door. And he says, look, all I heard is that hanging out with the Batman has people looking at Dent differently, and all the folks that he put away, too. So now people are second guessing whether or not he did it legally. So he's called his entire career into question, which he has essentially lost, right? It picks up with his own journal entry when his mom had left him that message, and he says, I got a message from mom yesterday. I keep opening it, then hanging up before it starts. Deep down, I know I'm just saving it for when I need to hear it most. But what in the heck is happening to me? And so that's when you jump back to the fight between himself and Poison Ivy. And that's what makes things so wild, because Poison Ivy seemingly has some measure of telepathy here. Either that, or it's just her ability to observe everything that's happening in the city. The second explanation tends to be the most accurate one, and you'll see why I say that here in a second, because she tells him, I'll take it all away, Batman, that soft part, the pain. We are becoming one, you and me. I can feel how much you are hurting, your mother, your friends. And where Batman tells her, right, get out of my head, she says, no, join me, be my knight. Together, we can beat them. And then she fires plant rockets out of her hand, which is amazing. That's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Batman cuts him in half with the chainsaws that he has on his arms, because apparently Batman became Chainsaw Man. But she keeps on talking, right? She says, look at you, right? Spines that stab like a cola cactus, wings that slash like an ostrich, the will of a virus. Just breathe me in, and you can become something better. And seemingly he rejects it, and she says, the stubbornness of a cockroach, then I will drag you into the light, one way or another. And so she says, this city is an ecosystem, a living thing. You introduced something new, something foreign, and now the city is reacting. But instead of going further, you try to hold it back. Even now, looking for that weapon, the screaming gun behind you, like the ones they use in that place to separate my cells. Stop denying what you want. You wished to reshape things, just like I did. You blew the seeds across the city, but now you're afraid of what you've sown. Well, change is coming, whether you like it or not. Now, there's two things to pick up here. Number one, again, that second explanation seems to be the accurate one. The very nature of Poison Ivy is that she's basically tied into plant life around the city. So she sees and hears everything. Everything that Bruce Wayne has experienced, everything that Bruce Wayne has seen. She's heard it in some way. And in fact, she goes a little deeper into that here in a minute. But the second thing is what happens in a conversation between Alfred Pennyworth and his handlers. Because Alfred is told, there's been a shift in plans, Agent Pennyworth, your new assignment. And that's where Alfred just says, I am looking at the bloody assignment. But why? Right? I've been on Grimm for over 5 years, and now he's here in Gotham, and now you want to assign me someone else. And he's told, yes, we want you on Batman. That is the new target. And Alfred just asks, and if I refuse, and he's told, then let's just say, no more enjoying a mere sweet tea. But in that moment, Harley shows up here, right? The leader of the Red Hood gang. And Alfred asks the question, right? Like, what are you doing here? And she just says, I am here to help with this whole Batman thing. We all are, right? You have Dick Grayson, who just says, okay, tomorrow you do something about him. So again, Scott Snyder has been slowly teasing the introduction of Dick Grayson in the Absolute Batman line. The biggest question everyone has here is he going to become Robin, or is he going to become his own character like Nightwing? No one knows the answer to that question, right? But then we continue on with Bruce, right, where he's like leaving the construction yard, and some of the guys are like, oh, you know, come on, Bruce, we're trying that new Batman-themed bar on 39th, right? Great big wings. And Bruce just kind of says, I smile, tell them another time, I hope they cannot see my fists shaking. I look at the sidewalk, they're 200 200 years old. But then that's when you jump back to his conversation with Poison Ivy. And then we start kind of doing this back and forth between Bruce and Poison Ivy in terms of Bruce's life himself, how he sees the world around him, and what Poison Ivy tells him. Because Poison Ivy says, you can walk around with your head down, blind to it, writing in your little book, but it is happening, and they see it. Believe me, the ones whose plans you disrupted, the ones who hate change, the worst of them is here. Of course, absolute Joker. And she says their leader, their horned king, looking down and smiling from somewhere high above us both. And she says the tricks he plays, the deals and pacts and bargains, carving up the world with his minions, we have to stop him. I didn't think he could be stopped all those years that he kept me locked away, scrambled by the noise guns, and pulled apart. But then one day, there you were, like some wild beast running naked through my biome. And I knew if I had the chance, I would join with you, because Grim, he's coming for you, just like he came for me, just like he comes for anything that threatens change, isolates it, locks it away. He's making moves as we speak, and I can feel it. And she says, maybe if you were willing to evolve on your own, to become what's needed, you might be able to stop him, Batman, but you are not. And she says, don't worry though, when I release these spores from this place, I will make you something new. I will make everyone new. We will be strong, beautiful, a new kingdom, and together we will stop him, and then we will make that first wish come true. Now, this is kind of a crazy scenario here, because what Poison Ivy is advocating for and what she's arguing for is that there are some individuals out there who are so terrible, the only way to beat them is to become as bad as them. But that kind of flies in the face of the nature of Batman, right? In fact, that's Batman's whole shtick. Batman doesn't kill. And if you like the idea of the memes, he says he cherishes his no-killing rule. He doesn't care how many men, women, and children have to die in order for him to keep it. But the point is, there is such a thing as falling down to a point of no return. Now, there are certainly some villains where, I mean, look, if you kill them, you know, it's not a big deal. The Joker's an example of that, right? The Joker's just cannot be fixed, cannot be saved, right? Argument after argument says the Joker's gotta go. But if we're talking about just trying to fix the city of Gotham and the people within it, right, and individuals out there who are nothing more than just power-hungry crazy people, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to kill them. Absolute Superman's a perfect example of that, right? With the whole situation involving Ra's al Ghul, Absolute Superman could have killed him. And in fact, he considered the idea of doing it, but instead he handed him over to the authorities. He was basically held prisoner out in Pakistan, I think it is, and then Absolute Superman started showing up with letters written by people who had lived under the rule of Ra's, and then in reading those letters to Ra's, basically began to change him as a person. Now, ultimately, he's going back, so maybe there is some irredeemable aspect of his character, but that story's not done, so we don't know how far that tale's going to go. The point is, people can be fixed, and that's the nature of Batman. That's what Batman believes. But this is also the absolute universe. Things are different here. And so what ends up happening is that where Bruce is making his way through the city of Gotham, he ends up coming across Jim Gordon. Now keep in mind, Bruce knows that Jim Gordon and his mom are touching naughty bits. They tried to hide it from him, right? Because they just kind of felt like he wasn't ready for that kind of reality. But that's where Jim confronts him, right? And he says, I need to talk to you, right? And Bruce just says, no offense, but the last thing that I want to talk to you about is you and mom. And that's where Jim's just like, it's not about your mom, right? She's a grown woman, I'm a grown man, and nature is nature. But this is about you, Bruce. And Bruce is just kind of like, why is it about me? And Alfred just says, Bruce, I know. And Bruce is just kind of like, what are you talking about? And Alfred just looks at him. And Bruce is like, oh. And I was so excited at the idea that Jim Gordon knows Bruce Wayne as Batman. The real question is, how long has he known? Now, Bruce doesn't ask that directly. He's just like, how did you know? He doesn't really ask how long he's known. But, I mean, honestly, Jim Gordon's a detective. It wasn't that hard to figure out. He's like, you're 6'9" and 400 pounds. That does not exactly blend in. And I did pull you out from a pile of bats one time. So, yeah, I figured out pretty fast that you are Batman. And so Bruce is like, does mom know? And Alfred's just kind of like, believe it or not, I don't think so, right? Her brain is engaged in some Olympic level gymnastics to avoid the obvious, self-defense, I suppose. And so he asks, right, are you here to tell me to stop? And Jim Gordon asks him, Do you want me to? And Bruce just says right now, I don't know. And he says, he's getting so big, Mr. Gordon. I wanted Batman to affect the city, to shine a light on things, but I didn't expect this. And that's where Jim just says, you didn't expect him to become the light himself, the big old beacon in the sky. Now, this is a very important thing because Bruce says, the things I'm up against, it feels like to win, I have to become something tougher, meaner. And that's where Jim is like, something darker. But here's an important thing to understand here, right? Within the city of Gotham, and by extension, the rest of the world, so much of it is ruled by powerful, corrupt people. And so the average person feels so incredibly helpless. They feel like there's nothing they can do to solve the problems within the world around them. But then suddenly Batman comes along, and that's why we said during that original story, when he faced off against Absolute Bane, that it was both a literal and metaphorical David versus Goliath, especially when Bane grew to what was it, like 50 feet tall and probably like 1,200 pounds or 3,000 pounds or something, when he was just gigantic, right? Bane represents, quote unquote, the powers that be, an unstoppable force. In this instance, Bane was tangible, and so for a lot of people out there watching that televised fight, Batman defeating Bane was, on a metaphorical level, them cheering for Batman and them indirectly defeating the powers that be. Batman became their champion. He became the person that stood up for them in a way that they could not stand up for themselves. Why does that matter? Because now he's bigger than just a man. Now he's more than just one guy. It's the story of Batman, right? Batman is now a concept, an idea. He's a thing that people believe in. And when that happens in times of desperation, people will take symbols and rise them up and then want that symbol to become the thing that can save them. And that's where Bruce is right now. Bruce is struggling with this idea that all he wanted was for Batman to be an example of what people could do, not necessarily becoming vigilantes, but to show you can fight back and you can fight back in your own way. I won't necessarily go so far as to say that the people of Gotham were cowards, but I will go so far as to say he became a big symbol and people rallied around it. And now he doesn't know how to handle it. And so that's where Jim Gordon tells him, I have no real advice for you, but I will give you the advice that someone else gave me when I was in a similar situation to yours. Someone much smarter than me. It was advice given to him by his daughter, Barbara Gordon. And that's where, with Batman being held captive by Poison Ivy, Barbara Gordon shows back up again. Keep in mind, she was originally here. And then Bruce was like, you can't be here. And just like threw her off down into like all the sewer water and everything. So she was kind of pissed, to be honest with you. But Batman was also trying to save her life, right? But she says, you can thank me by swearing never to pull that kind of crap again. Now, SWAT is about to bust in with a dozen double augmented ultrasonic cannons. So we need to get out of here before she figures out what's going on. And so that's where Batman says, the spores are the main threat here. It's effectively the bomb that we need to neutralize if and when we decide to neutralize her. That's the primary problem. And so what ends up happening is Batman takes the ultrasonic cannon and fires it on Poison Ivy. And she asks, right, do you really think that sound gun can destroy me? But Batman says, no, but it shows me what I suspected. When you bonded with me earlier, I saw Dr. Isley. You want me to evolve, but you have not gone all the way yourself. And he says, your heart, the last piece of your human self, you kept it. The only part of you that was not remade. I can see it right there. Destroy the spores, or I will destroy your heart. The sonic waves will disperse the cells. You could regrow it, but it will not be that one, the one that your mother held. It holds a special place for you. And so that's when you jump back to this momentary bit of advice that Jim Gordon had given to Bruce. And Jim Gordon says, when I became mayor, I was terrified, Bruce. I had my plan, my agenda, but suddenly the whole city was looking to me to do so much more, to be more. And the critics, they kept attacking me for being too soft, too local, too much of a people person. I was all torn up. Maybe to be a good mayor, I had to forget all the hippy dippy stuff that your dad and mom and I loved and become something tougher, colder, and meaner. One night, Barbara, who was 16 at the time, she found me on the balcony in my robe, staring out at the city, and she said something to me. And so then you switch back to Batman, and he responds directly to Poison Ivy. He says, Ivy does climb, but it also clings. It holds on, Dr. Isley. You do not want to lose that last piece of yourself, do you? And that's where Jim Gordon utters the advice that was given to him by Barbara. And he says, a tree grows tallest when you care for its roots. And so seemingly what Jim Gordon is telling him here is you need to focus on the people first. They look to you as a symbol for a reason. You need to embrace that and understand that now Batman is bigger than a man. Batman represents something. He represents the idea that people can be saved. So now you are beholden to the people, and there is no escaping that, which is not a bad thing. In fact, that's a great thing. And so that's when you switch back to Batman, who's still got this ultrasonic cannon and just says, destroy the spores, Dr. Isley, now. Because the heart she holds that was held by her mother means more than the spores and changing the city of Gotham. And so that's where Jim Gordon leaves some parting words for Bruce and says, you have good roots, son. I know that you will make the right choice when the time comes. And so that's when these spores are destroyed. Poison Ivy tells Bruce, we could have saved everyone. Everything climbed so high, made it better. You've only doomed yourself. You are just small and terrestrial and weak and human. And that's where Batman just says, yes, I have been, but not anymore. And he literally turns on the cannon to full power and fires it on Poison Ivy and blows her heart apart. And that's where Barbara just says, SWAT is here, right? We have to get out of here right now. And they bail out. Now, it doesn't kill Poison Ivy. Again, she can regrow her heart, but she just says, I will kill you, Batman, right? And just kind of defines him and labels him as a monster. And so in that moment, Barbara asks the question, right? She says, what happened back there, right? You destroyed her heart anyway. And Batman just says, she said to fight what's coming, I needed to evolve. I just took her advice. Maybe we all should. Not only that, right? You jump back to Martha and her conversation with the court, right? And the owls say, like, I am sorry, Martha. We really hoped you would listen to reason. And Martha just says that I'm happy to disappoint you because I always believed that we owls were never supposed to listen to reason. And where they tell her, right? Like, that's enough. She says, no, right? It is not. We stood for something once. We were the ones who fought back from the shadows against the rich and the powerful. So the owls were good guys here. They weren't bad guys like in the main DC universe. And she says, we were warriors fighting for a better world, proud, wise, vicious owls. And yes, they crushed us. He crushed us, referring to seemingly absolute Joker. So now maybe we need to be something new, but not by hiding or by changing who we are at our core. It's if that's what we are about, then you might as well pull the trigger. And so the idea of Martha and the court basically being freedom fighters is huge because the final little tidbit that we get here, right? We get all these instances, right? A delivery driver goes to drop off a package to Oswald. Nigma realizes Batman's not knocking on the door. And then you get Killer Croc, right? Waylon Jones, who's reverted back into his human form. And he just asks, right? Bruce, are you there? And Bruce isn't there, right? Bruce has seemingly left them behind. And that's where you pick up on a rooftop where he hears the voice message from his mom, where it just says, Bruce, it's mom, honey. And he just deletes the message on the spot. So seemingly, he's becoming the darker version of himself, which really asks the question, how much more brutal can he get? But with that being said, guys, we're going to bring this video to an end. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you did, drop a like. Thank you all for watching, and I will catch you all later. Peace.